The wild pursuer around the school beauty. Junior sister, oh junior sister, where on earth are you? Chen Nan walked down the street in frustration. Just yesterday morning, his master had kicked him down the mountain literally and ordered him to go to Ningjiang City to find his junior sister. Junior sister? She used to be a real beauty. Thinking of her stunning looks, Chen Nan couldn't help but gulp back then. Without a second thought, he had rushed down the mountain. But only after arriving did he realize one serious problem: he hadn't seen her in 8 years. He had absolutely no idea where she lived now. And the worst part, his stingy master hadn't given him a single coin, just a broken bowl. That damned old man. Trying to turn me into a beggar, how heartless can he be? Staring at the chipped bowl in his hand, Chen Nan got angrier the more he thought about it. Finally, he gritted his teeth and smashed it to pieces. He was fuming. How could such a wicked master exist in this world? After walking another 100 or 200 meters, Chen Nan suddenly noticed a red Ferrari parked by the roadside. Someone had dumped a bucket of paint all over its windshield, completely obscuring the view inside. The car was empty, but he could hear suspicious sounds coming from the nearby woods. Frowning, Chen Nan turned his gaze toward the trees. There, he saw a woman being pinned to the ground by 2 burly men. She was struggling desperately and begging for mercy, but clearly lacked the strength to break free. Chen Nan's frown deepened. Outrageous. In broad daylight, under the open sky, how could they commit such a shameless act? When he saw the woman's face, his heart skipped a beat. A beauty. She looked about 23, wearing a dress, with delicate features and long, slightly messy hair. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and despair. Chen Nan flicked his cigarette to the ground and strode forward. Hey! Let go of that lady! His sudden roar startled the 2 thugs. But when they turned and saw he was alone, they sneered in contempt. The woman on the ground cried out desperately, "Help me! Please, sir, save me!" "Congratulations, you're saved," Chen Nan grinned, then glanced at the 2 men. "Now, you can either crawl away on your own or wait for me to send you flying." "Second bro, get him!" one of the men barked. The one called second bro roared, got up, and lunged at Chen Nan with a fruit knife in hand. Chen Nan smirked coldly, eyeing him like he was a fool. When they were barely a meter apart, he suddenly sprang forward and drove his knee hard into the man's chest. "Screw you! Take this to your damn lungs!" Bang! A powerful knee strike slammed into second bro's ribs. The fruit knife missed completely. The man was sent flying for 5 meters, blood spraying from his mouth as he landed and rolled across the ground, screaming in agony. Chen Nan shot him a glance. "That didn't even hurt that much. What are you screaming for?" "R." Second bro let out a wretched shriek, tears and snot streaming down his face. Then, with a groan, his head lolled to the side, and he passed out. The other thug was completely enraged. He grabbed a brick off the ground and charged. "You bastard! You're dead meat." Chen Nan glanced at the furious attacker and suddenly pointed to his feet. "Hey! You dropped something. Pick it up." The man blinked in confusion. And sure enough, he had dropped something. Ooh! Before he could react, Chen Nan's foot rocketed upward and sent him flying over 2 meters into the air. With a crack, the man landed tangled in a tree. He couldn't climb up, and he couldn't get down. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the pain. Chen Nan dusted off his hands and turned back to the woman only to see she had already passed out. Chapter 2, She Lost It. Early the next morning, inside the red Ferrari parked by the roadside. When the car's owner, Su Yixuan, opened her eyes, her mind went completely blank. Lying next to her was a man, a half-naked man wearing nothing but pants. Buzz. Her mind rang sharply as memories of last night rushed back. She had been driving home slowly when someone suddenly splashed a bucket of paint on her windshield. The wipers only made things worse, smearing the mess around until she had no choice but to pull over and clean it. But as soon as she got out of the car, 2 thugs dragged her into the woods, forced some kind of drug on her, and then, it seemed like a young man saved her. She vaguely remembered something happening between them. Panicking, Su Yixuan quickly checked her body. Her hair was a mess. Oh no. No no no. She whipped her head around and glared at the sleeping Chen Nan. Oh. Give me back my innocence. She screamed and launched herself at him, punching him in the nose and sinking her teeth hard into his arm. Oh! Chen Nan let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. His muscles tensed as he yanked his arm free from her teeth. What the hell is wrong with you? I saved your life and this is how you thank me? You beast! You shameless pervert! I'll bite you to death! Sui Xuan's eyes were red with rage as she went in for another bite. Hold up! Chen Nan reached out with one large hand and gripped her forehead like a watermelon. No matter how hard she flailed and pushed, she couldn't move forward even an inch. Furious, she flailed her fists, pounding his arm with everything she had. Only when she calmed down a little did Chen Nan say, "Hey, I'm a gentleman, you know. What makes you think I'm some perverted lowlife? Gentleman, my ass. You're a fake. If you've got guts, let go and see if I don't bite you to death." Sui Xuan glared at him, wishing she could devour him whole. I saved you. Even if you're going to kill me, shouldn't you at least let me die knowing why? Sui Xuan screamed with a face full of anger, you saved me and then took advantage of me. You're shameless. Sick in the head. And now you've got the audacity to act like a hero. I'd tear you limb from limb if I could. Fuming with humiliation and rage, she lunged at him again like a crazed wildcat. Chen Nan looked completely confused. What the hell are you talking about? What exactly do you think I did to you? You animal! You lecherous scum! You took my body and now you're pretending you don't know anything. Sui Xuan shouted, tears streaming down her face. Chen Nan sighed in frustration. You must be been dreaming. I didn't touch you. Not even a little. He's denying it. Sui Xuan was so furious she wanted to slap him into next week. Then how do you explain? How is this my fault? Chen Nan shot back. Sui Xuan roared, what, are you saying it's my fault? Of course it is. Chen Nan snapped. You're the one who hit me and bit me out of nowhere. Don't you think you owe me an apology? Come to think of it based on the timing. Sui Xuan's mood suddenly shifted. Her anger began to fade, replaced by something more delicate. She had her dignity. Her body was untouched. How could she not be thrilled? But then she realized what she was, or rather, wasn't wearing. She shot a glare at Chen Nan. What are you staring at? Turn around. I need to get dressed. Chen Nan shook his head and sighed. Fine, I'll turn around. Not like there's anything new to see, I already got a good look last night. You bastard. Sui Xuan glared at him again. A few minutes later, fully dressed and a little calmer, Sui Xuan began to reflect on what had happened. Maybe she had overreacted. He had saved her, and she tried to bite him to death. She looked at Chen Nan, hesitated for a moment, then said with some guilt, thank you. I misunderstood you earlier. My name is Sui Xuan. May I ask your name? Chen Nan. But if you're about to ask me for something, don't bother. Sui Xuan blushed and said pitifully, I'm sorry, okay? I was just too emotional earlier. Please don't hold a grudge. Chen Nan stared at her for a few seconds, then said, wait here, and stepped out of the car to retrieve her clothes from the woods. Thanks. Sui Xuan called out sincerely. Sitting in the car, her mind drifted back to last night's events. She'd come so close to being violated by those two monsters. Thank goodness that guy showed up just in time. She glanced toward the trees. She really had been lucky. If Chen Nan hadn't had enough self-control, even he might be. She knew just how tempting her body was. And when she remembered how she'd thrown herself at him last night, practically begging to be ravished, her face burned with embarrassment. Not long after, Chen Nan returned. But as soon as he opened the door, he froze and stared at Sui Xuan, dumbfounded. What are you staring at? Chen Nan pointed at her, eyes wide. Why you? What? Chen Nan was trembling with excitement, his eyes bulging. Why you? Sui Xuan frowned. Why is your nose bleeding? Why your bra fell off? Chen Nan finally managed to blurt it out. Chapter 3, Childhood Sweetheart. Your underwear fell off. Chen Nan finally finished his words in one breath. He was punched in the nose by Sui Xuan before, and now he saw, it would be strange if he didn't have a nosebleed. Sui Xuan screamed, quickly reached out to cover her chest, and glared at Chen Nan, you're still looking. Her underwear was torn by herself last night. Chen Nan wiped his nose calmly and said, it's okay, I'm just a little irritated lately. Then he threw the clothes to Su Yishuan. After putting on her clothes, Su Yishuan looked at Chen Nan beside her and said, honestly, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been finished last night. Although nothing I say can repay your kindness, if there is anything you can do to help me, just ask. Real. Of course it's true. Chen Nan pondered for a while and said, help me find someone. Her name is Yi, and she is my junior sister. He felt that it was too difficult to find his junior sister by himself, which was like looking for a needle in a haystack. With one more person to help, there would be more hope. It's just a small matter. Su Yishuan patted his chest and said, leave it to me. I have a wide network of contacts in Ningjiang City, so it will be no problem to find someone. By the way, do you have her information? Seeing Su Yishuan so confident, Chen Nan felt that it was the right decision to save her this time. Her birthday is June 15th of the lunar calendar, and she is 18 years old this year. This is all the information Chen Nan knows. Are there any photos? Chen Nan smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, no. I don't even know what she looks like now. The last time I saw her was 8 years ago when she was 10 years old. Su Yishuan was a little surprised. How come you two brothers and sisters haven't seen each other for so many years? Speaking of this, Chen Nan couldn't help but think of what happened 8 years ago. He and his junior sister were both orphans, and grew up with the old man. However, 8 years ago, when Chen Nan was 12 and Yi was 10, they both had feelings for each other and started dating secretly. As a result, they were seen by their master, Shen Qinji. Shen Qinji was furious at the time and expelled Yi from the sect and drove her down the mountain. Chen Nan pleaded desperately and protested. After all, he was the senior brother, so if there was any punishment, it should be him. Why punish the junior sister? However, Shen Qinji was merciless. In order to prevent Chen Nan from going down the mountain to look for Yi, he set up a formation on the mountain and imprisoned Chen Nan for 2 whole years, forcing him to practice martial arts. Afterwards, he forced Chen Nan to swear that he would never look for Yi before she turned 18. Although Shen Qinji was very ruthless in this matter, Chen Nan could tell from his eyes that his master was not heartless. But until now Chen Nan still didn't understand why he had to expel the little junior sister from the sect. Are you okay? Su Yishuan's voice interrupted Chen Nan's thoughts. Chen Nan smiled and shook his head. It's okay if there's no photo. I'll ask someone to go to the Public Security Bureau to check and get the information of all the people named Yi in Ningjiang City. Then you can identify them one by one. Su Yishuan smiled and said, don't worry, I will definitely find your junior sister. Chen Nan's eyes lit up when he heard this. This was indeed a good idea. He smiled, touched his stomach and said, then please treat me to a meal. I haven't eaten for 2 days and I'm starving. Su Yishuan was surprised. Why don't you eat? This, no. No money. Chen Nan's face was filled with embarrassment. For a grown man to end up in this situation was truly shameful. Su Yishuan was shocked when she heard this. How could this guy be so miserable when he was so skilled? He couldn't even afford to eat. She smiled and said, then let's go have a meal first. After that, just as she was about to start the car, she found helplessly that the glass was splashed with paint last night, and she couldn't see the road at all. Just when Su Yishuan didn't know what to do, Chen Nan smashed the glass to pieces with a bang and clapped his hands, saying, you can go now. Barbarian. Su Yishuan rolled her eyes. Chen Nan shrugged helplessly. After finding a restaurant and sitting down, Su Yishuan joked, you haven't eaten for 2 days and you still have the energy to fight. What is your body made of? Chen Nan was staring at Su Yishuan in a trance. He was hungry right now, and it would be a waste not to look at such a beautiful woman in front of him. I practice internal qigong. Although I'm hungry, I have the internal qi to help me deal with the 2 little thieves. Su Yishuan nodded, not quite understanding, and asked, by the way, don't you have a job now? I just arrived in Ningjiang City yesterday and I don't have a job yet. Chen Nan answered absent-mindedly. He was thinking about a serious question. Su Yishuan was so beautiful and charming. Should he do something to let his junior sister down and seduce her? She's so pretty, it's a waste not to soak her. And I've seen her body, it would be a pity not to soak her. Su Yishuan didn't know what Chen Nan was thinking. On the contrary, she was also planning to take advantage of Chen Nan. However, what she was thinking was not as evil as Chen Nan's. Then do you need to find a job? Su Yishuan asked. Chen Nan came back to his senses and felt so ashamed of himself. He was already in a situation where he had no food to eat but was still thinking about picking up beautiful women. He sighed and said, I don't know when I can find a junior sister, so I might as well find a job first. Su Yishuan said expectantly, since you are so good at martial arts, why don't you help protect my sister? Protect your sister? Yes. Su Yishuan nodded and said, I have offended many people in the business world, and they all want to deal with me. Those 2 people last night were probably sent by others to kill me, but they were not in a hurry to kill me because they had evil intentions. I am not afraid myself, but my sister is still in school, and I am afraid that these crazy guys will harm my sister. And what about you? Su Yishuan smiled and said, I can bring bodyguards with me when I go out, nothing will happen. It's mainly because my sister is in school, and it's not convenient for a bodyguard to follow her. If I don't follow her, I will be worried. You are so good at kung fu, so I want to ask you to help protect her closely. Chen Nan got excited when he heard this. Close to her? Doesn't that mean that she can hug her sister? Su Yishuan is so pretty, her sister must be pretty good too. Since it's a job to hug a beautiful woman, why not do it? Do it. We must do it. Even if it doesn't cost money. Trying to calm down his excitement, Chen Nan said quickly, no problem. But how long does your sister need me to do it for? Sister? Su Yishuan's eyes widened instantly. Chen Nan almost banged his head against the wall. He felt dizzy. How could he speak out what was in his heart? Chapter for lively little beauty. Chen Nan saw that things were not going well and quickly changed his words. No, I mean how long will it take me to do this job? Once you find your junior sister, you can leave at any time if you want. I will never restrict you. Su Yishuan was a little excited. Chen Nan agreed to the job, and she would not have to worry about her sister's safety in the future. Do I get paid? Chen Nan was quite concerned about this issue. After all, he couldn't even afford to eat now. Of course. Su Yishuan smiled and said, is a monthly salary of 10,000 enough? 10,000. Chen Nan was so excited that he almost jumped up. This beautiful lady was so generous and much more reliable than that old master. Su Yishuan thought it was too little, so she quickly changed the subject and said, how about 20,000? 20,000. Chen Nan was finding it difficult to remain calm, but luckily they were in a private room in the restaurant so they would not affect others. Then you name the price. Su Yishuan thought he was going to ask for a high price. She had already made up her mind that no matter how much it cost, she would ask Chen Nan, the guardian angel, to help her protect her sister. Sister Yishuan, what I mean is that you gave too much. Chen Nan was somewhat helpless. He cheated everyone, but he couldn't bear to cheat a beautiful woman, let alone a beautiful woman whose body he had seen. Su Yishuan cursed herself in her heart for judging others by her own standards. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. If you don't mind, then 20,000 will do. Chen Nan didn't object. After all, Su Yishuan didn't seem to be someone who was short of money, so taking 20,000 yuan wouldn't be considered cheating her. After dinner, the two went back to Su Yishuan's home together. This is a luxurious villa, and the decoration inside can only be described as luxurious. You can live here from now on. Su Yishuan smiled, then looked upstairs and shouted, Qing, come down quickly. Sister, you're finally back. I thought you were missing. A bell-like laughter came from upstairs, which made Chen Nan's heart move. Their voice was so beautiful. Is this her sister? Just as Chen Nan was thinking about it, the sound of bang 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 footsteps came from the stairs, and a beautiful girl about 18 years old rushed down. She had a lovely smile on her face and her two dimples were particularly charming. She was obviously a lively and active girl. Beauty, what a stunning beauty! Watching Su Qingqing running down, Chen Nan couldn't help swallowing, but what puzzled him was, what was this little beauty holding in her hand? Sister, you are so stupid. What kind of crap did you buy? I won't wear it. The girl waved something in her hand and spoke to Su Yishuan. But halfway through her words, she suddenly noticed a man standing in their hall. She screamed in fright, stepped on empty air, and sat down on the staircase, dropping the thing in her hand. Ouch, my butt hurts so much. For a moment, the beautiful girl and Su Yishuan held their breath and were stunned. Su Yixuan's face turned red and she glared at Chen Nan fiercely. The two sisters were stunned. Don't know each other? Then they all breathed a sigh of relief. It was better that they didn't know each other. It would be too embarrassing if they knew each other. It's just a little thing, it has no name. Su Yixuan said this with a flushed face, then hurriedly snatched the thing and stuffed it into her pocket. Chen Nan scratched his head, looking confused. Su Qingqing ran over quickly and pointed at Chen Nan and said, "Sister, where did this thing come from? How did it appear in my house?" Su Yixuan laughed and scolded, "You silly girl, don't be rude. My name is Chen Nan, and I'm your sister's savior." Su Qingqing got anxious when she heard this, and pulled Su Yixuan to look up and down. "Are you in danger? Are you injured?" Thinking about what happened last night, Su Yixuan still felt a little nervous. Seeing her sister was so worried about her, she felt warm in her heart and shook her head and said, "It's okay." Su Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, then her eyes rolled. She seemed to have thought of something, blinked with a sly smile on her face, like a little witch, and said, "Sister, a hero saves a beauty. This thing can't be my brother-in-law, right? What are you thinking?" Su Yixuan smiled helplessly. "There are many people who want to harm us sisters now. He is here to help protect you." Then he looked at Chen Nan and introduced, "This is my sister, Su Qingqing. She is truly stunningly beautiful." Chen Nan said with a smile, "You really have good vision. Just because of what you said, I treat you as my brother." Su Qingqing smiled mischievously, then frowned and said, "However, I, Su Qingqing, have unparalleled martial arts skills and do not need anyone's protection, he. Su Yixuan rolled her eyes at her and said, "How dare you brag about your mediocre skills?" Su Qingqing glanced at Chen Nan with a smile, then suddenly rushed forward and punched him in the forehead. Damn, a sneak attack. Chen Nan despised Su Qingqing fiercely in his heart, but his face remained calm. When Su Qingqing rushed to him, he stretched out his left hand and grabbed the white and tender fist, and said with a smile, "Sister, you need to use the strength of your waist and legs to punch. It won't work just by relying on arm strength. I know it. I don't need you to teach me." Su Qingqing struggled hard, trying to retract his fist, but Chen Nan's hand was like an iron claw and he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. After struggling for a long time in vain, Su Qingqing was so angry that she gritted her teeth, and instead of retreating, she kicked Chen Nan in the head with a side kick. This girl really had some skills, and she kicked very well, with her legs spread a full 170 degrees. However, Chen Nan just raised his hand and easily grabbed her ankle. Chapter 5: Shopping with Su Qingqing. After enjoying the view for a while, Chen Nan quickly let go and looked away. If he continued looking, he would have a nosebleed. Su Qingqing didn't notice anything wrong at all, because the only thought in her mind at the moment was, "I found a treasure, Chen Nan is a treasure. This guy is not only pure, but also so powerful, it must be fun." Su Yixuan came over and said with a smile, "Are you convinced?" "I give in." Su Qingqing nodded with a smile, looking at Chen Nan with a gleam in her eyes, her heart already filled with joy. Su Yixuan smiled bitterly and shook her head, feeling helpless towards her sister. "Chen Nan will live here from now on. You can go with him to buy some daily necessities. I have things to take care of, so I won't go with you." "Okay, no problem," Su Qingqing said proudly, then grabbed Chen Nan's hand and ran out. "Brother Chuanjie, let's go." "Pure brother?" Hearing this address, Chen Nan felt helpless. Is he pure? He is hopelessly evil. Although he felt very comfortable being held by Su Qingqing's soft little hand, Chen Nan felt helpless. He didn't have a penny on him. What was he going to buy? It would be embarrassing. "Well, sister, I don't need to buy anything. Let's just go home." "What girl? Just call me Qingqing." Su Qingqing blinked and looked at Chen Nan in confusion. "I already have the daily necessities at home, so I don't need to buy any. But I see you don't have much luggage, so you have to buy some clothes to change into, right? This. I'll go another day." Before Chen Nan could finish his words, Su Qingqing pulled him forward and said, "Why do we have to do it another day? It's so hot now. What are you going to wear after taking a shower tonight?" Chen Nan was speechless. He also wanted to buy it, but he couldn't ask a little girl like her to borrow money. After hesitating for a long time, Chen Nan gritted his teeth and made a decision. After all, he had already lost face by not having food to eat before, so what harm would it do to lose face again? Ching Ching, do you have any money? Lend me 500. Su Ching Ching was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Har har, you are so funny. I'm so poor, and you still want to have fun? I'm kidding your sister. Chen Nan cursed in his heart, but his face looked helpless. Holding the 500 yuan that Su Ching Ching handed over, Chen Nan instantly felt confident, but when he walked into a specialty store, he was hit again. The things here are too damn expensive. Any piece of clothing costs hundreds or even thousands of yuan. These 500 yuan are probably not enough to fill their teeth. It's so dark, it must be a dishonest businessman. Chen Nan turned around and was about to go somewhere else, but was stopped by Su Ching Ching. Brother Chuanjia, what are you doing? Aren't the clothes here good? I think this one is good, go and try it. Chen Nan took the clothes, looked at them, and then threw them aside. I don't like this. The clothes are indeed nice, but the problem is that he can't afford them. Su Ching Ching pouted and pushed Chen Nan towards the fitting room. I feel pretty good. Go try it on. All right. Chen Nan walked into the fitting room reluctantly. A minute later, Chen Nan came out after changing his clothes. For a moment, the world was shocked. Even Su Ching Ching looked at Chen Nan stupidly, stunned, and it took a long time for her to come back to her senses. The difference before and after changing clothes was too big. Hee, I didn't realize you're so handsome. Su Ching Ching reached out and patted Chen Nan on the chest, blinked and said with a smile. Chen Nan chuckled and scratched his head. Do I have good taste? Hee, I've already paid, so just consider it as a gift to you. Let's go. Patting Chen Nan on the shoulder, Su Ching Ching smiled with some pride, then pulled him out. Give it to me. I don't have to return it. Chen Nan's face was full of surprise. Su Ching Ching was completely speechless. He was so happy without having to pay back the money. Does this guy still have any ambition as a man? Of course you don't have to pay it back. By the way, what's your cell phone number, Chuanjia? Hey, I don't have a cell phone. Su Ching Ching suddenly felt that this guy seemed to have nothing but martial arts skills. Then let's go to the mobile phone store. Chen Yi was planning to buy a mobile phone, so he agreed. Not long after, the two came to a mobile phone store. Holding a 5-inch mobile phone in his hand, Chen Nan felt that it had a good weight. Maybe he could use it as a brick when he was in an emergency. Can this phone hit people? Chen Nan looked at the shopping guide and asked. The salesgirl was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. Sir, you can't hit anyone with this, it will break. Then is there a cell phone that can be used to hit people? Chen Nan asked. He really wanted to buy a mobile phone that could be used as a weapon as well as a phone call. This made Su Ching Ching next to him very puzzled. Could this guy have a violent tendency? Otherwise, why would he hit someone with his mobile phone? I'm sorry, sir, we don't have any cell phones that can be used to hit people. The salesgirl was helpless. Chen Nan sighed, looked at the counter for a while, and finally picked up a 5-inch mobile phone in his hand, tossed it up and down, and felt that the weight was okay. At worst, he would just throw it away if it hit someone. Chen Nan's action frightened the salesgirl beside him. She thought he was going to throw it, so she hurriedly said, Sir, you can't throw this at people. I didn't say I was going to hit anyone. Chen Nan said helplessly, How much is this thing? Sir, this one is 3,608. Chen Nan didn't say anything, just threw the phone on the counter and turned away. He didn't expect that the phone was so expensive, and the 500 yuan he had on him was not enough to pay for it. The salesgirl was stunned and thought, I didn't say anything wrong, why was he so angry? Hey, where are you going? Su Ching Ching shouted from behind. I'm hungry, let me eat something. Are you hungry? Su Ching Ching frowned, and then realized that this guy didn't have that much money. She turned her head and looked at the salesgirl. I want this phone, and give me a number card. The salesgirl was stunned. Men buy things and women pay? Is this world messed up? He actually needs his girlfriend to support him. This man is too cowardly. Chapter 6 The Smiling Witch. By the time Su Ching Ching paid the bill and chased out, Chen Nan had disappeared. After searching for a long time nearby, Su Ching Ching finally saw Chen Nan, but what made her speechless was that the guy was actually eating noodles in a noodle shop. Is he really hungry? Su Ching Ching ran into the noodle shop. Didn't you just eat when you came back with my sister? Yes, but I'm not full and I'm hungry again, Chen Nan said while eating. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes, sat down next to him, took out the phone she had just bought, and said with a smile, "This phone is for you. I'm not ashamed to give you a mobile phone after giving you clothes." Chen Nan said this, but he had already shamelessly taken the phone. He then threw the chopsticks on the table, replaced the card, and turned on the phone. Looking at the chopsticks on the table, Su Qingqing was completely speechless. Is this guy really hungry? By the time the two of them finished shopping and returned home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Su Yixuan was sitting in the hall watching TV. When she saw Chen Nan coming back, she smiled and handed him some information, saying, "Your admission procedures have been completed. Just go and report to your class teacher tomorrow." Chen Nan nodded, "No problem. As for your junior sister, I have asked someone to do it." He promised to get the information of all the people named Jie in the city within a week. Su Yixuan hesitated for a while before speaking. As a friend, she hoped that Chen Nan could find the junior sister, but as a boss, she hoped that Chen Nan could not find her, because if he did, Chen Nan might leave. 8 years have passed, and Chen Nan doesn't mind waiting one more week. After all, there is no better way. The next morning, Chen Nan and Su Qingqing came to school. Yutong Middle School is a private joint-stock middle school and one of the best middle schools in Ningjiang City. The campus is elegant and quiet, and the environment is very good. After arriving at the bottom of the senior high school building, Su Qingqing said, "Brother Chuanjie, this is it. Our class is on the 4th floor. Just go to the office on the 4th floor to report to the class teacher. I have to go to the senior high school to do something now." "No problem." After watching Su Qingqing leave, Chen Nan glanced at the staircase and then rushed up. According to Su Qingqing, this head teacher is also a great beauty. I must take a closer look later to see if it is true, as she said, better than Wang Zhaojun, and pissing off Yang Guifei to death. Chen Nan thought excitedly, and his steps up the stairs became faster and faster. But just when he reached the 3rd floor and was about to turn the corner, "R!" A woman's scream was heard. "Chen! R! What are you doing?" The sudden scream frightened Chen Nan so much that he trembled all over. He saw a stunning beauty standing in front of him with a red face, staring at him with anger. While secretly admiring the beauty, Chen Nan scratched his head and said, "Sorry, I walked too fast." The beauty was originally full of anger after the collision, but after hearing Chen Nan's apology, the anger in her heart gradually subsided. She shook her head and said, "It's okay." Then she turned around and prepared to go downstairs. "Wait a moment." Seeing the beauty was about to leave, Chen Nan hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, which office is teacher Lan Yuqin's?" Hearing Chen Nan's words, the beauty frowned, turned around and asked doubtfully, "I am Lan Yuqin, are you looking for me?" Chen Nan felt his feet go weak and he almost fell to the ground. "What a sin! I just came to school." When he heard that it was the head teacher, Chen Nan's eyes immediately became honest. "Hello, teacher, I am the new teacher, Chen Nan." Lan Yuqin was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on her face. She looked beautiful when she smiled, but Chen Nan felt a little uneasy and uncomfortable, as if he was Little Red Riding Hood and Lan Yuqin was the wolf grandmother. "You are Chen Nan. Hello. The principal has already told me about you. Come with me to the office," Lan Yuqin said with a smile, then turned and walked upstairs. Lan Yuqin is tall, and even with high heels she is not much shorter than Chen Nan. Her beautiful legs are long and straight. In fact, Chen Nan is really vulgar. After arriving at the office, Lan Yuqin always had a faint smile on her face, which made Chen Nan a little suspicious. Was he too guilty? Maybe the beautiful teacher didn't take the matter to heart. If Chen Nan knew that Lan Yuqin had a nickname called Smiling Witch in the class, he would probably not be so relaxed now. After looking at Chen Nan's admission documents, Lan Yuqin signed what needed to be signed and then said, "The principal told me that your previous grades were very good. After you come here, you must continue to work hard and reach a higher level." Excellent grades. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment. When did he become excellent? How come he didn't know this? "Teacher, rest assured, I will never bring shame to our class." Lan Yuqin nodded, stood up and said, "Come on, I'll take you to the classroom." Chen Nan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was indeed a beautiful teacher. She was broad-minded and did not target him because of the incident. Of course, Chen Nan dared to swear that he did not catch her on purpose. His heart was absolutely pure, purer than pure milk. It was morning self-study time. After Chen Nan came to the classroom and introduced himself, Lan Yuqin pointed to the empty seat in the second group of 3 and said, "A classmate in our class just transferred to another school. You can sit there first." "Thank you, teacher." Chen Nan said this with a simple and honest face, wanting to tell Lan Yuqin with his actions that it was not his intention. If Chen Nan knew that Lan Yuqin already had dozens of ways to take revenge in her mind, I wonder how he would feel. Maybe, he would get furious and point his finger at Lan Yuqin's nose and call her a smiling witch. Chapter 7 Lessons. Chen Nan came to his seat and sat down, and Lan Yuqin also walked out of the classroom. Glancing at the seat next to her, her deskmate hadn't arrived yet. Out of curiosity, Chen Nan flipped open her book and saw 3 beautiful little characters written on it: Su Qingqing. "I'm actually sitting at the same table with this girl?" Chen Nan was happy. It was indeed the only way to provide close protection. At this moment, Chen Nan couldn't help but frown, and found that a burly boy behind him was walking towards him with a sneer. "Hey, kid, you can sit here, but if you dare to hit on Su Qingqing, I will make you regret coming to class 9. Chen Nan simply ignored him as if he was an idiot. When the burly man saw that the other party ignored him, his face suddenly turned cold and he shouted, "How dare you ignore me? Do you know who I am? I don't give a fuck who you are, you psycho, go fuck yourself." Chen Nan shook his hands and never looked at him. The burly man suddenly became angry and yelled, "Fuck you." Then he raised his fist to challenge Chen Nan, but at this moment, a girl in the second seat of Group 5 stood up. "Xiaojiji, stop it. The sound is as clear and pleasant as a silver bell, or as if it were the chirping of an oriole, which makes people happy both physically and mentally." There was only one seat between this girl and Chen Nan, where Su Qingqing sat today. Chen Nan turned around and was immediately attracted. She had an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and 2 watery eyes that seemed to speak, which made her particularly charming. Her long black hair was draped behind her, and she looked like a beauty from a painting, pure and elegant. At this moment, she frowned slightly and stared at Xiaojiji. Only now did Chen Nan realize that there was such a stunning beauty in this classroom. Xiaojiji rubbed his fists, glanced at Chen Nan coldly, and said, "I'll give the squad leader a favor today, but you little bastard, remember, Su Qingqing is mine, you are not allowed to even talk to her, otherwise I will break your legs." After that, he walked away with an arrogant look on his face. Ignoring Xiaojiji, Chen Nan looked at the beauty next to him and said with a smile, "Thank you, squad leader. You're welcome." She smiled faintly, as beautiful as a blooming peach blossom. Then she turned her head and continued reading. After staring at her for several seconds, Chen Nan finally came back to his senses. Looking at her charming smile, Chen Nan had a sense of déjà vu, and the shadow of the junior sister appeared in his mind. Shaking his head, Chen Nan looked towards the beautiful girl, only to see 3 words written on the cover of her exercise book: Wuxinya. Why does her smile remind me of my junior sister? Chen Nan was puzzled, and couldn't help but think of Sister Qi. At this moment, Su Qingqing's laughter came to his ears. "Brother Chuanjie, why are you being so stupid?" Sitting down in the seat, Su Qingqing blinked and looked at him with curiosity. Chen Nan came back to his senses, smiled and shook his head. "It's okay, I just feel that there are so many strange things in this world, and there is actually someone named Xiao JJ." Su Qingqing chuckled, not shy at all, and said, "There are many talented people in our class, and there are even better ones. By the way, how do you know there's someone called Xiaojiji? He just threatened me and told me not to talk to you." Su Qingqing shrugged her little nose, rubbed her fists, and said with a puffed mouth, "I have been annoyed with him for a long time, why don't you beat him up?" "Because the monitor." Chen Nan had just finished speaking when he heard a whoosh sound from behind. A book flew from behind and hit Chen Nan's head. Then, Xiaojiji cursed loudly, "Fuck you, you think my words are bullshit." Chen Nan didn't even turn his head, he just grabbed the book that was flying towards him, and then with a hiss, he tore the whole book into pieces, crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the trash can. Everyone in the class was dumbfounded. This newcomer was too arrogant. He even dared to tear up Xiaojiji's book. "Fuck!" A loud curse came from behind, and 2 young men in avant-garde clothes suddenly stood up. It was Xiaojiji and his best friend, Tian Piyan. Both of them have the same excellent name. Xiaojiji clenched his fists with anger on his face, glanced at the young man next to him, and said coldly, "Pai Yang, come with me." Then he rushed over and punched Chen Nan on the back of the head. Chen Nan stood up slowly. All the classmates thought he was going to fight back, but unexpectedly, this guy did not move and let Xiao Zhi's fist hit him. Bang! A solid punch hit Chen Nan's back of the head. The next moment, a shrill scream was heard. Ooh! As the whole class stared in astonishment, Xiao Zhi jumped up and down on the ground, covering his fist and screaming in pain. Fuck! It hurts so much, you dare to cheat me, you little bastard! Xiao Zhi kept jumping around in the classroom, grimacing in pain and sweating. He never dreamed that his fists could not beat Chen Nan's head. Their whole class looked at it stupidly, each one of them was dumbfounded. Brother Ji, are you okay? Tian Piyan, who was following behind, felt a little puzzled. Xiao Zhi punched Chen Nan on the head, but how come Chen Nan was fine, but Xiao Zhi was in so much pain? Could it be that this transfer student knew some magic? Xiao Zhi took a deep breath and finally calmed down. Don't hit this bastard's head, hit him somewhere else. Xiao Zhi yelled, raising his fist and rushing towards Chen Nan again. Xiao Zhi, Tian Piyan, stop it. Squad leader Hu Xinyer wanted to stop them, but those two guys were so eager for revenge that they would never listen to her. Seeing the two of them rushing over, Chen Nan showed a sneer on his face, intending to beat them up, but at this moment, he saw the head teacher appear outside the classroom from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, Chen Nan's eyes lit up and a plan came to his mind. Using internal Qigong, Chen Nan still did not fight back and let the two of them punch him. Snap! The moment the bare fist hit Chen Nan's chest, the internal energy in Chen Nan's body gushed out instantly, causing both men's arms to go numb, and their fists felt like they were cracked, with excruciating pain. At the same time, the head teacher Lan Yuqin had already rushed to the classroom door and shouted, "Stop it, both of you!" The two guys were shocked and retreated several meters away. They covered their fists and sweated profusely. They were shaking in pain and screaming. They kept jumping on the ground, standing up and squatting down. No matter what they did, they were in unbearable pain and looked very funny. The bones in their hands had been cracked by Chen Nan's internal energy, real internal injuries. Seeing these two jumping around and looking quite cute, all the classmates were dumbfounded. Why were they dancing? Chen Nan sneered in his heart, but on the surface he looked in pain, covering his chest and crying out in pain, it hurts so much, my bones are broken, my heart is shattered, I can't live anymore." Lan Yuqin was shocked to see that Chen Nan seemed to be seriously injured. She asked hurriedly, "Are you seriously injured? Let's go to the school clinic first." Chen Nan's face was full of pain. He lay on the table and said, "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I will rest for a while and see how the situation is. But, please, teacher, you must severely punish these two. They bullied me because I'm new. Ouch, it hurts." After saying that, he did not forget to rub his chest. Bullying new classmates. That's unacceptable. Lan Yuqin's face turned ugly. Chapter 8, Junior Sister in Dream. Rest for a while. If you don't feel better soon, the teacher will send you to the hospital. Lan Yuqin said to Chen Nan, then looked at the two bullies squatting on the ground and said angrily, "Xiao Zhi, Tian Piyan, are you two still students? You only know how to bully your classmates every other day, and even collect protection fees. What do you think of school?" The two guys grimaced in pain and were shaking all over. "Teacher, I didn't receive any protection money. It was really he who beat us." Xiao Zhi defended himself as he trembled with pain. Tian Piyan, who was standing by, also said hurriedly, "Yes, teacher, it was he really hit us. Both of our hands were broken by him. Do you think I'm blind?" Lan Yuqin glared at the two of them, really annoyed. "I saw it clearly from outside. It was obviously you who bullied the new student here, and he didn't even fight back. How dare you say that he hit you? Come on, let's go to the office and talk." After saying that, she turned around and walked out of the classroom. Xiao Zhi and Chen Paiyang glared at Chen Nan with vicious eyes, then covered their hands and walked out. As soon as their head teacher and the two bullies left, the classroom instantly became boiling. Many people gave Chen Nan the thumbs up. Their admiration for him was truly like the endless flow of the Yangtze River or the unstoppable flooding of the Yellow River. He was able to beat those two bullies like this without any physical effort. This is a talent, a real talent. Unlike everyone else, squad leader Huashinyar was frowning at the moment, muttering in a voice that only she could hear, "Who is he? How can he know internal Qigong? Brother Chuanjia, why is your head so hard?" Su Qingqing was also curious and touched Chen Nan's head, but to her disappointment, Chen Nan's head was also warm and his skin was soft. There was no difference. Chen Nan grinned, "Hey, I've practiced Iron Head Kung Fu." If Xiaojiji and the others heard this, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood, and point at Chen Nan's nose and curse his ancestors for not telling him earlier that he had practiced the Iron Head Kung Fu. Chen Nan added, "The main reason is that they are too weak. Beating people is like tickling." Su Qingqing was immediately stimulated. Xiaojiji was 1.8 meters tall and weighed 150 kilograms. How could he be considered weak? Was it just a tickle? Then the punches and kicks she used to test Chen Nan's strength at home yesterday were not even considered tickles. Su Qingqing spent a morning self-study session in depression. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the first class and a middle-aged, fat teacher walked into the classroom. After that, Su Qingqing listened with great interest, but Chen Nan felt extremely bored. The class was really too boring. After listening for 5 minutes, Chen Nan couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep on the table. The teacher was lecturing with saliva flying all over the place, while Chen Nan was talking about life with his junior sister in his dream. This function should be solved like this. The teacher at the podium was very confident in his teaching level. Looking at the expectant eyes of many students below, he felt a great sense of satisfaction in his heart. But just as he was about to continue speaking, "Junior sister, just obey me." Chen Nan's voice in a dream. In the quiet classroom, these words were like a bolt of thunder. All the students turned their heads and saw Chen Nan lying on the table with a silly smile on his face. After a brief silence, the students burst into laughter. "Damn, this guy is not sick. No wonder he dared to go against Xiaojiji, he turned out to be a fool. You are still a little junior sister, why don't you say, 'Master, just follow me'?" Har har. Their whole class seemed to be tickled with laughter, and they were bent over with laughter. As for the teacher on the podium, his face was livid, and he stared at Chen Nan fiercely, puffing his beard and glaring at him angrily. Su Qingqing standing by was also speechless. It was so embarrassing to sit with such an idiot. "Silly boy, wake up." Su Qingqing pushed Chen Nan and shouted helplessly. Chen Nan opened his eyes dazedly and was finally woken up. "Silly boy, you're done." Su Qingqing showed an expression that said, "May the best of luck to you," and smiled smugly. Looking at her gloating expression, Chen Nan felt helpless. This girl was so unfair. "What's your name, new guy?" Math teacher Zhang Daxin glared at Chen Nan and slapped him hard on the desk with a pointer, wishing he could slap him to death. Not only did this guy sleep in his class, but he also talked in his sleep. He totally ignored his teacher. In fact, Chen Nan really didn't take him seriously. Looking at the teacher on the podium, Chen Nan seemed not to have heard anything. He turned his head and looked out the window. "You?" Zhang Daxin was so angry that he almost jumped up and down. The student dared to ignore him after he made a mistake in class. He had never seen such a student in all his years of teaching. The other students in the class were also stunned, looking at Chen Nan in disbelief, and secretly gave him a thumbs up. In the eyes of most students, this is simply a role model, and a benchmark. Group 3, the second one, stand up. Zhang Daxin glared and roared, "Why didn't you agree when I told you to?" Chen Nan stood up hurriedly, looking puzzled. "No. Teacher, you just called me newcomer, and my name is not newcomer, so why should I agree?" When these words were spoken, the classmates in the class almost laughed out loud. Zhang Daxin was so angry that his face turned blue. He grabbed the teaching stick and slapped Chen Nan hard on the desk a few times, pointing at him and shouting angrily, "Get out. You stand here as punishment." When Chen Nan heard this, his face was filled with surprise and he shouted, "Thank you, teacher." Then he rushed out of the classroom and ran away. "Who told you to run? Stop right there, stop." Zhang Daxin yelled and chased after him, but Chen Nan pretended not to hear him and completely ignored him. "I am finally free." Chen Nan ran out of the classroom and prepared to go downstairs. However, just as he turned the corner and reached the staircase, he felt a gust of fragrant wind coming towards him. He looked up and saw his head teacher Lan Yuqin walking up to him. Chapter 9. What a ripoff. I thought I was free, but unexpectedly I ran into Lan Yuqin. Chen Nan cried out in his heart and quickly turned around and ran away. Chen Nan, why are you here if you're not going to class? Stop right there. Lan Yuqin shouted from behind. Chen Nan stopped obediently. Because Zhang Daxin from the classroom had also chased after him, and now he was caught in a dilemma, with wolves in front and tigers behind. When Zhang Daxin came over and saw Lan Yuqin, he hurriedly exaggerated Chen Nan's crimes and asked her to discipline him strictly. Finally, he turned around and went back to class. Lan Yuqin glanced at Chen Nan and felt extremely depressed. Sleeping in class, standing in the corner and running away. Is this the top-notch student who abides by the rules and has excellent grades that the principal said he would do? This is such a rip-off, such a rip-off. Come with me to the office. Lan Yuqin said. Chen Nan had no choice but to follow in. You slept in class and talked in your sleep. The teacher asked you to stand in the corner as punishment, but you just ran away. Chen Nan, you are really guilty of a heinous crime. Lan Yuqin said, looking at Chen Nan with a smile. Chen Nan thought evilly in his heart, but when he looked up and saw Lan Yuqin's smiling face, he suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body and subconsciously took a step back. Lan. Teacher Lan, everything can be discussed, but, can you please stop looking at me like that? Lan Yuqin's smile deepened, and her eyes narrowed slightly. What? Are you feeling guilty? That's not the case, it's just. Teacher, when you look at me like that, I'm shy and thin-skinned. Chen Nan said, secretly glancing at Lan Yuqin. Lan Yuqin had no idea, and didn't notice that Chen Nan's eyes were not right. She frowned slightly and said, shy. Do you think that the teacher has some bad intentions towards you? Looking inside Lan Yuqin's collar, Chen Nan muttered subconsciously. Lan Yuqin was stunned for a moment. What did you say? Chen Nan dared to think but not to speak, and hurriedly shook his head and smiled. No. Nothing, I mean. Teacher, you are role model, with noble character, beautiful and generous, dignified and virtuous. You are definitely a good citizen of society and a good comrade of the party. How could such a good teacher like you have any evil thoughts about a student like me? That's about right. Lan Yuqin nodded with satisfaction, then raised her brows and said, since you've performed well, I won't punish you more severely. Copy the school rules 100 times and hand them in to me tomorrow. What? 100 times? Chen Nan's eyes widened, and he felt like cursing. It turned out that women are the most vicious. She actually asked me to copy it 100 times, 100 times. Insidious and cunning. Taking revenge for personal gain. Smiling witch. Chen Nan was extremely upset, but he could only smile. Teacher Lan, this is my first offense, can we discuss this 100 times? Discuss? Okay, then you copy it 200 times and hand it to me tomorrow. If you miss a word, I will punish you by making you write it another 100 times. Lan Yuqin said with a faint smile. Then I won't discuss it. Lan Yuqin was very proud and excited. It was like she had earned some interest. Let's go back to class. Chen Nan said goodbye and walked out. However, after walking less than 5 steps, Chen Nan stopped again. After gritting his teeth, Chen Nan turned around and said, Teacher Lan, I have something else to tell you. Lan Yuqin sat at her desk, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. What's the matter? Tell me. This. Chen Nan scratched his head. Teacher, this question is a bit serious. I will only dare to speak out if you pardon me first. Lan Yuqin was stunned for a moment. Just tell me. As long as you don't violate the rules, the teacher will definitely not blame you. This. Teacher Lan, the seriousness of this matter has exceeded your expectations. If you don't forgive me first, I really dare not say it. Looking at the white and tender skin in her collar, Chen Nan was reluctant to retract his gaze. Lan Yuqin was a little puzzled. What on earth was going on? Why was it so mysterious? Okay, I absolve you of all guilt. Speak. Teacher, I must first clarify that I really didn't see anything. I just discovered it accidentally. Please don't blame me. Chen Nan smiled and pointed at her, saying, Teacher. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Nan turned around and ran. Chapter 10 Su Qingqing's Request. After walking out of the office, Chen Nan just walked outside the classroom and found a fat man standing outside the door, who seemed to be standing as punishment. As soon as he saw Chen Nan coming over, the fat man's eyes lit up, as if he had seen his idol, and he said excitedly, Master, you are awesome, I admire you so much. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment. What? Master? Yes, you are my master. The fat man said excitedly, everyone else in the class thinks you are a fool, so you dare to go against Xiaojiji, but I think you must be a skilled and courageous person. He, just accept me as your apprentice. Idiot? Bullshit. Chen Nan glared, who the hell said I'm a fool? I'm so handsome, do I look like a fool? The fat man looked helpless, except for me, everyone else says you are stupid. A bunch of blind people. Chen Nan cursed and asked casually, how did you get punished to stand? I have too much fat on my face and my eyes are too small to open them. The teacher insisted that I was sleeping. The fat man said helplessly. Is this possible? Chen Nan looked at the fat man's narrow eyes and felt helpless. It's because I'm too fat. My eyes are covered by my fat. The fat man sighed and said, actually, when I was a kid, my eyes were really big and I was really handsome. People said I looked like Andy Lau. Do you dare to blow it louder? The fat man scratched his head and said, I was wrong. Actually, I was more handsome than Andy Lau when I was a kid. Chen Nan was completely speechless. He never thought that there was someone in the world who was thicker skinned than him. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. He frowned and took a look, and it turned out to be Su Qingqing. Chen Nan glanced through their window into the classroom, but didn't see Su Qingqing, so he answered the phone. Qingqing, where have you been? Su Qingqing did not answer, but said in an awkward tone, silly boy, where are you? Outside the classroom. I'm in the toilet. Su Qingqing seemed a little hesitant, and after a long while she said, silly boy, I accidentally dropped that into the toilet, go to the supermarket and buy me a pack. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment. That? What is that? That is. Su Qingqing felt a little embarrassed to say it. She just remembered that Chen Nan didn't even know what a thong was. If she didn't explain it clearly, he would definitely not understand. Su Qingqing gritted her teeth and said, it's the one that we girls use. Chen Nan was still confused. What on earth is that? Su Qingqing wanted to cry but had no tears. If other students were not still in class, she would never have called Chen Nan about this matter. You are such a fool. It's just the sanitary napkin. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why did you have to say that? How would I know which one it was? Chen Nan sighed, feeling helpless. Ever since he made a fool of himself in class just now, Su Qingqing's way of addressing him changed from pure brother to silly boy, which made him feel very unhappy. Su Qingqing in the bathroom was speechless. Although she was a little bit willful, she was a girl after all. How could she have the nerve to say such things directly? Just go and come back quickly, and buy the small packages. No problem. Chen Nan hung up the phone. Before he could turn around, the fat man next to him asked hurriedly, Master, who is Qingqing you are talking about? Could she be the campus beauty of Suqiao University? It's Su Qingqing, what's wrong? The fat man drooled all over the floor and said excitedly, she actually called you on her own initiative. Master, you are worthy of being my idol, so awesome. Why did she call you? I'm so handsome, of course you want to pursue me. Chen Nan said. The fat man almost fell to the ground, looking at Chen Nan in disbelief, scratching his ears and saying, did I hear correctly? Su Qingqing wants to pursue you. That's right. She just called me and wanted to ask me out for lunch. I didn't agree, but I guess she will ask me out again later. Chen Nan said lightly, not blushing at all. The fat man was stunned, staring at Chen Nan stupidly, and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Su Qingqing was the most popular girl in the school. There were at least 800 boys who wanted to pursue her, but all of them ended in failure. And now, Su Qingqing wanted to pursue Chen Nan? And Chen Nan hadn't agreed yet. The fat guy felt that this world was too outrageous and Chen Nan deserved to be struck by lightning. How could he let go of such a stunning beauty who had made an appointment to have dinner with him? Master, you are worse than a beast. The fat man muttered something, but when he looked up, he found that Chen Nan was already 10 meters away. When approaching the door of the teacher's office, Chen Nan suddenly stopped. Lan Yuqin was in the office now, and it was not easy to slip past her. After taking a deep breath, Chen Nan took a big step and rushed over quickly. However, the moment he rushed over, Chen Nan, where are you going if you're not in class? Stop right there. Stop right there. Lan Yuqin in the office quickly stood up and ran after him. Chapter 11, Encountering Wuxinya. Hearing Lan Yuqin's voice coming from behind, Chen Nan hurriedly quickened his pace and rushed downstairs. I thought she would give up after chasing him for a while, but what made Chen Nan speechless was that Lan Yuqin actually chased him from the 4th floor to the 1st floor, and kept pursuing him, as if she would not stop until he died. Little bastard! Hurry and go back to class. Stop right there. Lan Yuqin shouted from behind, but Chen Nan ran faster and faster. Finally, she saw Chen Nan hiding behind a big tree, but when she ran over to take a look, there was no figure behind the tree, not even a hair. You little bastard, I won't let you go unless you never come back to the classroom again. Lan Yuqin gritted her teeth, stomped her foot on the ground in annoyance, then turned and walked towards the senior high school building. At this moment, Chen Nan was already 200 or 300 meters away. After all, he had practiced Qigong, so if he really ran, it would be easy for him to get rid of Lan Yuqin. However, what made Chen Nan depressed was that although he heard that there was a supermarket in the school, he didn't know the exact location. And now it was class time, there was no one around, and it was difficult to find someone to ask. Chen Nan took out a cigarette, lit it, and started looking around with his eyes wide open. 5 minutes later, the bell rang, but Chen Nan was still looking around. Finally, he had to ask a classmate and finally found this small supermarket in the school. Since the get out of class was just over, there were not many people in the supermarket, so Chen Nan rushed in as fast as he could. After all, it was really embarrassing for a grown man to go buy sanitary napkins, so it was better to avoid being seen by others. Chen Nan quickly came to the area selling women's products and was about to grab a bag and leave, but at this time Su Qingqing called. My lady, what are you doing? Looking at the bags of magical tools on the shelves, Chen Nan suddenly felt like a thief. You idiot, did you buy it? Get out of class is over now. Su Qingqing said depressedly. Almost there, I'm already at the supermarket. By the way, what type do you want? Anything with super elasticity for deep sleep, or something with wings. Chen Nan didn't finish his words, because he looked up inadvertently and found a stunning beauty standing opposite the shelf, looking at him stupidly. She has an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and 2 watery eyes that seem to speak, which are extremely charming. Her skin is as white, smooth, and as soft as jade, and with her long, smooth hair, the whole person can only be described in 4 words, that is, she is stunningly beautiful. Looking at Wuxinya opposite him, Chen Nan had the urge to bang his head against the wall. This person was so unlucky that even drinking cold water would get stuck in his teeth. In this situation, why did he meet her? Class monitor, you also come to buy hygiene. Chen Nan quickly stopped talking at the last word, cursing himself for being so hot-headed. How could he say such a thing? Unfortunately, before Chen Nan could react, Wuxinya quickly took a small bag and ran to check out, looking a bit like she was running away. She had come to buy things because there were few people in the supermarket after class, but she didn't expect to run into Chen Nan. In Wuxinya's mind, Chen Nan is undoubtedly a top pervert. A man who goes to the supermarket to study sanitary napkins is not a pervert, what else can he be? Recalling the strange look in Wuxinya's eyes when she turned around, Chen Nan wanted to cry but had no tears. It was a pity that his fame was ruined by this small pack of sanitary napkins. It was shameful, so damn shameful. Chen Nan was too lazy to ask Su Qingqing which one she wanted. He just grabbed a bag and ran to pay. He only has this kind of face, and he has already been humiliated just now. If he meets other acquaintances later, he will have no chance to stay in school anymore. Under the strange look of the cashier, Chen Nan paid the bill and hurriedly fled the supermarket. After returning to the teaching building, Chen Nan called Su Qingqing. Silly boy, it's time for get out of class to end. There are too many people in the restroom, so it's not convenient for you to come in. Wait until after class when there's no one else. You can come in. I'm in the first cubicle on the right. After Su Qingqing said this, she quickly hung up the phone. Standing outside the women's restroom and watching the girls coming in and out, Chen Nan felt like a pervert. Finally, after a few minutes of agony, the class bell rang. Chen Nan stood at the door of the girls' restroom and eavesdropped for a while. After making sure that there was no movement inside, she hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in. First cubicle on the right. Recalling what Su Qingqing said on the phone, Chen Nan rushed into the toilet, took out the small package of sanitary napkins from his pocket, opened the door of the first cubicle and prepared to pass it in. However, the moment he opened the cubicle door, he was completely dumbfounded. The girl in the cubicle was not Su Qingqing. It would be fine if it wasn't Su Qingqing, but why was it Huaxinya? Squad leader Huaxinya. At this moment, Chen Nan was looking at the door with a look of panic on his face. Chapter 12, Brutal and Violent Woman. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Chen Nan swallowed. Class monitor, please don't misunderstand me. I didn't know it was you who was. You pervert. Before Chen Nan could finish his words, Huaxinya screamed and ran towards the toilet door with a red face. Hey, squad leader, please listen to my explanation, you. Watching Huaxinya's figure disappear at the door, Chen Nan felt helpless. The image of me in her heart was completely ruined. After glancing at the other cubicles in the restroom, Chen Nan remembered something important and shouted hurriedly, Qingqing, you've caused me so much trouble. Which cubicle are you in? No one responded. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment, then quickly opened all the compartments and looked around, only to find that they were all empty. Su Qingqing was not here at all. Is this damn girl playing a trick on me? Chen Nan felt a little depressed. He put away the small package of sanitary napkins in his hand, turned around and prepared to go out. But just when he reached the toilet door. Bang! The toilet door was violently slammed open. Then, a girl with chestnut-colored hair and a wild look between her brows rushed in. This girl is tall, with delicate features and smooth, fair skin. She is wearing a school uniform with her hands in her pockets, giving people their vibe of a wild girlfriend. She pushed open the toilet door and found a man standing inside. She was stunned for a moment. But then she clenched her fists, her whole body tensed up, her eyes were filled with anger, and she kicked Chen Nan in the head, cursing, You pervert, you dare to come to the women's toilet on the 4th floor and make trouble. I won't be called Jiang Shami if I don't beat you until you vomit blood today. Chen Nan knew he couldn't explain himself clearly. Looking at Jiang Shami, who had good kicking skills, Chen Nan quickly dodged to the side and ran away. He was depressed. He couldn't make a big fuss about this matter, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Their best strategy now was to run away. Anyway, this woman didn't know him, so he would be fine if he got rid of her. Don't even think about escaping, you pervert. Jiang Shami glared at him, turned around and started chasing him. However, when she chased him 3 steps away, she found that the pervert ran too fast and disappeared from her sight in the blink of an eye. Jiang Shami stomped her feet fiercely, gritting her teeth in anger. Pervert, you're lucky. Chen Nan fled from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor in one breath and hid in the men's restroom. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and dialed Su Qingqing's number in frustration. Soon, Su Qingqing's voice came from the other side. Silly, there is no one else in the bathroom, why haven't you come yet? I went there, but didn't find you. Which bathroom were you in? Chen Nan asked. Hearing this, Su Qingqing seemed to suddenly remember something. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the toilet on the 4th floor was being cleaned at the time, so I went to the toilet on the 3rd floor. Chen Nan had the urge to curse. She actually forgot to say such an important thing. It's pitiful that my image as a gentleman was mistaken for a perverted pervert. Chen Nan cried out in his heart, the 3rd floor, right. I'll be there right away. After secretly glancing at the women's restroom next to him, Chen Nan gritted his teeth and walked over. Chapter 13, Angry Beauty. With previous experience, Chen Nan was very calm this time. He walked to the toilet door with his head held high and his chest puffed out, not feeling guilty at all. He straightened his clothes, fixed his hair, and then bent over and rushed in, looking indescribably wretched. Silly, is that you? Here. Su Qingqing stretched out her hand from the crack in the cubicle door. Without saying a word, Chen Nan hurriedly took out the small magic bag from his pocket and stuffed it into Su Qingqing's hand. I won't wait for you, I'm leaving first. Then he rushed outside. It's too dangerous for a grown man to stay here, so it's better to slip away as soon as possible. Chen Nan almost used his fastest speed, thinking that the disaster had finally come to an end. However, the moment he rushed out of the door of the women's restroom, he hurriedly stopped and stared blankly outside the door. He was completely dumbfounded. Lan. Teacher Lan, why are you here too? Chen Nan seemed to lack confidence when speaking. Although Lan Yuqin was known as the smiling killer in the class, she couldn't smile at this moment because she was too angry. She could never have imagined that this new transfer student would be so bad. Lan Yuqin had tolerated skipping classes and talking back to the teacher, but now, this guy actually took advantage of the fact that there were few people in the class and ran into the girls' restroom to act wild. Now that she had caught him in the act, he even asked her why she was there. He was simply a pervert. Why am I here? Why am I here? Lan Yuqin was so angry that she could hardly calm down. She stared at Chen Nan and raised her voice. Although Chen Nan was thick-skinned, he felt a little hot on his face at the moment. Teacher, please listen to my explanation. You don't have to say anything, just follow me to the office. Lan Yuqin's anger was mixed with a bit of shame, her face slightly flushed, and after glaring at Chen Nan fiercely, she turned and walked towards the 4th floor. She never dreamed that this transfer student was actually a pervert. She had just come to the 3rd floor, intending to find other teachers to discuss the mock exam, but unexpectedly, when she passed by the women's restroom, she saw Chen Nan rushing out. Lan Yuqin didn't have a good impression of Chen Nan to begin with, not to mention now. The best student mentioned by the principal is really a top-notch student. Lan Yuqin gritted her teeth and came to the office. She slammed the door shut, stared at Chen Nan fiercely, and shouted, "Chen Nan, do you still know that you are a student? This is too much." Being caught by Lan Yuqin, Chen Nan felt that it was really hard to explain. Should he tell her that he ran in to help Su Qingqing deliver sanitary napkins? Although this is true, Chen Nan feels it is not credible and must ask Su Qingqing to testify. "Teacher, it's not what you think. Before Chen Nan could say anything, Lan Yuqin interrupted him. "I don't care what your reason is, you, a boy, ran into the girls' restroom, how can that be right? The principal praised you as the best in front of me, but what you did in these 2 classes is more than what other students do in a semester. Tell me yourself, what are you doing in school?" After hearing what Lan Yuqin said, Chen Nan really felt that he had committed an unforgivable crime. It would be difficult to atone for his sins if he didn't drag him out and let her tease him for 5 minutes. Shameless. Dirty. Despicable. Lan Yuqin was filled with endless anger. When she saw Chen Nan still staring at her, she angrily asked, "Where are you looking at?" Chapter 14 Another 100 times. Lan Yuqin's endless anger instantly surged up, and she stared at Chen Nan intently. "Where are you looking?" Chen Nan dared to think but not to speak, and hurriedly shook his head and said, "Teacher, don't get me wrong. I have a problem. I often can't find the key points at critical moments. I don't know how to explain it to you, so I am thinking seriously and organizing my words." Thinking seriously? Think shit. Lan Yuqin suppressed her anger and resisted the urge to scold Chen Nan. Thinking? I think you are just looking for an excuse. No, absolutely not. Chen Nan said hurriedly, "Actually, it's like this. The reason why I went into the women's restroom was to give Su Qingqing, to give her hygiene. Lan Yuqin frowned and said, "Toilet paper." No. What is that? Lan Yuqin frowned even more tightly. She didn't even think about the sanitary napkins. She felt that as a girl, Su Qingqing would never let Chen Nan send her such a private item. In fact, Su Qingqing really didn't want Chen Nan to take her home, but the other students were in class at the time, and she couldn't find anyone else to help except Chen Nan. Chen Nan looked at Lan Yuqin innocently. "Teacher, do you really want me to tell you?" Lan Yuqin stared at Chen Nan intently. In her opinion, this bad student had no good intentions when he ran into the women's restroom. The so-called sending something to Su Qingqing must have been an excuse he made up, and now he refused to continue, which obviously meant that he could no longer make up a lie. "Speak, I must speak. If you don't make this matter clear today, I will settle all the old and new accounts with you." Seeing Lan Yuqin's determined face, Chen Nan knew that she was determined to get to the bottom of it. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and said, "Actually, it's a sanitary napkin." Hearing these 3 words, Lan Yuqin was stunned. Why would Su Qingqing let him send this? It's unscientific. She thought about it in her mind and made a judgment in an instant that Chen Nan must be lying. Lan Yuqin's face became more and more ugly. She glared at Chen Nan fiercely, with 2 balls of anger burning in her eyes. She was about to lose her temper, but at this moment, someone knocked on the office door, and Su Qingqing's voice came from outside. "Teacher Lan, are you in there?" Lan Yuqin's expression changed. Why did Su Qingqing come? Could it be that this guy didn't lie? How could he not lie? I'm here, come in. Su Qingqing hurriedly opened the door and walked in, looked at Chen Nan apologetically, and then quickly explained the whole story to Lan Yuqin. After hearing this, a smile gradually appeared on Lan Yuqin's face. It seems that this transfer student is not as shameless as imagined. However, it is an absolute fact that he took advantage of me before. Qingqing, go back to the classroom first. Lan Yuqin waved her hands and then looked at Chen Nan. In this matter, even if you are helping your classmates, what about your skipping class last period? And you made me chase you so far. Who asked you to chase? You think I'm handsome and like to pursue me, so is it my fault? Chen Nan naturally didn't dare to say these words. He scratched his head and said, didn't Su Qingqing ask me to buy that for her at that time? I was originally planning to ask for leave from you, teacher, but then I thought, how can I ask for such a thing? I had no choice but to sneak away, but I didn't expect that you would find out. In that case, it is indeed understandable. Lan Yuqin said. Chen Nan's face lit up, then. Teacher, you don't have to punish me, right? Lan Yuqin nodded with a smile, giving Chen Nan endless hope. But just when Chen Nan was secretly feeling proud, she said, it's okay. Just copy the school rules 100 more times. What? Another 100 times? Chen Nan couldn't help but scream, and had the urge to press Lan Yuqin to the ground. Humph, you little bastard, who let you take advantage of me? You brought all this upon yourself, I would be sorry if I didn't give you a good lesson. Lan Yuqin was very proud and said with a smile, at the previous 100 times, a total of 200 times, give it to me before school is over tomorrow, otherwise, I will punish you 200 times again. You are using public power to take revenge on your personal grudge. Chen Nan said with some indignation. Seeing his frustrated face, Lan Yuqin felt relieved and said proudly, are you not convinced? If you are not convinced, you can do it 200 more times. You. Pointing at Lan Yuqin, Chen Nan gritted his teeth. He was furious. This Lan Yuqin was not a teacher at all. She was clearly a monster and a witch. Chen Nan secretly swore in his heart, you stinky bitch better not fall into my hands. Chen Nan suddenly realized that he was overthinking. It was good enough that this witch didn't cause him trouble. At this moment, Lan Yuqin suddenly stared at Chen Nan for a few times and interrogated him, your eyes are wandering and your mind is restless. What are you thinking about? Chen Nan's heart trembled. Chapter 15. Please speak Mandarin. No. I didn't think about anything. Chen Nan said this with a guilty conscience, and his gaze quickly shifted from Lan Yuqin to the window. Really? Lan Yuqin's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. She stared at Chen Nan straight in the eye. You are hesitant to speak, and you look like a guilty thief. Why don't you tell me the truth? Chen Nan was somewhat helpless. Explain. How the hell could he explain? If he really explained, the witch Lan Yuqin would definitely go berserk. Isn't it just copying the school rules 100 times? I give up. Chen Nan changed the subject. Lan Yuqin pressed on step by step, waiting for this sentence. She raised her eyebrows and smiled with a hint of smugness, then you must remember to hand it over to me before school is over tomorrow, otherwise don't blame the teacher for being ruthless. Chen Nan gritted his teeth and nodded. It was his own fault for being so naughty. Okay, go to class. Lan Yuqin shook her hands and said with a smile. Looking at Lan Yuqin's smiling face, Chen Nan was so angry that his teeth were itching. He said, Teacher, you are so mean. Then he turned around and left. Lan Yuqin smiled and nodded, feeling very proud. It was not until Chen Nan walked out of the office that she suddenly felt something was wrong. After thinking about it carefully, she frowned instantly, gnashed her teeth in anger, and clenched her fists. Little bastard, you dare to scold me, I will never let you go. It was the second class. When Chen Nan came outside the classroom, English teacher Li was standing on the podium, talking excitedly and forgetting everything. However, Chen Nan outside the door did not understand a word. Teacher, can I come in? Li turned her head and glanced at Chen Nan, come. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment, looking at the female teacher in front of him, what? Li frowned. How did this student learn English? He couldn't even understand such a simple sentence. So she emphasized, come. What? Chen Nan picked his ears and asked in confusion, Teacher, can you please speak Mandarin? Hearing this, the whole class burst into laughter and couldn't stop. As for the English teacher Li, she almost vomited 3 liters of blood. How bad was the English of this transfer student? Su Qingqing in the classroom rolled her eyes and was extremely speechless. She never expected Chen Nan to be so bad. Even Wuxinya, who had already regarded Chen Nan as a pervert, couldn't help but burst out laughing at this moment. Chen Nan at the door felt a little puzzled. The teacher spoke in dialect, and he was not a local, so why was it strange that he could not understand? These students were too uncultured, and it was obvious that they discriminated against outsiders. Seeing Chen Nan's puzzled face, English teacher Li was completely defeated and said in Mandarin, "Come in." "Thank you, teacher." After Chen Nan returned to his seat, Su Qingqing immediately looked down on him, saying that it was shameful that he didn't even understand such simple English. After she said that, Chen Nan finally understood that the teacher just now was speaking English, not dialect. After understanding the truth, Chen Nan felt ashamed, too damn ashamed. He was a genius, but he didn't even know something as simple as English. It was really a loss of status. Fortunately, he didn't let his junior sister know, otherwise, the image of the omnipotent senior brother in her mind would be completely ruined. Therefore, Chen Nan made up his mind to listen to the lectures carefully and learn English formally from now on, so that he could show off his English skills when he met his junior sister in the future. Unfortunately, many things are easier said than done. After listening for 5 minutes, Chen Nan felt like he was listening to a foreign language and was so bored that he fell asleep on the table. When he woke up, it was already noon, and he was woken up by Su Qingqing. Hiss. Chen Nan rubbed the arm that Su Qingqing had pinched and said depressedly, "You are too cruel, aren't you? You actually used such a heavy hand. This is considered light." Su Qingqing pouted and said, "Who told you to sleep like a dead pig? I can't wake you up even if I shake you. It's time for lunch now. Will you wake up if I don't pinch you? Eating so soon? Nonsense." Su Qingqing grabbed his hand and stood up, saying, "Let's go to the cafeteria." Chen Nan felt very comfortable with Su Qingqing holding his hand like this. He couldn't help but pinch it. The little hand was soft and smooth, and it felt very comfortable to touch. Su Qingqing frowned, "Silly boy, what are you doing?" Chen Nan chuckled, scratched his head and said, "Your hands are quite soft." "You?" Su Qingqing was a little amused and confused. This guy was really honest and said whatever he thought. If it was another man who said this instead of Chen Nan, Su Qingqing would definitely be furious and punch him in the nose, causing him to bleed. However, she was not angry at all with Chen Nan, because she felt that this guy was very pure and had no bad intentions. He pinched her hand purely out of curiosity about the soft feeling, and he definitely had no dirty intentions. After all, this is a guy that even doesn't know. Looking at Chen Nan's innocent face, Su Qingqing shrugged her nose and glared at him, "Stop pinching me, or I'll strangle you to death." "Okay, I won't pinch you anymore." Chen Nan let go obediently, but the next moment, he stretched out his arm and put it on Su Qingqing's shoulder. Because he was taller, it looked like he was hugging Su Qingqing, and the postures of the two were indescribably ambiguous. Chen Nan's sudden action frightened Su Qingqing. She frowned and said hurriedly, "What are you doing, you idiot?" Chapter 16, A lot of people are furious. With his arm on Su Qingqing's shoulder, Chen Nan couldn't help but take a deep breath. The faint fragrance from this little girl was so refreshing and it smelled so good. Seeing her somewhat dissatisfied look, Chen Nan touched his nose and said, "Didn't you say before that we are brothers? It's normal for brothers to do this. My junior sister and I used to do this often. Is it normal for a girl to be arm in arm with a boy?" If it weren't for Chen Nan's purity, Su Qingqing really wanted to scold him. "You are such a fool, you can't do this to me, let me go, don't do this again in the future." Chen Nan not only did not loosen his grip, but hugged her even tighter. "Why not? When I was with junior sister before, I often hugged her." Su Qingqing was speechless. How could things from childhood be the same as now? "You idiot, are you going to let go or not?" Su Qingqing pouted as she looked at Chen Nan. Being so close to Su Qingqing and smelling her faint fragrance is both an enjoyment and an honor. "Why should I let go? Such a good thing, we must not let it go even if we die. I won't let go unless you stop considering me a buddy." Chen Nan looked so honest, which made Su Qingqing feel helpless. Could it be that in this guy's mind, there was no such word as gender differences? Su Qingqing felt quite awkward at first about having her arm around a guy, but she gradually got used to it. Forget it, he have any bad intentions anyway, just think of it as being hugged by a woman. Su Qingqing thought to herself and said, it's up to you. Let's go and have dinner. At this moment, Su Qingqing had no idea how evil Chen Nan was, let alone that he was actually a vicious wolf. If she knew that Chen Nan was actually lingering on the fragrance of her body and had evil thoughts in his mind, she didn't know how she would react. Maybe, he would jump up and smash his nose with one punch, then kick him in the crotch, and then. I can't even imagine the bloody scene. Chen Nan was simply playing with his life by hugging her like this. Just like that, the two of them walked towards the cafeteria arm in arm, talking and laughing, making countless boys envious along the way. When did Su Qingqing start dating? Where did this guy come from? This is the question on everyone's mind. Su Qingqing, the school beauty, openly hugged a boy, which was tantamount to announcing to all the boys in the school that she already had a boyfriend. For a while, many of Su Qingqing's admirers were so angry that they cried loudly, some beat their chests and stamped their feet, some banged their heads against the wall, and some even bought a few noodles specially, saying that they wanted to hang themselves. Of course, these are not all. Some powerful people in the school began to investigate Chen Nan and prepare for revenge. Suddenly, the news that Su Qingqing had a boyfriend spread across the campus like a storm. The two protagonists of this incident were still in the dark and had no idea about these rumors. After lunch, Su Qingqing went to the dormitory, while Chen Nan wandered around the campus to familiarize himself with the environment. For day students like Su Qingqing, the school doesn't normally provide dormitories. However, there are exceptions to everything. For aristocratic schools like Uton, as long as you are willing to pay, the school will arrange dormitories for you to take naps. After walking around the school for a while, Chen Nan felt bored and was about to go back to the classroom. But at this moment, a fat man rushed towards him and shouted excitedly, "Master, I didn't expect what you said was true. Su Qingqing actually asked you out for dinner." That's right, this fat guy is the one who was standing outside the classroom as punishment before. Chen Nan sighed and boasted shamelessly, "Alas, I didn't want to agree to her, but I had no choice. She sat next to me and kept pestering me during class. If I didn't agree to her, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well in class anymore." The fat man got even more excited when he heard this, and said excitedly, "Master, my name is Zhu Barji, and I'm here to formally become your disciple." "Become a disciple? Zhu Barji?" Chen Nan stared at him and said, "Are you crazy? I'm not Tang Monk." Zhu Barji scratched his head, took out a cigarette and handed it to Chen Nan, chuckling, "Master, I originally just wanted to learn how to break rocks with your chest, but now it seems that your skill of picking up girls is more worthy of learning." A stone shattering his chest. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment. "Fuck you, I'm not a street acrobat, you must have taken the wrong medicine." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Master, please don't abandon me." Zhu Barji let out a strange cry, hurriedly chased after him and grabbed Chen Nan's arm. Chen Nan was a little speechless. This fat guy was really a top-notch person. His moral integrity was too fucking shabby. "I'm throwing your head, let go quickly. If someone doesn't know, they would think I'm having an affair with you." Zhu Barji chuckled, "Master, please don't deny it. This morning, Xiao Jiji and the others punched you in the chest, but you pushed them back so far. Isn't this the legendary chest-breaking rock?" Chen Nan shook his head, too lazy to explain to him. He patted Zhu Barji on the shoulder and said, "Dude, don't be silly. Go back to the dormitory and take a shower and go to bed." Then he turned and left. Seeing that Chen Nan was about to leave, Zhu Barji became a little anxious and gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you agree to be my master, I will tell you a secret about Huaxinya." Chapter 17 Huaxinya and Junior Sister. Huaxinya's secret. Chen Nan frowned. What secrets could Huaxinya have? He was really curious about this seemingly quiet monitor, so he stopped and asked, "What secrets?" Zhu Barji smiled slyly, "If you agree to be my master first, I will tell you." "Forget it." Chen Nan turned and left. "No, no, no." Zhu Barji hurriedly chased forward, "It's okay for me to say it first, but you must be my master, and you can't cheat." Chen Nan glanced at him and said, "Are you a man? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just say it." Zhu Barji grinned, came forward and whispered, "Let me tell you, Huaxinya is actually also good at martial arts like you." "Does Huaxinya know martial arts?" That weak girl who almost fell in the toilet knows martial arts. Chen Nan felt that there was nothing more ridiculous in the world than this. This fat guy was obviously talking nonsense. Dude, you don't even draft your lies. Are you afraid of wasting paper? Seeing that Chen Nan didn't believe it, Zhu Barji got a little impatient and said hurriedly, I didn't believe it at first. But I saw it with my own eyes. Just a month ago, I came home late from school. When I passed by an alley, I saw 7 or 8 gangsters besieging Huixinya. Because there were so many people on the other side, I didn't dare to go up to help, so I hid in the distance and watched, preparing to call the police. But just when I took out my phone, I saw Huixinya knock those gangsters down with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. After they left, I went to the alley to take a closer look and found a scratch on the wall, which was made by Huixinya's fingernails. Chen Nan frowned. Are you sure you saw clearly that the person was Huixinya? 100% sure. Zhu Barji nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice and said, if you don't believe me, I can take you to that alley right now. The scratch marks on the wall are still there. Chen Nan still found it hard to believe because he had not detected any internal energy fluctuations in Huixinya before, and a person without internal energy would never be able to scratch a stone brick wall with his fingernails. Zhu Barji scratched his head and said, if it weren't for Huixinya's incident, I really wouldn't believe that there is such a powerful martial art in the world. Since you have discovered that Huixinya has martial arts skills, you can just worship her as your master. Why come to me? Zhu Barji lowered his voice and said, I approached her privately a few times. She denied that she knew martial arts at first, but later, probably because I annoyed her, she pinched my neck and warned me that if I dared to tell anyone that she knew martial arts, she would kill me. I still feel a chill down my spine when I think of her cold tone and eyes at that time. Since then, I have never dared to approach her again. Feeling that the fat man didn't seem to be lying, Chen Nan nodded and said, let's go to the alley you mentioned. Zhu Barji hurriedly led the way. After the 2 men climbed over the wall and left the school, they walked west for about 2 miles and came to the alley that the fat man mentioned. Master, look, it's right here. The fat man pointed at the scratches on the brick wall and said to Chen Nan. Chen Nan turned his head and looked at the wall. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked, but when he did, he was shocked. 9 yin divine claws. Staring at the scratch on the wall, Chen Nan could tell at a glance what Huixinya's martial arts were. What shocked him was that the 9 yin divine claw was a unique skill of his master Shenqinji, and he only taught it to 2 people, one was himself, and the other was his junior sister Yi. How come Huixinya also knows the 9 yin divine claw? Chen Nan's heart was suddenly filled with doubts. Could it be that Huixinya was Yi? As soon as this thought came up, Chen Nan rejected it. Although he hadn't seen his junior sister for 8 years, he was sure that Huixinya was definitely not Yi. Although girls change a lot when they grow up, the only thing that can change is their appearance, and their eyes will definitely not change. Moreover, the scratch on the wall was not very deep and the mark was rather rough, which meant that Huixinya's internal energy was not very strong and she had not practiced martial arts for more than 5 years. As for Yi, she started practicing martial arts at the age of 4, and her internal energy was stronger than Huixinya's 8 years ago. Chen Nan was a little excited. Although Huixinya was not Yi, she must have some relationship with Yi. Otherwise, how could she have the 9 yin divine claw? If the scratch on the wall was really left by Huixinya, then Huixinya would be an important clue to finding the junior sister. What we need to do now is to confirm whether Huixinya really knows martial arts, and then ask her about the junior sister. Master, are you okay? Zhu Barji's words interrupted Chen Nan's thoughts. Chen Nan shook his head. It's okay, let's go. Where are we going? Zhu Barji asked puzzledly. Looking for Huixinya. She asked for leave to go home. Where can you find her? Zhu Barji said, she asked for leave from her homeroom teacher during the 4th period. Don't you know? Oh, that's not right. Why are you looking for her? You're not going to tell her what I just said, are you? She'll kill me. Zhu Barji showed a look of horror when he said this. Obviously, Huixinya's cold eyes when she threatened him really frightened him. Chen Nan felt a little helpless. He fell asleep in the 4th class and was woken up by Su Qingqing. He would be surprised if she knew. It seems that I can only look for her again tomorrow. Don't worry, I won't tell. Chen Nan said with a smile, let's go, we are bored anyway, let's find a place to have a drink. Chapter 18, Being Chased by a Wild Woman. Har har, okay, I like drinking the most. Zhu Barji laughed, but then frowned. No, I've said everything I should say, and you haven't agreed to be my master yet. Do you really want to learn martial arts? Zhu Barji nodded quickly, of course. Not only do I want to learn martial arts, but your skills in picking up girls are also worth learning. You are so amazing that Su Qingqing chased you right after you arrived. When the word picking up girls was mentioned, Zhu Barji's saliva started to flow. The spectacular scene was really like a waterfall dropping 3,000 feet. Look at how little you have achieved. You're still trying to pick up girls. Any girl would be scared away by you. Chen Nan smiled and threw a cigarette to him. Zhu Barji wiped his saliva hastily, with a sly smile on his face, not to mention how wretched he was. Master, do you agree to teach me? Teach you? Chen Nan smiled but didn't agree. He didn't know how long he would stay in school. If he found out about Junia's sister's whereabouts from Huaxinyar tomorrow, or got news about Junia's sister from Su Yishuan a week later, he might leave. So he shook his head and said, I don't have the time now. Let's talk about it later. In the future. Zhu Barji let out a weird cry, and his anus tightened in fear. He looked at Chen Nan in shock. Do you really have to fuck me? Don't be so evil. I didn't expect you to have such a unique taste. I'm a real man. In the future? Chen Nan was stunned for a moment, then kicked Zhu Barji on the butt. Fuck you, what's in your head? I'm talking about the future, do you understand? Zhu Barji let out a long breath. I was so scared, I thought you were going to take advantage of me. I'll dive your sister. Chen Nan didn't even want to scold him anymore. He thought he was evil enough, but he didn't expect that there are always people better than you. Compared with Zhu Barji, he, Chen Nan, is simply a model of a pure and good man. Zhu Barji smiled obscenely and said, by the way, you skipped class and ran away before, and your teacher chased you. What happened afterwards? Can't you see that Sister Qin is chasing me because she likes me? Chen Nan sighed. It's not a good thing for a man to be too charming. He's chased by women wherever he goes. Sigh. Stop bragging. Zhu Barji stared at Chen Nan and said, I would believe you if you said Su Qingqing pursued you. After all, the whole school knows that you are in love. But it's different for your old class teacher. It was obviously because you skipped class that she pursued you. You are such a boaster. Skipping class is just an excuse for her to pursue me. You won't understand. Chen Nan sighed, and then suddenly seemed to remember something, frowned and said, what did you just say? Su Qingqing and I are in a relationship. How come I don't know this? Stop pretending. Zhu Barji said, when you first went to dinner, you were so close that even a fool could see it. Now the whole school knows it. Chen Nan was helpless, this rumor was too terrible. At that time, he just felt that Su Qingqing smelled good and wanted to take advantage of her, but he didn't expect that it would look different in the eyes of other people. Forget it, let's go and have a drink. Chen Nan was too lazy to explain because no one would believe him. The two men walked towards a bar near the school while bragging. However, when passing the school gate, Chen Nan suddenly stopped because he saw an acquaintance, or more precisely, an acquaintance with violent tendencies, Jiang Xiaomi, the wild girl he met at the toilet door in the morning. What's worse is that this wild woman seemed to have discovered him and was running towards him. Master, you don't have a grudge against her, do you? Seeing Chen Nan stop and Jiang Xiaomi rushing over with a bad look, Zhu Barji asked timidly. We can't say we have any grudges against each other, but we are definitely enemies. As Chen Nan spoke, he quickly glanced around, looking for the best way to escape. At this time, Jiang Xiaomi had already rushed to a place 3 meters away. She clenched her fists and cursed, you pervert, you fucking bastard, you're unlucky to meet me here. Then she rushed forward and punched Chen Nan in the face. Chen Nan felt helpless towards this wild girl. With my ability, it would not be difficult to subdue her. But the problem was that if I started fighting with him, it would definitely attract the attention of others, and then the fact that I broke into the women's restroom would be exposed. For the sake of his own reputation, Chen Nan made a great decision to escape. Brother, you just wish you good luck. Patting Zhu Barji on the shoulder, Chen Nan's figure flashed and rushed towards the school at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Xiaomi was stunned for a moment, and before she could react, Chen Nan had already rushed to the school gate. You bastard, you pervert, don't run if you dare. Stop right there. Jiang Xiaomi ran after him, but unfortunately, When she entered the school, Chen Nan was nowhere to be seen. He had disappeared long ago. You damn pervert, I will never let you go next time. Jiang Shami clenched her fists and stomped her feet angrily, feeling very depressed. Why did this pervert always run so fast? The more Jiang Shami thought about it, the angrier she became. She had been a chivalrous man in school since she was a child, but she had never encountered an opponent like this. HMPH, you can't escape the 15th day even if you can escape the first day. I'm going to beat up this fat guy first. Jiang Shami gnashed her teeth, then turned around and rushed out of the school gate, pounced on Zhu Barji and beat him up, venting all the anger she had received from Chen Nan on Zhu Barji, cursing as she beat him. Zhu Barji, you dead pig head, you're always lecherous. I've long thought you're not a good guy. You're hanging around with that pervert. You must have done a lot of dirty things. I'm going to beat you, I'm going to beat you, I'm going to beat you. Poor Zhu Barji, before he knew what was going on, was beaten up by Jiang Shami, with his nose and face swollen. He didn't learn any martial arts, but instead took the beating for Chen Nan. Chapter 19 Girl, you are so disloyal. After running into the school, Chen Nan didn't dare to go back to the classroom. Although Jiang Shami was not in the same class as him, she was also from the 4th floor. Chen Nan was afraid of being found by her, so he had to stay away from her. After all, it was not a glorious thing for a man to run into the women's restroom. After wandering around the campus for a while, Chen Nan was thinking about where to find some fun, but just then, Su Qingqing called. You stupid idiot, where are you? As soon as the phone was connected, Su Qingqing's angry voice was heard. Chen Nan was puzzled. Did this girl take the wrong medicine? She was fine when she was eating, why did she suddenly change her expression? I'm on this side of the basketball court, what's going on? You still have the mood to play basketball? Su Qingqing said angrily, you stupid idiot, you have ruined my innocence. I will never let you go. I didn't play basketball. Chen Nan felt something was wrong when he was halfway through his words, and hurriedly asked, are you kidding me? When did I destroy your innocence? He was full of doubts. Sister Qi, could this girl have been raped and mistakenly thought it was her fault? That would be too unfair. It shouldn't be that tragic, right? Su Qingqing said angrily, Humph, stop talking nonsense and hurry back to the classroom. I want to settle accounts with you. Okay? No, I can't come back. Chen Nan hurriedly refused. He was afraid of being found by Jiang Shami, otherwise he would have returned to the classroom long ago. Su Qingqing was so angry that she stamped her feet. How dare you not listen to me, you idiot? Are you coming back or not? Chen Nan gritted his teeth, as if he could imagine Su Qingqing's puffy mouth and glaring eyes at this moment. I haven't done anything to let you down. I won't reply, even if you kill me. If you don't reply, I will never let you go. I won't reply until you're done. Dead idiot, broken idiot, rotten idiot, stinky idiot, humph. Su Qingqing vented her anger and felt helpless. Basketball court, right? Don't run, I'll come find you. Chen Nan agreed and hung up the phone. In less than 2 minutes, Su Qingqing's pretty face turned slightly red, and she was seen running towards this side, panting. Stupid idiot, why didn't you go back to the classroom when I told you to? As soon as Su Qingqing rushed over, she put one hand on her waist, pointed her slender white jade finger at Chen Nan's nose, her eyes wide open, and said angrily, are you deliberately avoiding me? Seeing that the girl looked quite cute, Chen Nan smiled and said, why should I hide from you? Don't forget that we are good brothers. Real. More real than pearls. You didn't lie to me. Chen Nan sighed, as for the relationship between us brothers, we are as close as a piece of iron. I can lie to anyone but you, don't you think? Su Qingqing pouted, then why don't you go back to the classroom? It's all your fault. Chen Nan glanced at her and said, before, in order to send you that thing, I rushed into the women's restroom on the 4th floor, but was bumped into by that wild girl Jiang Shami. Then she chased me for thousands of miles, and then, nothing happened. Su Qingqing burst out laughing, so, that wild girl has targeted you. Yeah, if she spreads this, my reputation will be ruined. Chen Nan said, brother, I will stick my neck out for you. Chen Nan thought Su Qingqing would be moved by these words, but what made him depressed was that this girl was not only not moved, but laughed out loud and said, okay, that's great, this is going to be fun, and there will be something exciting to watch. You. Chen Nan wanted to scold her but was at a loss for words. You are too disloyal, aren't you? Su Qingqing's eyes bulged, as if she suddenly remembered something. She pointed at Chen Nan's nose and said, I almost forgot. You still dare to talk about loyalty to me? You idiot, you got so close to me when we went to dinner. Now all the classmates in the school say that we are in love. Some people even say that I had an abortion for you. All my innocence for so many years has been ruined by you. Abortion? This, at worst, I'll be responsible for you. Chen Nan finally understood what the so-called destruction of her innocence meant. Then, I'll stand up and clarify things to everyone and clear your name. Chen Nan said, scratching his head. This kind of thing gets worse the more you explain it. It's not something you can clear up with just one sentence. What should I do? Su Qingqing rolled her eyes, a sly smile appeared on the corners of her mouth, and two charming dimples gradually appeared. She smiled and said, actually, the solution is very simple. You don't have to explain at all. Just admit that you are my boyfriend. R. Chen Nan felt that his brain was a little confused. You want to seduce me. Chapter 20 Shield. Bar, I'm not interested in you. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes at him and said, you think too much. I'm just asking you to be a shield to block those boys who want to chase me. Chen Nan was instantly shocked. He thought he was extremely charming, but he didn't expect. Shield, I'm blocking your sister. Chen Nan shook his head without hesitation. No, it's too embarrassing to be a shield. I won't do it. Su Qingqing grabbed Chen Nan's arm and shook it, blinking her eyes and said, Brother Silly, please help me, I'm almost annoyed to death by those guys. Smelling the faint fragrance on her body, Chen Nan felt a little distracted, but he finally held back and shook his head firmly. Silly brother, I beg you. I won't do it even if I beg you to. I'll give you money. Chen Nan's eyes suddenly lit up. How much? 5,000. Make a deal. Chen Nan said excitedly, then looked at her and said with a smile, actually, I don't care much about money. I agreed mainly because of our brotherly relationship. Su Qingqing was completely speechless. This guy was too shameless. Did he think money was nothing? He was simply blinded by money. Despite this, Su Qingqing was still very excited. As long as Chen Nan agreed, she would have a shield in the future, and she would no longer have to worry about being drowned by love letters and gifts from those boys, and more importantly, there would be a lot of fun to watch. Su Qingqing had so many suitors, someone would definitely cause trouble for Chen Nan, and Chen Nan was so good at martial arts, so the fight would be exciting. The more Su Qingqing thought about it, the more excited she became. In the end, she danced with joy and couldn't help jumping up on the ground. This girl is the kind of person who only wants to create chaos in the world. Looking at Su Qingqing, who was almost screaming with joy, Chen Nan felt as if he had been tricked. Qingqing, you don't have a fever, do you? You have a fever. Su Qingqing glared at Chen Nan, then made a face at him. HMPH, you dare to scold me. I'm going to find Jiang Xiaomi now and tell her that you were hiding in the basketball court. Har har, it will be fun then. After she finished speaking, the girl turned around and ran away. Chen Nan smiled bitterly. He thought Su Qingqing was just joking, but what made him speechless was that just 2 minutes later, Jiang Xiaomi actually rushed towards the basketball court from the teaching building, looking murderous. It didn't look like he was here to play basketball, but to fight. Su Qingqing, you're a witch. I despise you. Chen Nan cursed loudly and slipped away without waiting for Jiang Xiaomi to rush over. After the afternoon class, in order to avoid Jiang Xiaomi, Chen Nan pulled Su Qingqing and rushed out of the school as soon as the school bell rang. This made Su Qingqing roll her eyes, despising him for being cowardly and afraid of women. Chen Nan was too lazy to argue with her about this. After all, he might not be able to win the debate against Su Qingqing in terms of eloquence. Even if he won the debate, Su Qingqing would definitely find other ways to deal with him, and he would be the one who suffered the loss. Therefore, Chen Nan felt that the ancients were right, a good man would not fight with a woman. Chen Nan escaped easily, but it was hard for Xiao Jiji and Qian Paiyang, who were hiding outside the school gate. After being beaten by Chen Nan in the morning, the two guys contacted a group of thugs outside the school and planned to surround Chen Nan at the school gate after school. Before the last class was over, they slipped out of the classroom and waited at the school gate. However, just before the end of the school day, the two guys had to pee at the same time, so they ran to the toilet and then hurried back to the school gate to wait. They thought that Chen Nan couldn't rush out of the school so quickly, so they kept waiting at the gate. It didn't matter, but the problem was that they didn't see Chen Nan come out after half an hour. In the end, the two guys were so angry that they screamed and pointed their middle fingers at Chen Nan, calling him a coward for running away. No matter how angry they are, they still have to take action. Chen Nan naturally didn't understand Xiaoji's frustration, because the only thought in his mind at the moment was that he must have had an affair today. And now, just as he returned home, his vision was shocked again. Chen Nan's eyes lit up. Su Qingqing, who was standing next to her, frowned and pinched Chen Nan fiercely. She picked up a stone and threw it into the swimming pool. Demon concubine, come up quickly, there are men watching us. Chapter 21, Junior Sister's Weapon. The beauty that Su Qingqing called the demon concubine giggled and climbed out of the swimming pool, shaking her body and saying, "You are Chen Nan, right? You are quite handsome. My name is Dongfang Yunfei, and I am a sworn sister to Yixuan, which means I am the godsister of this little girl." Looking at her curvy figure, Chen Nan's mind was full of his chest at the moment, and he had no intention of listening to her. He said absent-mindedly, "Okay, good sister, good sister." "Arr!" Chen Nan screamed and almost jumped up, as Su Qingqing pinched his arm again. "If you don't pinch me, I'll die." Chen Nan roared, feeling depressed. If a tiger doesn't show its power, does it really think it is Garfield? Snort. Su Qingqing pouted and glared at Chen Nan. "You looked at me and then at her, are you comparing them?" "Well." Chen Nan hurriedly shook his head. No, absolutely not. He knew a universal truth very well. In front of a big cow, you must not stimulate a woman with an airport, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Although Su Qingqing's airport was not considered an airport, this was not the point. The point was that she was really smaller than Dongfang Yunfei, a lot. At this moment, Dongfang Yunfei suddenly stretched out her arms, put her hands on Chen Nan's shoulders, and said in a tender voice, "You are so handsome, and your age suits my taste, how about letting me pursue you?" Gulong. Chen Nan swallowed and smiled awkwardly. "Sister Yunfei, stop joking. I'm not kidding." Dongfang Yunfei smiled charmingly. "How about it? Think about it." Su Qingqing stared at Chen Nan intently, with her two lobster claws extended. "Goodbye." Without waiting for Su Qingqing to take action, Chen Nan hurriedly ran into the villa. At the same place, Dongfang Yunfei laughed loudly, while Su Qingqing snorted softly. "This woman is really a monster." Chen Nan rushed into the villa cursing. However, the moment he entered the door, he felt a gust of fragrant wind coming from his nose, and his body bumped into Su Yixuan, who was walking out. "Arr!" With a scream, Su Yixuan lost her balance and staggered and fell backwards. After Chen Nan realized what was happening, his expression changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward, stretched out his hand to hold Su Yixuan's waist, and then pulled her back. But the terrible thing was that in his panic, Chen Nan didn't pay attention, and he pulled Su Yixuan directly into his arms, and the terrible thing was that their mouths accidentally touched each other. Su Yixuan widened her eyes and stared at Chen Nan blankly. She felt a buzzing in her head, as if she had been electrocuted, and everything went blank. The two of them looked at each other, eyes wide open, completely dumbfounded. At this time, Su Qingqing actually ran in from outside. After seeing this scene, she was instantly petrified. Well, I didn't see anything." After that, she turned around and ran away. Su Yixuan hurriedly pushed Chen Nan away and said, "Qingqing, don't believe your eyes. What you see is not real." Su Qingqing's loud laughter came from outside the door. "Sister, you don't need to explain, I still trust my own eyes, har har." "This is really not true." Su Yixuan explained weakly, looking at Chen Nan with some resentment. "Why did you run so fast just to enter the door?" Chen Nan did not answer, but smiled and said, "Sister Yixuan, you are still the same as the night before yesterday." Su Yixuan was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth, glared at Chen Nan fiercely, and said in a low voice, "Asshole, don't talk about what happened last night, or I will tear your mouth apart." Okay, I won't mention it. I won't mention it." Chen Nan smiled and ran inside. Su Yixuan gritted her teeth, but before she could lose her temper, Su Qingqing's loud laughter came from outside the door. "Sister, Yao Fei and I heard it. What did you do the night before yesterday?" He. Su Yixuan completely collapsed. After Chen Nan ran inside, he sat in the hall and watched TV. Not long after, Su Yixuan, Su Qingqing, and Dongfang Yunfei came over together. Big sister, you have good taste. I just saw this handsome boy and wanted to pick him up, but I didn't expect you to have taken the lead. Dongfang Yunfei glanced at Chen Nan and Sui Xuan, and said with a smile, how about we discuss it, how about you give him to me? Although concubine Dongfang Yun had already put on her clothes, her seductive aura was still as strong as ever. Sui Xuan was speechless. She knew she couldn't explain herself clearly, so she simply chose to remain silent. Su Qingqing next to her rolled her eyes a few times, and suddenly said with a smile, Yao Fei, since you and Shadan both practice martial arts, how about you fight with her? If you win, I will stand by you and ask my sister to give him to you, hee hee. You're the one who wants to watch the fun, right? Dongfang Yunfei rolled her eyes, then took out a butterfly knife from somewhere, and grabbed an apple from the coffee table with a smile, I'd better peel an apple for my handsome little boy. After saying that, she cast a coquettish glance at Chen Nan. Chen Nan frowned, ignoring her charming eyes, and stared at the butterfly knife in her hand with a somewhat excited expression. How did she have this knife? This is the weapon of my junior sister. Chapter 22, No Compensation for Angering Someone to Death. As if noticing Chen Nan's abnormality, Dongfang Yunfei leaned to the side and said, Little handsome boy, why do you keep looking at me like that? I'm embarrassed. Chen Nan was not confused by her. Instead, he stared at her and said, Where did you get this knife? You want to know? Dongfang Yunfei smiled gently, I snatched it from a woman. Why? Are you interested in this? Stolen? Chen Nan frowned. Could it be that the junior sister was robbed by her? But Dongfang Yunfei had no internal energy fluctuations. At most, she had practiced some external martial arts. How could she be a match for the junior sister? How old is the woman you robbed? What does she look like? You seem nervous. Dongfang Yunfei chuckled, a girl in her teens, probably. But she's dead. I never pay attention to the appearance of the dead. There was a loud bang in Chen Nan's head and his whole body trembled, as if he was struck by lightning. Junior sister is dead. The next moment, he jumped up like an angry tiger, grabbed Dongfang Yunfei's neck, and pressed her directly on the sofa. His eyes were a little red, and his whole body exuded a violent and cold aura. His cold voice was indifferent and ruthless, You mean, you killed her? Dongfang Yunfei was a little confused. The young man in front of her was as gentle as warm water just now, but now he seemed like a different person. The cold murderous aura from his body made people tremble in their hearts. Dongfang Yunfei grabbed Chen Nan's hand and tried to struggle out, but Chen Nan's hand was like an iron clamp, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move it at all. This made Dongfang Yunfei frightened. Although she and Sui Xuan were sworn sisters, she was also Sui Xuan's personal bodyguard. She practiced martial arts for many years and was very agile. But now in front of Chen Nan, she felt so small as an ant. Seeing the situation, the Su sisters were also shocked and rushed forward to pull Chen Nan. What are you crazy about, you idiot? Let me go. Chen Nan, please let go. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Not only did Chen Nan not let go, but the strength in his hands became stronger and stronger. He stared at Dongfang Yunfei coldly, Tell me again, did you kill her? Dongfang Yunfei had difficulty breathing and said hurriedly, No. No, please let go, let go. After hearing her say no, Chen Nan gradually let go of her hand and asked, What's going on? Dongfang Yunfei covered her neck and gasped violently. After a long while, she rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, It was just a joke. Why is it like this? I was scared to death. In fact, I picked up this knife. Picked it up. You hit me so hard that my neck was almost broken. Dongfang Yunfei said angrily, I heard Yixuan say that you have a junior sister, and I saw you were nervous just now, so I wanted to scare you. I didn't expect you, a bastard, to have no sympathy for women. This butterfly knife should be related to your junior sister, right? Chen Nan breathed a sigh of relief and realized that he was a little too excited. He nodded and said, This knife is indeed one of my junior sister's personal weapons. It was made by my master and there is only one in the world. I was too excited just now. Sorry. Dongfang Yunfei swung the butterfly knife in her hand and said, In that case, I'll give it to you. Chen Nan's face lit up with joy, Really? Of course. Dongfang Yunfei smiled charmingly, but Chen Nan frowned, but what? Dongfang Yunfei wrapped her white and tender arms around his neck, leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, "How about letting your sister pick you up?" R. Chen Nan looked surprised, stared at her, then smiled brightly, suddenly made a move, snatched the butterfly knife, and sighed, "You wish." Dongfang Yunfei reacted and screamed in anger, rushing towards Chen Nan with her teeth bared, trying to take the butterfly knife back. But Chen Nan just dodged to the side and dodged it easily. "Asshole, give it back to me." Dongfang Yunfei was very depressed. She wanted to play a trick on Chen Nan, but she didn't expect that he would snatch her away instead. "You little girl, you dare to play tricks on me, I will make you cry rhythmically." Chen Nan sneered in his heart, shook the butterfly knife in his hand, and said with a smile, "Sister Yunfei, this knife is not yours, why are you so excited?" "Who says it's not mine? She is mine." Chen Nan scratched his head. "Really? Then if you call it, will it respond?" "You?" Dongfang Yunfei glared at Chen Nan with gritted teeth, "You are being shameless." Chen Nan shrugged, "Since you can't make it agree, it's in my hands now, so it's mine." You. Dongfang Yunfei pointed at Chen Nan and stomped her feet in anger, but she could do nothing. Chen Nan laughed, picked up an apple and threw it to Dongfang Yunfei. "Sister Yunfei, thank you for the knife. Come, eat an apple to calm down." "I'll kill you." Dongfang Yunfei threw the apple back at him. Chen Nan took the apple, took a bite with a smile, and exclaimed, "Millimeter, it's so sweet and delicious. Eat, 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 you bastard." Dongfang Yunfei clenched her fists and stared at Chen Nan, wishing she could slap him to death. Chen Nan shrugged and then ignored her. "Okay, stop messing around." Su Yishuan smiled, looked at Chen Nan and said, "Are you free tonight? Come out with me later." "Go out." Chen Nan was stunned for a moment. "What for?" "I'll tell you later. Keep me on suspense." Chen Nan shook his head and said, "No. I'll pay you overtime." Chen Nan's eyes lit up. 1,000 yuan, payable in cash. 500. Make a deal. Su Qingqing and Dongfang Yunfei next to them were speechless. This guy was really greedy for money. 10 minutes later, the two went out. Sitting in the car, Chen Nan chatted with Su Yishuan for a while and felt quite bored because Su Yishuan didn't talk much, so he stared at the buttons on the center console for a while and suddenly said, "Sister Yishuan, your car is quite high-end, let me drive it for a try." "All right." Su Yishuan stopped the car, got out and exchanged seats with him. Sitting in the driving seat, Chen Nan grabbed the gear lever and studied it for a while, and suddenly his eyes widened, because there were only English letters on it, and he didn't recognize any of them. "Why is it different from a tractor?" Chen Nan muttered, and looked at Su Yishuan, ready to ask for advice, but at this moment. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise, and the whole car body shook slightly. The rear windshield shattered instantly. A bullet flew past Su Yishuan's ear and then shattered the front windshield. Chapter 23 Racing. Looking at the broken glass, Chen Nan frowned and looked at Su Yishuan and said, "It seems like someone wants to kill you." Su Yishuan's face turned pale. If the bullet had gone 5 centimeters to the right, her head would have been pierced. After being shocked, she looked at Chen Nan anxiously and said loudly, "Since you know, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and drive away." "Oh." Chen Nan realized it belatedly, but then he scratched his head in confusion. "Where is the clutch? Why can't I find it?" Su Yishuan was completely devastated. "This is an automatic transmission. Just shift it into gear and go. I was wondering why it's different from a tractor." Chen Nan muttered to himself, then shifted the car into gear and stepped hard on the accelerator. Swish! The car suddenly moved backwards. "That's reverse gear." Su Yishuan roared. "I know." Chen Nan muttered stubbornly, then grabbed the gear lever and pushed it forward, then stepped on the accelerator again, causing Su Yishuan to roll her eyes and almost die of anxiety. "You're in neutral." Chen Nan raised his head in frustration. "Which one is the forward gear?" Su Yishuan was speechless for a while, but before she could say anything, she heard a loud bang from behind. Their whole car body shook violently and rushed forward for a distance. Behind, I was rear-ended by another car. Su Yishuan hurriedly looked in the rearview mirror and saw a Santana sedan behind her, with the front of the car hitting the rear of her car. There were 2 middle-aged men sitting in the car. The one in the passenger seat had a pistol in his hand, which had been stretched out of the window. It was obvious that he was the one who fired the shot just now. The two men should have been chasing from behind, but they didn't expect Chen Nan to suddenly reverse the car, so they didn't have time to brake, which led to the rear-end collision. Seeing the door of the Santana open and the middle-aged man inside grabbing a gun and about to get out of the car, Su Yixuan was frightened and panicked. Without time to think, she quickly glanced at Chen Nan and said, "Move aside, I'll open it." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't care about any physical contact and hurriedly straddled Chen Nan's legs, holding the steering wheel with one hand and the gear lever with the other, and drove out at a very fast speed. Chen Nan originally wanted to get out of the car and kill the two men, but unexpectedly Su Yixuan suddenly threw herself into his arms. "Sister Yixuan, even if you want to take advantage of me, you should inform me first. I'm not ready yet." Su Yixuan was very depressed. It was already this late, and he still had the mind to talk nonsense here. "Stop talking nonsense and shut up." Su Yixuan said this unhappily. She didn't have the time to chat with him. She held the steering wheel tightly with both hands and drove seriously. Chen Nan said helplessly, "Why don't you stop the car and I'll get down and kill them? They have guns." Su Yixuan said angrily, "Hold me tight." Chen Nan thought he had heard it wrong. Hold you tight." "Yes, hold me tight. This way my body won't sway from side to side," Su Yixuan said with a blushing face. Chen Nan took a deep breath and hugged Su Yixuan's waist tightly with both hands. Chapter 24 Powerful Skills. Well. Chen Nan swallowed and suppressed the anger. Bang! Suddenly, another loud noise was heard. Chen Nan's face changed, and he moved as fast as lightning, quickly pressing Su Yixuan's head down. The next moment, a bullet flew over her head and hit the front windshield that was already covered with cracks. Su Yixuan's originally blushing face turned pale. At that moment, she had really brushed shoulders with death. If Chen Nan hadn't acted quickly, she would have probably met the king of hell by now. "Can you get rid of them? Otherwise I really can't bear it anymore," Chen Nan said a little depressed. "Stop talking nonsense and hold me tight." Su Yixuan's face turned red again, and she said, "I know you have great self-control, just hold on. No matter how strong my willpower is, I can't stand someone like you." Chen Nan was extremely depressed and said, "Why don't you just stop? They are just two guns. They are no match for me. It's already this hour and you're still bragging." Not only did Su Yixuan not stop the car, but she increased the speed even more. Speeding up is a normal thing, but the terrible thing is that as the speed of the car increased, her body naturally leaned back, and their bodies became closer. Chen Nan swallowed, greedily inhaled the fragrance from her body, and couldn't help but kiss her neck. "What are you doing?" Su Yixuan screamed. Chen Nan reacted and quickly turned his head away. "No. Nothing, you just leaned back and bumped into it accidentally." Su Yixuan was half believing and half doubting, her face as red as the sunset. "Please control yourself." "If I could control myself, I would have done it long ago," Chen Nan said depressedly. "Restraint? This is a joke. Which man can bear to hold a beautiful woman in his arms? You." Su Yixuan simply stopped talking and concentrated on driving. Glancing at the rearview mirror, the Santana was still chasing closely. Su Yixuan was extremely anxious. What should she do? "Stop the car quickly, someone is blocking the road ahead." Chen Nan suddenly pointed ahead and said. Su Yixuan looked closely and her expression changed instantly. That's right, about 200 meters ahead, there were 5 vans parked side by side, completely blocking the road. If it were in the city, if the road was blocked by someone, the police would definitely come immediately to deal with it, but Su Yixuan ran around in a panic and now she is on a more remote road in the suburbs. There are few policemen and even passing vehicles here. It's over, completely over. Su Yixuan cried out in her heart and had to step on the brakes, otherwise she would have collided with the van in front. The car stopped and Chen Nan said, "Don't get out of the car yet. I'll go take care of them." Su Yixuan looked back at him and said, "I'm not that afraid of death. Since things have come to this point, let's face it together." After saying that, she opened the car door and got out. Bang! Just as Su Yixuan got off the car, a loud noise was heard and the people behind opened fire again. A bullet was like a meteor, streaking through the sky at an extremely fast speed and shooting towards Su Yixuan's head. She had just gotten out of the car and was like a living target standing there. "Get out of the way. As Chen Nan screamed, he rushed out of the car like a cheater, pounced on Su Yixuan and pressed her to the ground. Call out. With a sound of breaking through the air, the bullet flew over Su Yixuan's head. Without having time to enjoy the soft body under him, Chen Nan hurriedly grabbed Su Yixuan's waist, hugged her and jumped 1 or 2 meters high from the ground, directly jumped over the car and landed on the other side of the car. You're not hurt. No, no. Su Yixuan was still a little unresponsive, as everything happened too suddenly. With the car as cover, Chen Nan raised his head and looked back through the glass window. The Santana had stopped and the 2 middle-aged men inside were holding pistols and walking towards him step by step. At the same time, he found that there were also 5 people holding pistols walking towards him next to the 5 vans in front. There were 7 enemies in total, and all of them had guns. Fortunately, it was already dark, and there were no street lights in this remote section of the road, only car lights. They had not yet discovered where Chen Nan and Su Yixuan were hiding. What should we do? Su Yixuan's voice trembled a little. Chen Nan picked up a few stones on the ground and whispered, "You lie down on the ground and don't move. I'll take care of them." After that, without waiting for Su Yixuan's response, he patted her shoulder, then jumped up in an instant and landed on the roof of the car. As soon as Chen Nan appeared, 7 people in front and behind him pulled the trigger at the same time, and 7 bullets shot at him. Ding! Chen Nan put his feet on the roof of the car and did a backflip, instantly avoiding 5 bullets, but he was unable to avoid 2 of them and still shot towards his chest and abdomen. A cold light flashed in Chen Nan's eyes, and he swung the stones in his hand and threw out 4 of them at once. Clang! The stones and bullets collided with each other, sparks flew in the air, and the 2 bullets shot at Chen Nan were deflected by the stones and shot towards their own people instead. Bullets and stones flew together, and the next moment, a shrill scream was heard. Chapter 25, A Slap in the Face. Oh! The shrill screams were heart-wrenching, blood-splattered, and there were crackling sounds, and 4 pistols fell to the ground. Among the 7 people on the other side, 4 screamed and jumped up violently, holding their wrists. 2 of them were hit by stones, and the other 2 were hit in the wrist by deflected bullets. All this happened in a flash. Chen Nan jumped out of the car, glanced at the remaining 3 people, and said with a smile, "It's already this late, why haven't you run for your lives yet?" The 3 of them also knew that they had met a tough opponent today. But besides being shocked, they were more puzzled. When did Su Yixuan have such a master around her? After looking at each other, the 3 of them pulled the trigger at Chen Nan at the same time. Accompanied by 3 gunshots, 3 bullets cut through the sky and whizzed towards Chen Nan. "You don't know your own limits." Chen Nan sneered and dodged. He then glanced at the 3 people coldly and threw 3 more stones. Bang, bang, bang. 3 crisp sounds were heard, and the guns in the hands of the 3 men fell to the ground in unison. There was a thumb-sized blood hole on their wrists, which was pierced by a stone. Until this moment, the 7 people realized that the skills of the young man in front of them were not something that could be dealt with by just a few guns. They turned around and ran, trying to escape. However, at this moment, Chen Nan rushed forward, grabbed 2 guns from the ground, and pulled the trigger with both hands. Bang, bang. 7 gunshots were heard in succession, followed by continuous thump sounds, and the 7 men all fell to the ground. There was a bullet hole at the knee of their right leg, and blood kept gushing out. The screams were incessant. "I stopped playing with this crap when I was 10, and yet you guys are still using it to kill people." Chen Nan tossed the gun in his hand, then put it on his belt, walked over and grabbed all 7 people and piled them together, and said with a smile, "Brothers, you are such a bad shooter and yet you come out to kill people, don't you feel ashamed?" The 7 men grimaced in pain and looked at Chen Nan's smiling face. They never dreamed that 7 pistols would be defeated by 7 stones. "Brother, why don't you say something?" Chen Nan squatted down, patted a middle-aged man on the face with a smile, and said, "Compared with you, how is my shooting skill? If I want to hit you in the knee, I will hit you in the knee." The middle-aged man squatted on the ground, holding his feet, trembling with pain, but he ignored Chen Nan. "Wow, I didn't realize you have such a high pitch," Chen Nan said with a smile, stretched out his hand and pinched his face, then suddenly his expression turned cold, and he slapped him with a par. The middle-aged man's head tilted, and he fell to the ground with a thud. 2 of his front teeth were knocked out and he screamed in pain. Chen Nan then cursed in great displeasure. "What? Can't you hear me when I ask you a question? The middle-aged man still gritted his teeth and said nothing. Chen Nan was delighted when he saw this, and was just about to spank him a few more times, but at this moment, Su Yixuan came over, gave Chen Nan a thumbs up, and said with a smile, "You are really good." She never dreamed that Chen Nan was actually not afraid of guns. If she had known this, she wouldn't have had to run away. Who am I? A few petty thieves are no problem for me. Chen Nan patted his chest and said smugly. Boast. Su Yixuan rolled her eyes at him. Chen Nan sighed deeply and said, Sister Yixuan, you can't speak against your conscience. Look, I caught all these people and threw them here for you. How could I brag? Su Yixuan smiled helplessly. Okay, you're not bragging, you are an invincible hero, okay. That's more like it. Chen Nan chuckled and said, shouldn't you give a kiss to the invincible hero? Upon hearing this, Su Yixuan immediately remembered the night before, when she forcefully kissed Chen Nan in the woods and hugged him to be molested. Her face instantly turned red, and she glared at Chen Nan angrily. Do you want to die? Chen Nan was stunned by the scolding and felt a little confused. Even if I don't kiss her, there's no need to curse her, right? I'm her savior. Scratching his head, Chen Nan was at a loss for words, and finally came to the conclusion that women are two strange creatures, and their thoughts cannot be figured out by common sense. The 7 people on the ground were gnashing with hatred. This couple was flirting in front of them. They didn't take them seriously at all. Although the 7 of them were prisoners now, they couldn't just treat them as air. Just when the 7 people were feeling unhappy, Su Yixuan suddenly asked in a cold voice, why do you want to kill me? The 7 people were silent. It seems they are all tough guys. Chen Nan said with a smile, and stepped directly on the chest of a middle-aged man, then raised his hand and slapped him hard in the face. Par par par. The crisp sound continued to ring. Chen Nan whipped him more than 10 times in a row before he asked with a smile, brother, does it hurt? Does it hurt? Try slapping yourself a few times. The middle-aged man had the urge to curse, but he gritted his teeth and stood up, not giving in. If you want to kill me, I'll do it to you. It seems like you're not in pain. Chen Nan sighed, shook his head, then his eyes turned cold and he slapped him again mercilessly. Crackle, crackle. He slapped him left and right, very loudly. Chen Nan stopped asking questions and kept slapping him on the face with both hands, with no intention of stopping. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face, but this guy only hits people in the face. After whipping him for 30 or 40 times, Chen Nan finally stopped and patted his face, which had swollen like a pig's head. The middle-aged man trembled all over in pain, but Chen Nan grinned and said, brother, did you enjoy this feast? The middle-aged man's eyes were flashing with anger, and he stared at Chen Nan. Boy, I won't let you go. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Chen Nan slapped him in the face, swallowing the rest of his words into his stomach. He said with a smile, don't you see your current situation? You dare to threaten me? Do you think I was brought up by fear? You'd better let us go, otherwise, the forces behind us will not let you go. By then, not only you, but also your friends and relatives will be torn into pieces and will be. Snap, snap, snap. Chen Nan slapped him 3 times, causing 2 or 3 of his teeth to fly out and his face to swell up all of a sudden. The force of these 3 slaps was heavier than the previous ones. Chen Nan grabbed his clothes and pulled him up, smiling and said, if you are really smart, you shouldn't threaten me. Tell me, what is the power behind you? Why do you want to kill her? Tell me and I will spare your life. Chapter 26. You have a crush on me. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, I won't tell you even if I die. Don't even think about it. Crackle. Before he could finish, Chen Nan raised his hand and slapped him hard. It seemed that if this bastard didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't know how high the sky was, how thick the earth was, and how painful the slap would be. Since you want to die, I will beat you to death today. As Chen Nan spoke, he slapped him in the face 1 slap after another. The other 6 people beside him broke out in cold sweats and felt a little cold in their hearts. In fact, Chen Nan also realized that this middle-aged man should be their leader and must know more than others. As long as he was subdued, the matter would basically be settled. Su Yixuan was watching from the side. Although she felt that Chen Nan's method was a bit too violent, there was really no better way. The sound of crisp slaps continued. After Chen Nan slapped him more than 60 times in a row, the middle-aged man finally couldn't bear it anymore. 7 or 8 of his teeth were knocked out. He looked extremely miserable. He said in a trembling voice, I'll tell you, please stop. I'll tell you everything. Damn it, you are so shameless. My hand hurts from hitting me. Chen Nan glanced at him and said, go ahead. The middle-aged man dared to be angry but could not speak out, thinking, fuck you, I didn't ask you to hit me, who can you blame if your hand hurts? Besides, does it hurt as much as my face? We are from the Zhao family, and we also received orders from above. The middle-aged man said in a trembling voice. The Zhao family is a super family in Ningjiang City. Su Yixuan frowned immediately and asked in a cold voice, I have no grudge against the Zhao family, why do you want to kill me? I don't know. It is said that someone wants to buy your life, but we really don't know who it is. Chen Nan waved his hand and said with a smile, brother, is this feast not enough for you? Do you want to tell me or not? The middle-aged man was so frightened that he was shaking all over. He desperately begged for mercy and even knelt on the ground and kowtowed, I beg you to stop beating us. We really don't know. We really don't know. Chen Nan looked at Su Yixuan, shrugged helplessly, and said, it seems that he won't talk anymore, why not just kill him? Don't kill me, I really don't know, please spare me, I beg you. The middle-aged man's head was swollen like a pig's head. He kept knocking his head on the ground. He was trembling with fear and kept begging for mercy. After being slapped into submission by Chen Nan, he no longer had the toughness he had before. He didn't look like he was pretending, but really didn't know. Chen Nan looked at Su Yixuan and asked, kill him or not? Su Yixuan was speechless. Murder? This guy could think of this. She didn't dare to do such a thing. She hurriedly shook her head and said, no, don't mess around. Call the police. Chen Nan nodded, it's up to you. After calling the police arrived quickly. However, as the parties involved, Chen Nan and Su Yixuan also needed to go and make a statement. It was not until after 11 o'clock in the evening that the two of them came out of the police station. Sister Yixuan, where are you going tonight? Chen Nan asked puzzledly while sitting in the car. Su Yixuan turned her head and looked at him, and said, I was originally planning to go to a party and ask you to go with me and pretend to be my boyfriend, but after all this trouble at the police station, it's too late now. Acting as a boyfriend. Another shield. Chen Nan had the urge to curse. What kind of evil women were living in the Su family villa? Su Qingqing offered him 5,000 yuan to be a shield. Su Yixuan also wanted him to be a shield, but only offered 500 yuan. As for Dongfang Yunfei, although she didn't ask him to be a shield, she threatened to seduce him. Pick him up. Is it appropriate for a woman to pick up a man? If this gets out, will it be allowed? Chen Nan felt very depressed. Although these three women were all so beautiful, each one was more ferocious than the other. They were simply deadly. What are you thinking about? Su Yixuan asked suddenly. Chen Nan came back to his senses, nothing. Well, although I don't have to attend the party, I should still get my 500 yuan overtime pay, right? Well. Su Yixuan was devastated. After all this time, this guy was worried that she would cheat and not pay. Seeing that Su Yixuan didn't say anything, Chen Nan hurriedly asked, you're not really not going to give it to me, are you? Am I such a bad person? Su Yixuan said somewhat depressed. Chen Nan chuckled, of course not. You are a good person. Then what are you worried about? This. Chen Nan scratched his head and said with a smile, there is always a chance of something happening. I just reminded you in case you forgot. Su Yixuan rolled her eyes, took out her wallet, counted out 5 red $100 bills and gave them to him. Chen Nan took it in a hurry, and was so excited. He finally got the money he earned. It felt good to have money in hand. Well, I'll find a time to collect the 5,000 yuan from Su Qingqing. The next morning, when Chen Nan and Su Qingqing arrived at the classroom, Huaxinya was already sitting there. Chen Nan was a little excited. Huaxinya must know the whereabouts of his junior sister. However, the relationship between him and her seemed a little stiff now, and he had to ease it first. Glancing at Su Qingqing next to him, Chen Nan asked, do you know Huaxinya's cell phone number? When Su Qingqing heard this, she turned around excitedly and stared at Chen Nan from head to toe. After a long while, she smiled and said, why? Are you attracted to this beautiful girl? Chen Nan was speechless. Does asking for her phone number mean he likes her? Do you have one or not? Su Qingqing pouted her lips, revealing 2 dimples, and said proudly, of course. But you have to answer me first, do you like her? No. Chen Nan shook his head and said, give me the number. Su Qingqing scratched her head. If you don't like her, why do you want her number? Besides, you can ask her yourself, why ask me? Isn't it morning self-study now? I can't go ask her. Chen Nan said, beautiful, virtuous, gentle and kind Miss Qingqing, just give me your number. I just want to send her a text message. Su Qingqing pouted her lips immediately, pointed at Chen Nan's nose and said angrily, stupid idiot, you said you didn't like her, but now you're texting her to chat her up. Chen Nan was extremely speechless and could only explain in a low voice, what are you thinking? I just happened to run into her when I went to the women's restroom on the 4th floor yesterday, so I wanted to text her to apologize. Humph, you're lying. Su Qingqing pouted and said, wasn't it Jiang Shami you bumped into? How did it become her? Actually, both of them bumped into each other. Real. Su Qingqing scratched her head and couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect you to be so unlucky. Hee, since you don't like her, I'm relieved. Here's your number, 136XXXXXXXX. Are you relieved that I don't like her? Chen Nan was stunned for a moment, then looked at Su Qingqing and said in surprise, what do you mean? You are not secretly in love with me, are you? If you have a crush on me, just say it. Chapter 27. It's hard to explain. I'm in love with you, you deadhead. Su Qingqing puffed her lips angrily, and in an instant, she stretched out her claws and pinched Chen Nan's arm hard. Hiss. Chen Nan sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling extremely depressed. Is this Su Qingqing a lobster? Can you be more ladylike? Chen Nan glared at him and scolded him, a girl like you always pinch people. Is that right? Be careful that you won't be able to get married in the future. Su Qingqing curled her lips and said with disdain, who told you to talk nonsense? I pinched you lightly. Is this considered light? Chen Nan rolled up his sleeves, revealing several bruises on his arms. Look, these are all your masterpieces, and they are not light. You can actually say that. Seeing the scars on Chen Nan's arm, Su Qingqing felt a little guilty. She looked pitiful, grabbed Chen Nan's arm and shook it, looking at him eagerly, silly boy, I didn't mean it. I will be gentler next time. I'm sorry. Chen Nan's eyes widened, will there be a next time? Well. Su Qingqing scratched his head and laughed, silly boy, I know you are the best, please forgive me. Don't change the subject. Chen Nan looked at her seriously and said, you said there won't be a next time. Su Qingqing grabbed his arm and shook it, looking pitiful as she said, don't be so serious. I'll be more careful next time. What if you pinch me again? Seeing that Chen Nan seemed to be pushing his limit, Su Qingqing pouted her lips. The pitiful look on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by a smirk. She suddenly reached out and pinched Chen Nan's hand again, puffing her lips and saying, humph, you idiot, you're pushing your limit. What's wrong with pinching you? Who told you to talk nonsense? Although it was a pinch, it was much lighter than before. Chen Nan had the urge to curse. This girl was too arrogant. Who is talking nonsense? If you don't have a crush on me, why do you care so much about whether I like the class monitor? Just be narcissistic. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes at him, have you forgotten what you promised me yesterday? You want to be my shield. You are nominally my boyfriend now. If you fall in love with another girl at this time, then I will be cuckolded by you. Where will I put my face? Chen Nan was stunned by what he said. After thinking about it carefully, he found that it was really the case. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was so scared. I thought you had a crush on me. When Su Qingqing heard this, she immediately glared at Chen Nan and pointed at his nose and said, what do you mean, you idiot? If I had a crush on you, would you be scared to death? Do I look that scary? She looks pretty good, but a bit fierce. Chen Nan naturally didn't dare to say this, because if he did, he would be strangled. I didn't mean that. What do you mean? Su Qingqing rubbed her hands together, bared her teeth at Chen Nan, and showed a ferocious look. However, in Chen Nan's opinion, this look was quite cute. That. Humph, what's this and that? Are you going to tell me or not? Su Qingqing threatened, if you don't, when you fall asleep in class later, I will pinch you, and pinch you hard. This chick is a devil. Chen Nan sighed deeply and said nonsense, actually, what I mean is that I only have junior sister in my heart. If you have a crush on me, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Do you understand what I mean? Su Qingqing scratched her head, I think I understand. But it's your fault in the end. You're too narcissistic. How could I have a crush on you? You're so stupid. Chen Nan chuckled, who knows? After all, I'm so handsome. Su Qingqing stared at him and asked with a puzzled look on her face, are you handsome? Don't you see? Su Qingqing shook her head and sighed. Chen Nan was instantly hit, his self-esteem was hurt. He was so handsome, but she didn't realize it. What kind of stupid look did this girl have? At the back of the classroom, Xiaojiji gritted his teeth, stared at Chen Nan in front of him, and clenched his fists. That bastard beat him up yesterday and ran away after school. Now he even dares to chat with Su Qingqing, and he seems so happy. It's really abominable and hateful. I will make you pay the price. Xiaojiji stared at Chen Nan with vicious eyes, wishing he could slap him to death to vent his hatred. Chen Nan naturally didn't understand Xiaojiji's anger, because he was holding his phone and texting Huaxinya. Hello, monitor. I'm Chen Nan. I really didn't mean what happened in the women's restroom yesterday. I sincerely apologize to you now. Please forgive me, okay? Sent successfully. Looking up, Chen Nan cast his gaze towards Huaxinya, waiting for her reply. Huaxinya, who was reading a book, felt her phone vibrate, so she took it out and saw that it was a text message from an unfamiliar number. When she opened it, she realized it was from Chen Nan. Not intentional. Seeing the content of the text message, Huaxinya was furious. This damn hooligan actually wanted to quibble. A boy went to the girls' restroom for no reason and said he didn't do it on purpose. What a pervert. No one would believe him. Huaxinya was too lazy to even reply. She put her phone away, turned around and glared at Chen Nan fiercely, muttering, rascal. Then she turned back to read. Although Huaxinya's muttering was very low, Chen Nan, who practiced martial arts, had excellent hearing, so he could hear it clearly. He was puzzled at the time, how could he be regarded as a hooligan for apologizing? Did he have to tell her about Su Qingqing before she would believe it? Chen Nan gritted his teeth and said, just say it. If you don't believe me, Qingqing can testify. I went into the women's restroom to give her that thing. You saw me in the supermarket at that time. I went to buy that thing for her. But then I went to the wrong place. She was in the restroom on the 3rd floor, and I went to the 4th floor. Chen Nan sent another message. For the sake of my junior sister, what's the harm in explaining a little more? This time, after Huaxinya took out her cell phone and looked at it, she turned around and glanced at Chen Nan. Although her eyes were still unfriendly, they no longer had the contentious look from before. After hesitating for a while, Huaxinya looked at Su Qingqing next to her, picked up the draft book and wrote a sentence on it. Qingqing, did you ask Chen Nan to bring you sanitary napkins yesterday? Huaxinya sat in the second seat of Group 5, and Su Qingqing sat in the second seat of Group 4, with only an aisle between them. After she finished writing, she handed over the draft book. Su Qingqing took the draft book and took a look at it, and a devilish smile immediately appeared on her face. Turning her head to look at Chen Nan, who was full of expectation, she showed a smug smile, then turned to Huaxinya and shook her head. How is it possible? You? Chen Nan pointed at Su Qingqing and was almost so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood. He helped her, but this girl was not only disloyal, but she even framed him. Chapter 28, Bragging Without Thinking. Hearing Su Qingqing's words, Huaxinya's face turned ugly again. After glaring at Chen Nan fiercely, she turned her head away without her eyes staying on him for even half a second. In Huaxinya's opinion, Chen Nan was a hooligan, a pervert and a bastard, and looking at him any longer would dirty her eyes. That is not the case. Chen Nan spoke anxiously, causing the students around him to look at him curiously, not knowing who he was talking to. As for Huaxinya, she didn't even turn her head. My reputation. Chen Nan wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't know what sin he had committed in his previous life to have met a witch like Su Qingqing. Looking at Su Qingqing, she was smiling happily. Chen Nan was so angry that he almost bit his teeth off. He said word by word, Su Qingqing, aren't you afraid of losing your teeth when you lie? Seeing Chen Nan's angry face, Su Qingqing stuck out her tongue proudly, blinked her eyes and said with a smile, "Hee, did I lie?" "No, right? I told the truth." "You?" Chen Nan resisted the urge to scold her and said gloomily, "You should speak with conscience. Help me explain it quickly." Su Qingqing pouted her lips and showed him an extremely bright smile, which gave Chen Nan endless hope. But the next moment, she said with a smirk on her face, "Want to explain? Explain it yourself. I still want to watch the show, hee. I did all this to help you. Will you die if you prove your innocence?" Su Qingqing made a face at him and said, "I won't prove it if I don't prove it. Hee, silly boy. I'm so happy to see you so aggrieved. Keep up the good work." After saying that, she turned around and went to read a book. Chen Nan was so angry that his teeth were itching. If he had known this would happen, he would never have given Su Qingqing sanitary napkins. Others repay evil with kindness, but this girl repays kindness with evil. It would be fine if she didn't help the man in need at the critical moment, but she even added fuel to the fire and added insult to injury. It's really infuriating. Chen Nan spent the following morning self-study time in depression. After class, Su Qingqing gave Chen Nan a gloating smile and then ran out of the classroom to play. Chen Nan glanced at Wuxinya and was about to explain again, but at this moment, he saw her stand up and walk out of the classroom. Bang! Chen Nan was so depressed that he couldn't help but punch the desk. The loud noise scared the students in the classroom. They all looked over here, thinking Chen Nan was a psychopath. "Master, you are so disloyal. You actually left me and ran away yesterday, causing me to be beaten." When Zhu Barge's voice came, Chen Nan turned around and saw this guy wearing earphones, with an excited look on his face, holding a mobile phone and running towards him. Chen Nan didn't feel guilty at all about being chased and beaten by Jiang Xiaomi yesterday. "Bargy, you are such a grown-up, how could you be beaten by a woman? It's shameful, really shameful. Fuck, you still dare to say that to me? You run faster than me." Chen Nan sighed, "I am a man of 7 feet tall, I disdain to fight with a woman, so I avoided her. I just didn't bother to fight with her, that's why I didn't fight back." Zhu Barji said with his head held high, not feeling embarrassed at all. "Why don't you just die?" Zhu Barji smiled slyly, then thrust his phone in front of Chen Nan's eyes. "Hey, master, I'll treat you to a blockbuster movie." "What blockbuster?" "Of course it's from an island country, hee. Chen Nan was speechless, and was about to show contempt, but at this moment. Snort. A cold snort was heard. Chen Nan and Zhu Barji, who were bragging, were startled and turned around quickly, only to see Wuxinya standing next to her seat, glaring at them fiercely, her eyes full of shyness and anger. Class monitor." Chen Nan almost fell to the ground. Wuxinya had actually returned to the classroom. The previous misunderstanding was deep enough, and now she heard these words. How could this be explained? Chapter 29. You are so arrogant. He is indeed a beast, a complete beast. Wuxinya thought secretly, and her impression of Chen Nan suddenly became extremely bad. "Squad leader, you guys chat, I'm leaving now, bye." Zhu Barji chuckled, turned around and ran away, leaving Chen Nan, who was about to cry but had no tears, to face Wuxinya alone. "Squad leader, I don't believe your ears, just now. Rogue." The reply to Chen Nan was still these 2 words. Wuxinya snorted coldly, turned around and sat down in her seat. "No, you really misunderstood. Things are not what you heard." Chen Nan stood up and walked towards Wuxinya, wanting to explain all the misunderstandings, but Wuxinya ignored him. "Class monitor, I'm really a good person. Everyone who has seen me says that I look like him. Don't listen to Su Qingqing's nonsense. She just wanted to make trouble for me. And what happened just now?" Before Chen Nan could finish, Wuxinya turned around and glared at him. "You bastard, stay away from me. Please listen to my explanation. I know that what happened in the bathroom was unfair to you, but I really didn't mean it. You." When she mentioned what happened in the bathroom, Wuxinya blushed and interrupted Chen Nan again. "Are you leaving or not? Just listen to me first." Snort. Wuxinya stood up directly, turned around and walked out of the classroom. Chen Nan was extremely depressed and did not chase after her to explain, because he knew very well that in the current situation, Wuxinya would not believe him at all unless Su Qingqing could stand up and testify for him. At the same time, Chen Nan was also somewhat puzzled. Just now, when he was in close contact with Washinya, he still did not detect the slightest fluctuation of internal energy. Does Washinya really know martial arts? Although Zhu Barji was so sure, Chen Nan still had some doubts. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise and the classroom door was kicked open. A young man with 3 dyed yellow hairs on his head walked in with 5 boys, looking arrogant. Among the 5 boys behind him, 2 were Xiao Jiji and Qian Paiyang. Who the hell is Chen Nan? After a group of people rushed into the classroom, the yellow-haired man slammed his fist on the desk, glanced around the classroom, and cursed, extremely arrogant. Xiao Jiji smiled at Wang Mao with a flattering look on his face, pointed at Chen Nan and said, "Brother Ming, it's him. He was the one who beat me in Paiyang." The yellow-haired man immediately turned his gaze towards Chen Nan and walked over with a sneer, "Boy, you dared to hit my people, do you know how you died?" Chen Nan was feeling depressed now, and glanced at the yellow-haired guy coldly. "Fuck you, why are you making so much noise here so early in the morning? Go play with your balls." Wang Mao's face immediately turned cold, but before he could say anything, Xiao Jiji, who was standing next to him, stepped forward hastily, pointed at Chen Nan's nose and shouted, "Boy, how dare you talk to Brother Ming like that, do you want to die?" Par. Chen Nan slapped Xiao Jiji's hand that was pointing at him, causing Xiao Jiji to grimace in pain. Chen Nan then said coldly, "I don't care if you're Brother Ming or Dog Ming. Get away from me if you know what's best for you, or I'll make you regret coming into this world. You're looking for death." The other boys standing next to the yellow-haired boy cursed and rushed forward to attack Chen Nan, but were stopped by the yellow-haired boy. The yellow-haired man posed in a self-conscious manner and sneered, "Boy, you are the first person who dares to speak to me, Zhao Ming, like this. If you have the guts, come with me to the toilet." Chen Nan glanced at him and said, "I just need to go to the bathroom." "Let's go. You've got guts." Zhao Ming stared at Chen Nan, then led everyone out of the classroom. "I have guts, but you don't," Chen Nan said, and followed. However, when he just reached the door of the classroom, Zhu Barji rushed over and grabbed him. "Master, don't go, they must want to beat you up." Chen Nan shrugged, "I know. You still went when you knew about it." Chen Nan sighed and said, "There's nothing I can do. I'm broke lately, so I'm going to borrow some money from them." Zhu Barji almost fell to the ground. You asked them to borrow money. Is there a problem?" Chen Nan patted Zhu Barji on the shoulder. "They came here specially to give me money today. I would rather lend it to them. Besides, that bastard is always thinking about my woman. I have to pee today so that he can look in the mirror." Zhu Barji was stunned for a moment. "Are you kidding?" Chen Nan smiled faintly, turned around and walked outside. On the spot, Zhu Barji gritted his teeth, hesitated for a while, and hurriedly followed, "Master, count me in for the fight." When the two arrived at the men's restroom, Zhao Ming, Xiao Jiji and others were already waiting inside. Bang! As soon as Chen Nan and Zhu Barji came in, Zhao Ming's men hurriedly locked the toilet door, obviously wanting to close the door and beat the dog, but was the dog being beaten Chen Nan or themselves? This remains to be studied. Without paying any attention to Zhao Ming and the others, Chen Nan simply unzipped his pants, walked to the urinal and started peeing. Seeing that Chen Nan completely ignored his group, Zhao Ming was furious and winked at Xiao Jiji next to him. Xiao Jiji understood and immediately rushed to Chen Nan, pointed at his head and shouted, "Fuck you, you dare to be so arrogant in front of Brother Ming, you are looking for death." Chen Nan didn't even turn his head. He peed and said, "You'd better take your hands away. I hate it most when people point at my head. How dare you be so arrogant? I'm going to kill you." While Xiao Jiji was pointing at Chen Nan, he raised his leg and was about to kick him, but at this moment, Chen Nan made a move in an instant and grabbed Xiao Jiji's fingers, twisting them backwards. Xiao Jiji screamed in pain and broke out in a cold sweat. If Chen Nan exerted a little force, he would probably be able to break his fingers. "Feeling good, huh?" Chen Nan increased the strength in his hands and said with a smile. "Oh." Xiao Jiji's fingers were connected to his heart. He was shaking with pain and opened his mouth to scream. However, just as Xiao Jiji opened his mouth to scream, Chen Nan suddenly turned around and drenched Xiao Jiji in urine. Xiao Jiji, who was screaming, hadn't reacted yet. His face suddenly turned pale and he was shaking with anger. Or. Xiao Jiji's face turned red, and he wanted to vomit because of the smell of urine, but unfortunately he couldn't vomit. After drenching Xiao Zhiji in urine, Chen Nan finished peeing. He zipped up his pants, looked at Xiao Zhiji and grinned, "Oh my, buddy, I really didn't mean it. I'm so sorry for making you a drowned chicken. I'm so sorry." Chapter 30 Complete Torture. Zhu Barji, who was standing by, was dumbfounded. He really drank urine. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Zhiji was shaking all over and roaring in anger. Chen Nan shrugged innocently, "This is holy water. I wouldn't give it to ordinary people. You should be grateful to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Nan suddenly raised his leg and kicked Xiao Zhiji in the chest. Bang! With a powerful kick, Xiao Zhiji was kicked 2 meters away and hit Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming lost his balance and fell on his back. He was pinned to the ground by Xiao Zhiji, screaming in agony and looking in a miserable state. "Damn! Xiao Zhiji, you have no fucking eyes!" Zhao Ming roared, touching the back of his head. Xiao Zhiji was kicked dizzy by Chen Nan. He wiped the urine off his face, shook his head in confusion, and immediately splashed urine all over Zhao Ming's face. "Fuck! What are you shaking me for?" "I'm shaking your sister, get out of here right now." Zhao Ming wiped his face and yelled in anger. Then he slapped the back of Zhao Ming's head and cursed, "You are still pressing on me, get off. Get off now." Xiao Zhiji reacted belatedly and quickly rolled off Zhao Ming, lying on the ground wailing, his head heavy and his feet dizzy, unable to stand up. As soon as Xiao Zhiji rolled away, Zhao Ming immediately jumped up and started punching and kicking Xiao Zhiji, cursing his ancestors. After beating up Xiao Zhiji and venting his anger, Zhao Ming gradually calmed down. He leaned against the wall and pointed at Chen Nan and roared, "What are you still standing there for? Beat him up, beat him hard, beat him half to death first." Zhao Ming gave an order, and the remaining 4 brothers hurriedly clenched their fists and prepared to pounce on Chen Nan. "Wait a moment." Seeing the 4 people rushing over, Zhu Barji hurriedly took a step forward, came to Zhao Ming, and said with a smile, "Brother Ming, Chen Nan just got here and doesn't know the rules. Please give me some face and don't bother with him. I'll treat you to a wild bar after school. Don't get drunk." Bang! Before Zhu Barji could finish his words, Zhao Ming kicked him in the chest, causing Zhu Barji to retreat several steps and almost fall to the ground. Fortunately, Chen Nan supported him at the critical moment. Zhao Ming smashed his cigarette butt on the ground, pointed at Zhu Barji with a sneer on his face and said, "Fatty, who the hell do you think you are? Why should I give you face? Get out of here if you know what's best for you, or I'll beat you up too." Zhu Barji clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anger. He often invited Zhao Ming to drink, but he didn't expect that Zhao Ming didn't treat him as a friend at all. Although the kick just now was not very painful, it trampled on his dignity. "How does it feel?" Chen Nan smiled and patted Zhu Barji's fat. "This is simply a natural bulletproof vest. It should be fine if you get kicked once or twice, right?" Zhu Barji grinned, then gritted his teeth and said, "I must kick you back. Now you're acting like a real man." Reaching out and patting Zhu Barji on the shoulder, Chen Nan pointed at Zhao Ming and the others and said, "You're just dithering like a bunch of women. Are you going to fight or not? If you want to fight, then hurry up and let me beat you up. If you don't dare to fight, cut off your penis and go home." Zhao Ming, who was already furious, was now even more furious. "Fuck you, you don't know whether to live or die." Zhao Ming slammed his fist against the wall, grimacing in pain. He pointed at Chen Nan and Zhu Barji and roared, "Brothers, come on." As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 younger brothers clenched their fists and rushed towards Chen Nan and Zhu Barji. "Master, leave Chen Piyan to me, you take care of the others." Seeing the 4 men rushing over, Zhu Barji said something to Chen Nan, then punched his chest twice, and like a gorilla about to go crazy, he took big strides and pounced towards the thin Chen Piyan. "Chen Piyan, you damn thing, I'm going to crush you to death." Zhu Barji cursed loudly, rushed over and hugged Chen Piyan, then threw himself forward and pressed him to the ground, causing him to scream. "Fuck, Zhu Barji, you fat bastard, if you have the guts, don't put pressure on me." Being pressed down by Zhu Barji's body weighing more than 200 pounds, the frail Chen Piyan couldn't even move, let alone resist. He could only scream miserably, with cold sweat as big as soybeans pouring out of his sweat. "I'm the one suppressing you. Don't you accept it? If you don't accept it, then hit me. Get up and hit me." Zhu Barji laughed loudly and slapped him in the face, feeling very proud. Seeing Zhu Barji's actions, Chen Nan felt speechless. It turned out that people with a lot of fat had this advantage: they didn't even need to use their hands in a fight, they could just crush the opponent to death. Glancing at the remaining three people, Chen Nan smiled coldly, suddenly rushed forward, leaped lightly, jumped more than 1 meter high, and kicked two of the younger brothers in the chest with his feet. Bang! After 2 kicks, Chen Nan landed steadily on the ground, while the 2 guys were kicked flying and fell on Zhao Ming at the same time, causing Zhao Ming to fall to the ground with a thump again, like a turtle with its shell turned over, with its forelegs facing the sky. Zhao Ming was so dizzy from the fall that he could not tell east from west, south from north, and raised his head to curse a few times. He was about to get up, but at this moment, call! There was a sound of wind, and before Zhao Ming could understand what was happening, he saw an object flying towards him quickly and hitting him hard. The severe pain made him unable to help but let out another pig-slaughtering scream. This object was exactly his last little brother, who was kicked by Chen Nan and flew 2 meters high, and then fell down and hit him. "Fuck you, you want to crush me to death?" Zhao Ming screamed in pain and slapped the younger brother on the head. However, the younger brother had been knocked unconscious by Chen Nan, so his slap had no effect other than hurting his hand. A bunch of rubbish, all good for nothings. Zhao Ming took great efforts to push the younger brother away, then he stood up shakily, cursing loudly. Looking up at Chen Nan, who was smiling, Zhao Ming subconsciously took a step back, extremely shocked. Just now, 3 of his brothers rushed over at the same time, but in the blink of an eye, they were kicked down by Chen Nan. Is this guy still human? Oh, Brother Ming, I'm so sorry for scaring you just now. Sorry. Just when Zhao Ming was getting nervous, Chen Nan walked towards him with a smile and sighed, "Xiao Zhiji has tasted the taste of urine. Brother Ming, if you are interested, would you like to taste the taste of feces?" Poop. Shit. Zhao Ming was so frightened that his whole body trembled and his face turned pale in an instant. Chapter 31. Do you have to eat shit? Brother Ming, you look so ugly, are you okay? Chen Nan looked at Zhao Ming with a puzzled look on his face and walked over with a smile. Looking at Chen Nan with a smile on his face, Zhao Ming felt uncomfortable all over. Although this guy's smile looked very friendly, it made him feel like being stared at by a poisonous snake, and his back went cold. Looking at Chen Nan approaching step by step, Zhao Ming stepped back step by step, and finally leaned against the wall, with nowhere to hide. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Ming secretly gave himself courage and pointed at Chen Nan and shouted, "Mom! Damn it, what do you want to do? I didn't plan to do anything. I just heard that Brother Ming wanted to taste the taste of shit, so I came here to talk to Brother Ming." Chen Nan smiled and took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Then he lit it with a pop sound, looked at Zhu Barji next to him and said, "Barji, why are you still lying there? Hurry up and get up and talk about life with Brother Ming." Zhu Barji didn't respond. Chen Nan frowned and walked over to pull Zhu Barji up, but chicken legs, big chicken legs are delicious. Zhu Barji actually lay on Tian Piyan and talked in his sleep, drooling all over his face. Fortunately, Tian Piyan had been knocked unconscious long ago, otherwise he would have been pissed to death. Fuck, can you sleep like this? Chen Nan was extremely speechless. He raised his leg and kicked Zhu Barji on the butt, scolding him with a smile, "You are such a sleepy guy that you can even dream about chicken legs in the toilet. If you don't get up, I will kick your asshole to pieces." Fuck, who wants to fuck me? Zhu Barji jumped up, covered his butt with both hands, and looked around with a vigilant look on his face. When he saw Chen Nan, he immediately grinned, "Fuck, master, you are so shameless that you actually covered my anus." "I covered your sister, damn, she sleeps better than a pig." Zhu Barji chuckled and wiped his saliva, "Actually, I didn't sleep well last night, so I just took a nap." Chen Nan didn't even want to scold him anymore. This guy was simply hopelessly lazy and could fall asleep anytime and anywhere. Pointing at Zhao Ming who was standing beside him, Chen Nan said, "Brother Ming wants to talk to you. Go over and talk to him." "Thank you, master." Zhu Barji laughed loudly, rushed over and kicked Zhao Ming in the stomach. "Zhu Barji, you are so bold that you dare to kick me." Zhao Ming started cursing, but before he could finish his sentence, Zhu Barji kicked him hard in the stomach. He screamed, "Oh," and bent over in pain, holding his stomach and crying out in pain. The cold sweat on his forehead dripped down like raindrops. "You dare to kick me, why shouldn't I dare to kick you?" Zhu Barji grabbed Jiao Ming's hair and cursed, "Damn it, aren't you arrogant? Can you be more arrogant for me to see?" Jiao Ming was so angry that his whole body was shaking, staring at Zhu Barji viciously. "Zhu Barji, you'd better let me go, otherwise I will make you regret it." Bang! Zhu Barji kicked Jiao Ming again, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground with a thud. "Fuck you, it's already this time and you're still pretending to be cool, I'm going to fucking crush you to death." Zhu Barji cursed loudly and glared at Jiao Ming fiercely. Then he jumped up and sat down on Jiao Ming. "Oh!" Zhu Barji sat on Jiao Ming's stomach with a scream of ghosts howling at the top of his lungs. Jiao Ming, who had already been kicked twice, was hit even harder. He screamed in pain, bile spewed out of his mouth, and cold sweat ran down his face. "Oh! Chen Nan, Zhu Barji, I will make you pay the price." Jiao Ming gritted his teeth and said harsh words, shaking with pain. Zhu Barji sneered repeatedly and sat on him tightly. Okay, we are all good people. Let's forgive others when we can. Let me have a good talk with Brother Ming." Pulling Zhu Barji up from Jiao Ming, Chen Nan said with a smile. Zhu Barji seemed to be addicted to beating. After standing up, he kicked Jiao Ming again and then walked aside. Looking at Jiao Ming with a bruised face and nose, Chen Nan took a puff of cigarette, then bent down and blew it on his face, saying with a smile, "Brother Ming, I'm so sorry for making you feel wronged. Are you hurt? Come on, stand up quickly and let me see you." Hearing Chen Nan's words, Jiao Ming seemed to see hope. He quickly got up and tried to force a smile. "Brother Nan, it's my fault this time. I won't dare to do it again." Chen Nan patted him on the face and said with a smile, "Brother Ming, did I ask you to speak?" Jiao Ming was stunned and thought, "I am free to speak, do I need your permission?" No. Jiao Ming gritted his teeth and shook his head. Par. The crisp slap was so pleasant to the ear. Chen Nan slapped Jiao Ming so hard that he turned 3 circles on the spot and finally hit his head against the wall. Stars appeared in his eyes and he was a little confused. Chen Nan said calmly, "Since I didn't ask you to speak, what did you say? Isn't it obvious that you deserve a beating?" "You?" Jiao Ming was angry but dared not speak out. "What do you mean?" Chen Nan took a puff of cigarette and asked, "Brother Ming, are you not convinced?" Hearing Chen Nan calling him Brother Ming, Jiao Ming had the urge to curse. How could this bastard treat him as a brother? He clearly treated him as a grandson, and definitely not a biological one. Jiao Ming almost bit his teeth to pieces. It took him a long time to swallow his anger. He nodded and said, "Brother Nan, I am convinced. I am convinced from the bottom of my heart." Chen Nan nodded in satisfaction, and Jiao Ming also breathed a sigh of relief, but at this moment. Par. One on the left, one on the right. Chen Nan slapped Jiao Ming in the face again, causing him to stagger and fall headfirst to the ground. Jiao Ming Lian even had the urge to curse, his fists clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound, but he resisted the urge to pounce on Chen Nan and fight him to death. "Brother Ming, do you know why I hit you?" Chen Nan flicked the ash off his cigarette, reached out and patted Jiao Ming on the face, smiling friendly. Jiao Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Nan, I was really wrong. Whether you are right or wrong is none of my business." Chen Nan glanced at Jiao Ming and slapped him on the face again. Then he said with a smile, "Brother Ming, I'm really sorry. You didn't answer the question. I have to hit you. Fuck you, I'm going to fight you." Jiao Ming couldn't bear it any longer. He stood up with a roar and punched Chen Nan in the face. Chen Nan greeted him with a smile and waved his hand gently. Par. The palm arrives before the fist. Chen Nan slapped Jiao Ming in the face, making him dizzy. He fell to the ground, knocked out 2 front teeth, and screamed in pain. "Brother Ming, you don't seem to be convinced yet." Chen Nan sighed, walked over and said, "You have such a bad temper, do you have to taste the shit before you are convinced?" Chapter 32 Smiling Tiger. Jiao Ming stared at Chen Nan fiercely, his resentful eyes were like those of a woman who had been raped, angry and furious. Jiao Ming felt extremely aggrieved. He originally wanted to help his little brother Xiao Jiji to get revenge, but unexpectedly, he fell into Chen Nan's hands instead. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come to help Xiao Jiji to get revenge even if he was beaten to death, and even if he had come, he would not have brought only 5 people. Just when Jiao Ming was secretly regretting, Chen Nan came over and looked down at him, raised his foot and patted him on the face, and said with a smile, "Brother Ming, please say something, do you want to taste this shit?" Zhao Ming stared at Chen Nan without saying a word. If looks could kill, Chen Nan would have died thousands of times already. "Brother Ming, can't you hear me?" Chen Nan smiled and suddenly slapped Zhao Ming hard in the face with his foot. 2 or 3 of his teeth flew out instantly. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and blood and saliva flowed out of the corners of his mouth. Miserable. Distressed. The feeling of being slapped in the face by the sole of the foot is completely different from being slapped by the hand. Not only is the force several times stronger, but the worst thing is that the sole of the shoe is hard and it hurts much more than a slap. Zhao Ming covered his face, trembling with pain all over. He no longer had any temper. He looked at Chen Nan and begged, "Brother Nan, I really won't dare to do that again. From now on, you are my big brother. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Please let me go." "You finally came to your senses. I thought you were deaf." Chen Nan sighed, squatted down, patted Zhao Ming on the head, and said with a smile, "Since you listen to me so much, then if I tell you to eat shit, will you eat it?" Aye. Zhao Ming felt so aggrieved, but he didn't dare to get angry. He couldn't help crying. "Brother Nan, please let me go. I am really convinced. Why are you answering a question that is not relevant again?" Chen Nan frowned and twisted his ankle. "It seems that I have to teach you a lesson." Zhao Ming was just about to get up, but when he heard this, he was so scared that he fell to the ground with a plop. "Brother Nan, please stop hitting me. I'll answer you, and I'll answer you right away. Then tell me, if I ask you to eat shit, will you eat it?" Zhao Ming's face turned pale, and he shook his head desperately. "Brother Nan, no don't. Not eating." Chen Nan shook his head. "It seems that what you said just now about listening to me in the future was just a lie. Brother Ming, I sincerely treat you as a brother, how could you lie to me? I'm so sad. Brother? I'm your sister." Zhao Ming had the urge to curse, slapping him non-stop, and even told him to eat shit. How could they be brothers? They were clearly mortal enemies. Restraining his anger, Zhao Ming hurriedly said, "Brother Nan, it's not that I don't consider you a brother, but your request is too high. I really can't do it with my ability. Apart from eating shit, I will definitely do anything else as long as you ask." Chen Nan glanced at him and said, "Well, how about drinking urine?" Zhao Ming's face turned pale in an instant. I. Har, it's just a joke, don't take it seriously." Chen Nan took a puff of cigarette and said with a smile, "Brother Ming, do you have any money? I'm really broke lately, please lend me some money." Zhao Ming's face turned dark. Is this bastard trying to rob me? Just rob it, it's just money, it's better than eating shit. After Zhao Ming figured it out, he nodded quickly, "Yes, of course." Then he quickly took out his wallet, took out 10 red 100 yuan bills, looked at Chen Nan with some fear and said, "Brother Nan, is 1,000 enough?" Chen Nan grabbed the 1,000 yuan without hesitation, and then pointed to his wallet. "Is there anything else in here?" "Yes, a little bit." The corner of Zhao Ming's mouth twitched and he nodded. He felt so depressed in his heart. This guy obviously thought that 1,000 yuan was too little. "Lend me all of them," Chen Nan said with a faint smile. Zhao Ming wanted to curse, "Fuck you," but he held back. He reluctantly opened his wallet, took out the remaining 1,200 yuan, and handed it to him with both hands. "Brother Nan, take it." Chen Nan took it with satisfaction, and Zhao Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the matter had come to an end. But at this moment, Chen Nan suddenly pointed to his wallet and said, "Brother Ming, you seem to have a bank card in here, how much money is in it?" Zhao Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he shuddered all over. He quickly shook his head. No money. "Yeah." Chen Nan gently lifted his feet and glanced at Zhao Ming's face. "I think your face is not very swollen. If you were a little fatter, you would be really handsome and absolutely perfect." Zhao Ming shuddered with fear and quickly covered his face and shouted, "Brother Nan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. There is actually more than 8,000 yuan in this card." Zhu Barji, who was standing next to him, was stunned. He finally understood what it meant that there are always people better than you. Chen Nan said things better than anyone else, but what he did made Zhao Ming almost collapse. This kind of trick was truly superb. It was much more satisfying than simply beating him up. Zhu Barji felt that his decision to offend Zhao Ming and follow Chen Nan was absolutely the right one. 8,000, right? Very good, lend it all to me. Chen Nan reached out and snatched the bank card, smiling friendly. Brother Ming, we have such a close relationship, you should have no objection, right? Hypocritical. Smiling tiger. Eat people without leaving any bones. Zhao Ming was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he couldn't turn hostile. No. Of course I have no objection. You are such a good brother. Chen Nan said, by the way, what's the password for this card? Zhao Ming was extremely unwilling in his heart, as this money was the protection fee he had just received. He did not expect that he had just spent a few hundred yuan and the rest was all snatched away by Chen Nan. At the same time, he cursed in his heart, Xiaojiji, you bastard, not only did you cause me to get beaten, but now you even stole my money. I will not fucking forgive you. Brother Nan, the password is 669s. Zhao Ming said with a bitter face. Chen Nan's expression gradually turned cold. Brother Ming, you won't lie to me, right? Seeing Chen Nan's cold eyes, Zhao Ming was so frightened that his whole body went limp, and his voice trembled. No. No, it really is 6 9s. Chen Nan sighed and patted Zhao Ming on the shoulder. Brother Ming, I, Chen Nan, will die without regrets to have such a good brother like you in this life. Alas, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Goodbye. Barji, follow me. Chen Nan stood up and turned to walk towards the toilet door. Seeing that the plague god had finally left, Zhao Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief and cursed in his heart. Brother. Only a ghost would treat you as a brother, I will kill you sooner or later. Shaking his head, Zhao Ming was about to stand up, but when he looked up, he found that Chen Nan suddenly turned around and walked back to him with a smile. Zhao Ming was so scared that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. He said in a trembling voice, Nan. Brother Nan, I really have no money. Chapter 33 Misunderstood again. For some things, the more you expect them, the less they turn out to be like you wish. This is God's will. Chen Nan waited for 5 minutes, but Washinya didn't say anything. When he was about to turn around and leave, Washinya suddenly said, Sister, don't go. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand forward, as if trying to grab something. Elder sister? Chen Nan was a little puzzled when she heard this. Wasn't she just calling him master? How did she become sister again? I looked down at Washinya and saw that she reached forward and then lay there motionless, obviously not waking up yet. Although Washinya didn't wake up, her appearance at the moment made Chen Nan a little difficult to remain calm. Gurgle. Chen Nan swallowed his saliva unwillingly, and countless evil thoughts suddenly emerged in his mind. Looking at the pink ribbon, Chen Nan felt a little conflicted. If he bent down and looked inside along the ribbon, would it be too dirty? To watch or not to watch? This is a question worth pondering. If I watch it, I will feel like a beast, but if I don't watch it, I will definitely regret it later. It's all right in front of you, so take a look. You'd be letting yourself down if you don't look. She wouldn't wake up suddenly, would she? Chen Nan stood up and prepared to leave. However, after taking 2 steps away, he stopped again. Looking back at the shoulder strap on Washinya's arm, Chen Nan hesitated. What if other people see this beautiful scenery? Or, can I help her get it and put it back on her shoulders? She might even be grateful to me when she finds out. So Chen Nan walked back. He gently reached out and pinched Washinya's shoulder strap. When he touched the fair and tender skin on her arm, Chen Nan's heart skipped a beat. Soft. Elastic. Smooth. Chen Nan's breathing gradually became rapid, and he felt like a thief. Shaking her head to dispel the evil thoughts in her heart, Chen Nan held the sling and prepared to put it back on her shoulders, but at this moment. What are you doing? Washinya screamed and suddenly woke up. She looked blushing and glared at Chen Nan. Chen Nan quickly let go, feeling so wronged. He was just learning from Lei Feng, but why did her tone make it seem like she thought he was a pervert? Squad leader, that's not the case. I saw your shoulder strap fell off, so I wanted to help you. Before Chen Nan could finish, Washinya stood up in a hurry, staring at him with shame and anger on her face. You damned hooligan, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I tolerated it once or twice, but don't think I'm easy to bully. If you dare to do this again, I will tell Teacher Lan. Washinya was almost mad. She was wondering if she had misunderstood Chen Nan about what happened in the bathroom, but now it seemed that this guy had done it on purpose. He was definitely a pervert. A pervert. A rascal. Otherwise, why would he do this while she was sleeping? That's not the case. What happened just now was really. Chen Nan wanted to explain, but Washinyar gave him a fierce look, snorted coldly and ran out. However, she seemed to be running too anxiously. She kicked the desk as soon as she took a step. Her body suddenly lost balance. She screamed, "Arr," and fell face first to the ground. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment. She fell down while walking. Could it be that she really didn't know martial arts? Without having time to think, Chen Nan hurriedly stepped forward and reached out to grab the clothes on her back. It would be a pity if such a beautiful woman fell and broke her face. Feeling a sense of fullness in his hands, Chen Nan grabbed Washinyar's clothes. He knew that this perfect face was saved, so he hurriedly pulled hard, trying to pull her up. However, man proposes, God disposes. Just as he exerted his strength. Hiss! There was a sound of cloth tearing, and a piece of cloth was grabbed in Chen Nan's hand, while Washinyar fell to the ground with a big hole in her clothes on the back. Chen Nan was stunned. Is the quality of this clothing too poor? He didn't even think about how much strength he had used when he pulled it up just now. Arr! Washinyar screamed in fright, quickly got up and touched her back, then quickly turned around to face Chen Nan to avoid him seeing her back. Looking at her angry eyes, Chen Nan felt depressed. You don't think that I did this on purpose, do you? You did it on purpose. If anger could burn people to death, Chen Nan would have been burned to death by Washinyar many times. Her face flushed, she glared at Chen Nan fiercely, then quickly opened her desk drawer, took out a school uniform jacket from it, put it on, and turned to run towards the door. Watching Washinyar fleeing in panic, Chen Nan felt that he couldn't clear himself even if he jumped into the Pacific Ocean. Squad leader, I really didn't mean it. Snort. Washinyar didn't stop and ran out of the classroom in a hurry. In her opinion, Chen Nan was definitely a super hooligan, shameless and vulgar. He even said that he didn't do it on purpose. If he didn't do it on purpose, why did he use so much force when he pulled her? He obviously tore her clothes on purpose. Washinyar hated Chen Nan. She didn't know what she had done in her previous life to end up in the same class with such a beast. If she hadn't happened to have her coat in her desk, he would have taken advantage of her. My little beauty, your face is so red and you look so flustered. Did you meet a pervert? Suddenly Su Qingqing's voice was heard, startling Washinyar. She looked up quickly and saw her running towards her from the stairwell with a smile on her face. Chapter 34 Swear. No. Washinyar said in a panic. Really? Su Qingqing stared at her with a smirk on her face, then why is your face so red? I'm just a little hot. Washinyar said, fanning herself with her hands. If it's hot, why are you wearing a coat? I have a cold. I'll go to the dormitory to rest for a while. Bye. Washinyar lied and hurriedly ran towards the stairwell. Su Qingqing scratched his head and walked towards the classroom with a puzzled look on his face. At this moment, Chen Nan in the classroom wanted to cry but had no tears. This person was so unlucky that he couldn't even drink cold water. He was clearly doing good things, but he was regarded as a pervert. Is there anything more painful than this in the world? Damn it, it seems life wasn't easy back then. Chen Nan sighed, feeling depressed. At this moment, Su Qingqing ran in with a smile on her face. I was wondering why Miss Wu was blushing. It turns out that you, a damn hooligan, are in there. You bastard. Chen Nan glared, who is the bastard? You. Su Qingqing smiled happily, ran in and pinched Chen Nan's nose, and said, in Washinyar's heart, aren't you a gangster? Seeing how excited she was, Chen Nan really wanted to beat her up. If I hadn't given you that damn sanitary napkin, how could she have misunderstood me? Su Qingqing's pretty face turned red, but she recovered quickly. She pouted her lips and said proudly, no matter what, you are now a dead hooligan and a dead pervert, hee. Chen Nan was extremely depressed. I helped you, but you turned your back on me. Aren't you immoral? When Su Qingqing heard this, she puffed up her lips and looked angry. She pinched Chen Nan's nose and said, Humph, you stupid idiot, I was going to testify for you, but you dared to be mean to me. I'm going to crush your nose. Chen Nan really didn't know whether to call her cute or a little devil, as long as you can testify for me, I can crush her to pieces, not to mention squashing her. Su Qingqing pouted, if you are mean to me, do you think I will still help you? A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Do you want to go back on your word? Hey, I'm not a gentleman, I'm a woman. Su Qingqing stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, you can ask me to testify, but you have to admit your mistakes for being mean to me just now and swear that you will never be mean to me again, otherwise there will be no discussion. Apologize and confess your mistakes to a little girl? And I have to swear? Chen Nan felt that he couldn't afford to lose this person, so he refused directly, impossible. Okay then you can be a hooligan and pervert for the rest of your life. Su Qingqing looked indifferent. You? Chen Nan pointed at her and gritted his teeth. He swore in his heart that even if this damn girl fell into the toilet, he would never save her. Seeing Chen Nan's depressed face, Su Qingqing laughed happily and said, silly boy, I'm so happy to see you so aggrieved. Come on, apologize to me and admit your mistake. I'll go back to the dormitory to explain to Miss Wu right away. Apologize, sister. Chen Nan was extremely unhappy, but when he thought that Su Qingqing had agreed to testify, he couldn't help but feel moved. Chen Nan gritted his teeth and swallowed the anger, gentle and kind Qingqing, I'm sorry. Su Qingqing nodded in satisfaction, not bad, not bad. Swear another oath for me to hear. Chen Nan hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth and saying, I swear, I will never be mean to you again. What? Su Qingqing scratched her ears, your voice is too soft, I can't hear you. This damn girl must have done it on purpose. Chen Nan clenched his fists and roared, I swear to hell, I will never be mean to you again. Su Qingqing burst into laughter, took out her phone and shook it, and said proudly, stupid idiot, I recorded it. If you dare to be mean to me again in the future, you will be punished by God. Chen Nan was extremely helpless, can you testify for me now? No problem. Su Qingqing snapped her fingers and ran outside with a smile, I am the most loyal person. I will go and help you explain it right away. Loyalty? Damn it. Watching Su Qingqing leave, Chen Nan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally solving a big problem. He walked out of the classroom and was about to take a walk around the campus, but just as he walked out of the teaching building. Chen Nan, where are you going? Stop right there. When the voice of the head teacher Lan Yuqin came, Chen Nan, who had just been in a better mood, felt as if a basin of cold water was poured over him from head to toe, chilling him to the bone. Lan. Teacher Lan, why didn't you take a nap? Chen Nan turned around somewhat stiffly and spoke guiltily. I came here specially to see you. Lan Yuqin stared at him with a bad look on her face and said coldly, let's go to the office first. Why do you ask me to go to the office in the middle of the day if I don't want to take a nap? What are you standing there for? Let's go. Lan Yuqin stared at him and said. Chen Nan came back to his senses, shook his head and followed Lan Yuqin upstairs. He was a little puzzled, why did Lan Yuqin's attitude towards him suddenly become so cold? Although her attitude was not very good before, it was not so bad. Teacher Lan, you are gentle, kind, beautiful and generous. Please don't be so fierce. Chen Nan said with a smile. Lan Yuqin turned around and glared at him, stop talking nonsense and catch up. Chen Nan felt depressed. Lan Yuqin's attitude seemed to be getting worse and worse. Could it be that she was holding a grudge against him just because he said, teacher is so mean, when he left the office yesterday? But if that was the case, why did she come to trouble me only now? She should have done it long ago. Soon, they arrived at the office. Lan Yuqin walked directly to the desk, took the pointer in her hand, glared at Chen Nan and said, do you know why I'm looking for you? Looking at Lan Yuqin's eyes, Chen Nan felt helpless. He really didn't offend her, so why was she like this? Have no idea. Chen Nan shook his head honestly. Lan Yuqin seemed to have heard a huge joke. She sneered and grabbed the teaching stick and slammed it hard on the desk. She stared at Chen Nan and said angrily, you are so shameless. Don't think that you will be fine if you don't admit it. What did you do to Washinya in the classroom just now? Chapter 35, Evil High Technology. What did you do to Washinya? This. I can't fucking say this. Chen Nan was extremely depressed. How did Lan Yuqin know about this? Logically speaking, Washinya should not go to complain. Teacher, I don't quite understand what you mean. Chen Nan pretended to be dumb. When Lan Yuqin heard this, her face turned cold again. She stared at him angrily and said, "Don't you know what you did?" Chen Nan knew he couldn't refute it, and after hesitating for a while, he said, "I just saw her about to fall, so I helped her up, but I didn't expect to tear her clothes. I really didn't have any improper intentions." Lan Yuqin snorted coldly and said, "Don't try to quibble. I saw everything clearly in the monitoring room. Even if this is as you said, then you stood next to her for a full 5 minutes. What did you want to do?" Monitoring room. Chen Nan understood immediately. No wonder Lan Yuqin knew all this. It turned out that the camera in the classroom was turned on. She could see everything in the monitoring room. Damn high technology. Chen Nan cursed in his heart and hurriedly explained, "I wanted to tell her something at first, but seeing that she was sleeping so soundly, I didn't have the heart to disturb her, so I stood by and waited for her for a while." As soon as Chen Nan finished speaking, Lan Yuqin immediately pressed him, "If that's the case, then why did you bend down to peek at her?" This. Chen Nan didn't know how to explain it. With such a beautiful scenery, any man would be unable to resist taking a few glances. This couldn't be more normal. Why did it sound like an unforgivable sin when Lan Yuqin said it? "Teacher, this is really a misunderstanding. I am not peeping." Lan Yuqin frowned, "Then tell me yourself, what were you doing when you bent down and stared into her short sleeves?" I am. For a moment, Chen Nan really couldn't think of a suitable excuse. Lan Yuqin's face turned cold, staring at Chen Nan and said, "If your eyes are wandering, your words are repetitive, and you delay for more than 2 seconds, you are lying." "No." Chen Nan said hurriedly, "Actually, I'm looking for something." Lan Yuqin's expression became even uglier. Seeing that Lan Yuqin looked strange, Chen Nan quickly added, "Don't get me wrong. In fact, I was looking at the inside of her desk, not the cuffs of her short sleeves." "So what were you looking for when you stared into her desk?" "I'm looking for." Chen Nan felt that this question was too difficult to answer. If he looked for things in other people's desks for no reason, wouldn't he be a thief? Seeing Chen Nan hesitating, Lan Yuqin glared at him and said, "Looking for something? I think you are just looking for an excuse. As a senior high school student, why are you thinking about these dirty and vulgar things instead of focusing on your studies? What's wrong with being dirty? Confucius once said that people are not healthy if they are not dirty." Lan Yuqin had revealed Chen Nan's thoughts, but he not only did not repent, but he also kept complaining in his heart. Seeing Chen Nan's indifferent expression, not saying a word, and having no intention of admitting his fault, Lan Yuqin became a little annoyed. She snorted coldly and said in a heavier tone, "Tell me, what should we do about this matter?" Chen Nan was also very depressed. Lan Yuqin was too nosy. Huaxinya didn't pursue the matter any further, but she, an outsider, insisted on joining in the fun. Was she bored? No, she was bored to the point of having a chest ache. Looking up at Lan Yuqin, Chen Nan said indifferently, "Do whatever you want. If you really don't know, just leave it alone." "You?" Lan Yuqin pointed her slender jade fingers at Chen Nan. She was so angry that her pretty face turned slightly red. Although she was the smiling witch, she couldn't smile at all. This student is such a jerk. "Chen Nan, are you still a student? How can you say such nonsense?" Lan Yuqin shouted. Chen Nan didn't want to go against her, but Lan Yuqin was really too much and too nosy. Chen Nan shrugged and stared at her, "If I'm not a student, are you a student?" You. Lan Yuqin was so angry that her body was shaking slightly. She pointed at Chen Nan and shouted, "You bastard, how dare you talk to me like that? I'm your teacher." Chen Nan not only did not change his attitude, but smiled and said, "Teacher, you are a role model, how can you scold me? I am obviously a human being, how can I be a bastard?" You. Lan Yuqin was so angry that he almost went crazy. He had seen some asshole students before, but this was the first time he had seen such an asshole. Seeing Lan Yuqin's pretty face flushed with anger, her body trembling, and she was almost vomiting blood, Chen Nan shook his head and sighed, "Teacher, you must stay calm, anger is harmful to your health." "Well, actually, you can rest assured, as long as you don't pick on me for no reason, I still won't sue you." Obscene. Lan Yuqin hated Chen Nan so much. How could such a wicked student be able to join her class? "No, I am the teacher, how can I be bound by a student? I must tame this animal, tame it." Otherwise, he will be so violent in front of me in the future. Chen Nan, I am your class teacher. Now I order you to delete this recording. Staring at Chen Nan, Lan Yuqin shouted like a queen. In her opinion, even if she couldn't scare Chen Nan, she could at least kill his prestige. However, what made Lan Yuqin collapse was that Chen Nan was not afraid, but stared at her with a smile, and exclaimed, "TSK, TSK, TSK, is this the legendary queen? She acted so well. It's a pity if you don't become an actor with your acting skills. By the way, teacher, did you graduate from the film academy?" Lan Yuqin stared at Chen Nan angrily, with endless rage in her eyes, almost ready to burst out and burn Chen Nan to death. She thought Chen Nan would give in after she said this, but to her dismay, Chen Nan smiled and said, "Teacher, you are like an angry bird now, so cute. Get out. Get out now. Get out as fast as you can." Lan Yuqin roared. Now, whenever she saw Chen Nan's smiling face, she became furious and wished that this guy would disappear from her sight immediately. Alas, you are a teacher, but your quality is so low. Chen Nan let out a long sigh, turned around and walked out of the office. Chapter 36. Look, there's an Ultraman. Not long after Chen Nan walked out of the office, Washinya came down from the rooftop terrace. Her face was slightly flushed, with a few drops of crystal sweat hanging on her forehead and a few strands of hair stuck to it, giving her a unique charm. She must have done some strenuous exercise just now. After glancing at the office, Washinya took out a pack of tissues and wiped the sweat off her face. She took a few rhythmic breaths, and the blush on her face soon disappeared. Then she quickly walked towards the office. In the past week, she took leave every afternoon to go home. As for the reason for the leave, no one knew, not even Lan Yuqin was an exception, because every time she took leave, she just said that something happened at home during this period and she had to go back. If it weren't for the fact that she has always been well behaved and has good academic performance, Lan Yuqin would definitely not have approved the leave. This time was no exception. She went to the office just to ask for leave. In the afternoon, Washinya took leave and went home, but Chen Nan was always thinking about how to resolve the misunderstanding with her and build a good relationship with her. Originally, Chen Nan thought that with Su Qingqing's help in explaining, he could resolve the misunderstanding. But what he didn't expect was that during the 5th class, Su Qingqing told him that Washinya had already determined that he was a hooligan and she didn't believe any of his explanations. "I clearly look like a good guy, how can I look like a gangster?" Chen Nan was very depressed. He clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "You little girl, don't go too far. If you make me mad, I will use force to threaten you to tell me the whereabouts of my junior sister." After the afternoon classes, the last class was self-study. Normally, the ringing of the bell meant the end of school. However, today was different because when the get out of class was about to end, the head teacher Lan Yuqin walked into the classroom. "There are 2 minutes left before get out of class ends. I have 2 things to say." Lan Yuqin glanced at the students in the class and said, "First, I heard that some classmates in the class have fallen in love prematurely recently, and they have been hugging and kissing in public at school, completely disregarding the school rules. As for who they are, I won't name them for now. I hope everyone will be self-disciplined. Your current task is to study, not to fall in love." As she spoke, she glanced at Chen Nan and Su Qingqing. Chen Nan felt helpless. Is it easy to be a shield? The school rules even forbid it. What's more, Su Qingqing's 5,000 yuan was on credit, and he hasn't received it yet. As for Su Qingqing, after meeting Lan Yuqin's gaze, she playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled. Lan Yuqin felt helpless. Although Su Qingqing was naughty, she had never done anything too outrageous. When she heard that Su Qingqing was dating Chen Nan, she didn't believe it at first, but as more and more people came forward, Lan Yuqin began to doubt it. After all, it was very unusual for Su Qingqing to ask Chen Nan to send her sanitary napkins yesterday. If they were just ordinary friends, it wouldn't be like this. I hope that this matter will only be reminded once. Don't make me say it a second time. Lan Yuqin glanced at the class and said, "There is another thing. Starting tomorrow, there will be basketball games every afternoon for the next week. I hope everyone." Wow. Great. I don't have to go to class anymore. Ouch. Before Lan Yuqin finished her words, the classmates in the class were suddenly excited and cheering. A few idiots were even imitating the howling of wolves. It's no wonder. The study pressure in the 3rd year of high school is high, so everyone is naturally excited to have such a chance to relax. Lan Yuqin made a quiet gesture and smiled. Are you so happy that you don't have to go to class? Let me tell you, this school basketball game will be an elimination game. There are 24 classes in our senior year, and tomorrow is the elimination game. If you are eliminated, then you will not be able to play on the basketball court in the next few days. You will have to attend classes as usual until the day of the finals, when you can go to be a spectator. Of course, if you can win and make it all the way, then in the next week, you will be free in the afternoon and don't have to go to class. In other words, if you are eliminated, you have to come back to class. Upon hearing this, the classmates immediately sighed. Everyone knew the skills of the players in Class 9, and it was too difficult to win the game. Teacher, who will be our opponent tomorrow? A student suddenly asked. Lan Yuqin smiled and said, strong rivals, Class 12. When the students heard the words, Class 12, they felt chill to their bones. This was not just a strong rival, this was a godlike opponent. Class 12's basketball skills ranked at least second in the entire senior year, because 3 of their players were on the school basketball team. Class 9, on the other hand, didn't even have half a player on the school team, let alone one. Class 9 versus Class 12 is undoubtedly like an egg hitting the earth. Everyone should have confidence. The players of Class 12 are also human beings, not gods. Don't let others laugh at our class for losing without a fight. Seeing that all the students were frowning, Lan Yuqin smiled helplessly and said, okay, there is still half a minute left before the class ends. Chen Nan stays, and the rest of the students can go home. After school was dismissed early, all the students cheered and rushed out. Su Qingqing looked at Chen Nan in confusion. Silly boy, what have you done wrong again? Have no idea. Chen Nan shook his head blankly. He, then you'd better wish you good luck. I won't wait for you. Bye. Su Qingqing showed her 2 dimples, waved her hands with a smile, danced with joy, and ran out of the classroom with a happy face. Chen Nan felt speechless. Whenever he encountered trouble, this damn girl would be as excited as if she had won a 5 million lottery. Did he owe her something in his previous life? For example, he got her pregnant but was unwilling to marry her? Disloyal thing. Chen Nan muttered, looking at Lan Yuqin who was walking towards him. Teacher, do you have something to talk to me about? Now all the other students had left, leaving only Chen Nan and Lan Yuqin in the classroom. She walked over and sat on the desk next to her, and stretched out her delicate hand to Chen Nan. Give it to me. Chen Nan was stunned. What do you want? Stop pretending to be confused. Lan Yuqin glared at him and said, I made you copy the school rules 200 times yesterday. I want to check it. This. Chen Nan was depressed. He didn't even copy twice, let alone 200 times. Didn't you say at noon in the office that I could be exempted from the penalty of copying? Did I say that? Lan Yuqin pretended to be dumbfounded, looked at him, and said, if you want me to exempt you, that's fine. As long as you delete that recording, this matter can still be discussed. Chen Nan scratched his head. What if I don't delete it? Then finish copying it for me today before you go home. Lan Yuqin stared at him and shouted in a stern tone. Really? Chen Nan looked at her with disdain, and suddenly pointed out the window, exclaiming, oh my god, teacher, look, there's an Ultraman over there. Ultraman? Lan Yuqin was stunned for a moment and looked out the window subconsciously, but there was no Ultraman at all. When she turned around, Chen Nan had already run out of the classroom. Stop right there, you little bastard. Stop right there. Lan Yuqin roared, jumped up in anger, and ran after him. Chapter 37, The Story with Junia's Sister. Lan Yuqin was chasing after him, but Chen Nan used his lightness skills and just sped up a little bit to get rid of her. After rushing out of the school gate, Chen Nan quickly caught up with Su Qingqing. Ha! Silly boy, how did you catch up so quickly? Why did Teacher Lan look for you? Su Qingqing asked with a puzzled look on her face when she saw Chen Nan appear. Chen Nan glanced at her and asked, do you want to know? Aha! Su Qingqing nodded quickly and looked at Chen Nan expectantly. Chen Nan chuckled and gave her a bright smile. Just when Su Qingqing thought he was going to say something, he turned his head away and said, no comment. How dare you play tricks on me, you idiot? Su Qingqing pouted, glared at Chen Nan angrily, and reached out to pull his ears. What's wrong with playing tricks on you? You ungrateful thing, I'm lucky I didn't hit you. Chen Nan complained inwardly, then moved to the side and dodged it easily. You idiot, you've grown wings now, haven't you? You even dare to hide. Su Qingqing stood in front of Chen Nan, with her hands on her hips, staring at him with wide eyes, looking like a willful little princess. Seeing her cute appearance, Chen Nan couldn't help but want to laugh. He touched his nose and said, "I'm not a fool. Why wouldn't I hide when you hit me?" Su Qingqing pouted her lips, "Humph. Get out of the way, it's time to go home." Snort. Is your nose okay? Why are you humming? Snort. Can I carry you home? Chen Nan said with a wry smile. Hee, you're so nice, silly boy. Su Qingqing's expression changed so fast that it surpassed the speed of light. She ran behind Chen Nan with a smile, opened her arms and jumped hard, throwing herself at Chen Nan's back. However, the next moment she found that she had missed him, and when she looked up suddenly, she found that Chen Nan had already run for 5 meters away. Su Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then she laughed and chased after him. Silly boy, you are so funny. Chen Nan looked back at her and said with a smile, if you can catch up, I will carry you. Okay. Su Qingqing laughed excitedly, opened her arms, and looked like she was ready to pounce on Chen Nan's back at any time, and took big strides to chase after him. However, after chasing for a while, Su Qingqing found that she could not outrun Chen Nan at all. Frustrated, she suddenly had an idea and aimed at the green grass beside the sidewalk. She cried out, ouch, and fell to the ground. Silly boy, slow down. I sprained my ankle. Chen Nan saw through her little trick at a glance. However, he pretended not to know and walked over to carry Su Qingqing on his back. As soon as she climbed onto Chen Nan's back, Su Qingqing smiled and told him her plot, criticizing him for being stupid and fooled by a little trick. Chen Nan had no choice but to smile bitterly, feeling the soft body on his back, and he felt quite happy. After walking for a while, Su Qingqing suddenly said with a smile, silly boy, your back is so comfortable. I will ask you to carry me on your back every day when I go to school. Chen Nan was shocked when he heard this. Although carrying a beautiful woman on his back was enjoyable and prestigious, carrying her on his back every day was also a form of torture. This is not good. You are pure and innocent girl. If I carry you on my back every day, it will ruin your reputation. Su Qingqing giggled and said proudly, what's wrong with that? You are my boyfriend now. It's not true. Su Qingqing scratched his head and said with a smile, I don't care, I just want you to carry me. Your back is more comfortable than sitting in a sedan chair. Chen Nan had no choice but to neither agree nor refuse. The two chatted with each other as they walked towards home. Carrying Su Qingqing on his back made Chen Nan feel like he was back in his childhood. In the past, his junior sister always liked to be carried by him, saying that he was very comfortable and made her feel safe. Scenes from the past came to his mind. Chen Nan still clearly remembered that when he was 8 years old, he took his junior sister to touch a tiger's butt. As a result, they were chased all over the mountain by the tiger. Later, his junior sister could not run anymore, so he carried her on his back and ran. In the end, if his master had not arrived in time, the two brothers and sisters would have been killed by the tiger. At that time, the 6-year-old junior sister said something that he would never forget. Brother, I am not afraid even if I am eaten by a tiger on your back. The way the junior sister addressed him was also so unique. The word senior brother originally meant elder brother, but she insisted on adding brother at the end, just like Su Qingqing now, who insisted on calling him idiot and refused to change her words no matter what. Silly boy, what are you thinking about? Why are you silent? Su Qingqing's voice interrupted Chen Nan's thoughts. She turned around and smiled, it's okay. I just remembered some things from my childhood. When I was a kid. Su Qingqing scratched her head. Are you thinking about your junior sister? Chen Nan nodded. Su Qingqing pouted her lips, feeling a little sour in her heart, but she didn't think too much about it. She asked with a smile, you grew up in the mountains, so you must have had a lot of interesting experiences, right? Tell me about them, okay? Seeing Su Qingqing's face full of curiosity, Chen Nan couldn't bear to refuse her and said with a smile, we have a lot of interesting stories. When we were young, we pulled lion beards, touched tiger butts, fought with monkeys, and raced with turtles. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes and said unhappily, stupid idiot, you're playing tricks on me again. Chen Nan smiled bitterly. He really didn't lie. The two were talking and laughing as they walked towards home, but at this moment, suddenly 2 Santana cars came roaring from behind and stopped on the side of the road in front. 10 big men got out of the cars and blocked their way. You are Chen Nan and Su Qingqing. The leader, a middle-aged man, came over and asked fiercely. Chen Nan turned around and looked at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing shook her head, indicating that she didn't know him. Chen Nan glanced at the group of people and frowned. What's the matter? The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Did you beat Zhao Ming? When Chen Nan heard the name Zhao Ming, he immediately understood that this group of people were looking for trouble. He sneered and said, he was born to be a basketball player. He deserves a beating. What? Do you have any objections? The middle-aged man's face became even colder, staring at Chen Nan and said, Boy, you dare to talk to me like this, you have guts. Zhao Ming also said this to me, but I beat him up later. Chen Nan said with a smile. Su Qingqing asked curiously, when did you beat Zhao Ming? It was this morning. There was also Xiao Zhiji. I made him drink urine. Pucci, well done. Su Qingqing couldn't help laughing out loud and clenched her fists with excitement. Chen Nan nodded and said, I think so too. Seeing that the two of them completely ignored him, the middle-aged man was furious. He waved his hand and yelled, Brothers, come on, kill them or cripple them. Kill or maim. Chen Nan was delighted when he heard this. Zhao Ming had said the same thing before. But his end was so miserable. Chapter 38, No Compensation for Killing Someone. Watching this group of people rushing towards him aggressively, Chen Nan smiled and stood still like a mountain. When the two sides were less than 2 meters apart, Chen Nan's expression suddenly changed, and he said in panic, Pause. Do you really want to hit me? I have something else to say. The group of big men were stunned for a moment, stopped and looked at each other, then turned to look at the middle-aged man who was leading them. The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Nan coldly. If you have anything to say, come on. Come here first. Chen Nan looked at him, waved, and said, I have a big secret to tell you. The middle-aged man frowned. What secret? Tell me. That won't do. Chen Nan quickly shook his head and said, This is a big secret. It involves a huge treasure. If the treasure is converted into RMB, it is estimated to be worth tens of billions. I can only tell you. Of course, the premise is that you must promise not to fight us. A huge treasure? Billions. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva, feeling a little uneasy in his heart, but he pretended to be calm and glared at Chen Nan. Don't cheat, kid, or I'll break your arms and legs. With so many of you here, how could I dare to play tricks on you? If I hadn't been forced to do so, I wouldn't be willing to share this treasure with others. Seeing Chen Nan's panic-stricken face, as if he was frightened, the middle-aged man immediately sneered in his heart. Is this the martial arts master that Zhao Ming mentioned? He gave in before he even took any action. What a coward! Thinking of this, the middle-aged man immediately relaxed his guard, came to Chen Nan, and said coldly, What is the secret? Tell me. If I tell you, will you really not hit me? Chen Nan looked at him with fear on his face, which made Su Qingqing on his back want to burst out laughing. This guy is really good at pretending. I wonder what conspiracy he has. Seeing Chen Nan's cowardly look, the middle-aged man really wanted to slap him hard. However, when he thought of the treasure worth tens of billions, he resisted the urge. I, Jiang Sai, keep my word. As long as you tell me this secret, I will not only not hit you, but I will also share this treasure with you. Thank you, fourth brother. Chen Nan looked excited and waved, Come closer, I'm afraid they might hear me. Jiang Sai didn't say anything, but pricked up his ears and moved closer. Glancing at Jiang Sai who had approached him, Chen Nan revealed a wicked smile on his face. This guy was asking for a beating. The secret is. Actually, you are just an idiot. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Nan grabbed Jiang Sai's hair, pushed his head down, then raised his leg and kneed him on the head. Bang! A crisp collision sound was heard, and before Jiang Sai could understand what was happening, he felt a sharp pain. 3 or 4 teeth flew out, blood spurted out of his mouth, and the whole person flew backwards 2 or 3 meters, falling to the ground with a thump. After screaming twice, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Fourth brother, fourth brother. The remaining 9 men became anxious and rushed over to help Jiang Sai up, but Jiang Sai rolled his eyes and was as dizzy as a dead pig, unable to stand up. Fuck, he dared to hit fourth brother, brothers, kill him. Suddenly, a big man jumped up, raised his fist and hit Chen Nan fiercely. After he shouted like this, the remaining 8 big men also rushed towards Chen Nan with murderous intent on their faces, each with a fierce look in their eyes, as if they wanted to eat Chen Nan in one bite. Silly boy, if you put me down, I will fight too. Su Qingqing lay on Chen Nan's back, waved her little fist, and said excitedly. You hit me. You're more likely to get hit. Chen Nan had no confidence in Su Qingqing's mediocre kung fu. Facing 9 big men, she was lucky to be able to stop one. If all 9 came at her, she would be beaten black and blue. Ignoring Su Qingqing's words, Chen Nan rushed forward, jumped more than 1 meter high, spread his legs 180 degrees, and with a bang kicked the 2 big men next to him for 5 meters away. The 2 men fell to the ground, screaming and rolling, spitting blood, and could not stand up. When the remaining 7 people saw how ferocious Chen Nan was, they realized that they had underestimated him and immediately became cautious and alert. Why aren't any of you moving? Come here. Glancing at the 7 people surrounding him, Chen Nan waved with a smile. Don't you want that treasure? It's worth tens of billions. The 7 of them had the urge to curse, thinking, treasure? Damn it. Do you think everyone is as stupid as the 4th brother? Everyone come together, no matter how good his martial arts are, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, and immediately the 7 big men united and rushed towards Chen Nan, waving their fists and feet. Chen Nan sneered, took a step forward, and kicked. Bang. The big man who was rushing in the front was kicked by Chen Nan and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The whole person flew backwards 7 or 8 meters, knocking the 2 big men behind him away as well. Immediately, the 3 of them fell to the ground, some screaming in pain, some vomiting blood, looking as miserable as possible. He kicked 3 people away with 1 kick, cleanly and efficiently, without any delay. Seeing Chen Nan's move, the remaining 4 people broke out in cold sweats. How could they dare to move forward? They were so scared that they stood there staring at Chen Nan with vigilance. One of the timid ones even shouted, "Run," and quickly turned around and ran away. With the first one, there came the second, and in the blink of an eye, all 4 of them ran away. Damn it, you cowards, you ungrateful people, come back, all of you. The remaining men lay on the ground, spitting blood and cursing. In fact, they also wanted to run, but the key was that they couldn't stand up. Go back and tell Zhao Ming that I miss him so much and hope he can come to see me tomorrow. Chen Nan laughed loudly and glanced at Jiang Sai, who was lying in the middle of the road unconscious. Oh. Jiang Sai screamed in pain and woke up instantly, but within 2 seconds, he fainted again from the pain. For a moment, everyone broke out in cold sweats and felt a chill in their crotch. They mourned for Jiang Sai in their hearts. How painful must it have been to be stepped on by that foot? Chen Nan originally planned to let these people go and leave, but Su Qingqing struggled hard on his bed. Stupid idiot, why don't you let me fight? Do you look down on me? Put me down. Why are you still coming down after the fight? Chen Nan reluctantly let go of his hand. As soon as Su Qingqing's feet touched the ground, she rushed towards a big man behind her, raised her legs and stomped on him wildly, cursing as she stomped, "You stinky bastard, you dare to block my way, I'm going to stomp you to death." Looking at the man who was stepped on by Su Qingqing and rolled his eyes, Chen Nan broke out in a cold sweat. This girl is really capable of making trouble. Chapter 39, Defeat the enemy with one move. After venting her anger, Su Qingqing threw herself on Chen Nan's back again and said with a grin, "Okay, silly boy, let's go home." "Just go home, why do you have to make me carry you on my back?" Chen Nan was extremely unhappy. "Can you please come down and walk by yourself?" Seeing that Chen Nan was unhappy, Su Qingqing hurriedly hugged his neck and clamped her legs tightly around his waist. "Walking is so tiring, I like you to carry me on your back." Feeling the soft body pressed tightly against his back, and smelling the sweet fragrance, Chen Nan couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Then why weren't you tired when you stepped on me just now?" "It's because I was so tired just now that I don't want to walk." Su Qingqing laughed proudly. "Har har, you stupid idiot, I find that riding on your back is getting more and more comfortable. No matter what you say, I won't get off. Ride." Hearing this word, Chen Nan had the urge to curse. He was about to scold her, but at this moment, his cell phone rang. It was Su Yishuan calling. "Why is my sister looking for you now?" Looking at Chen Nan's phone, Su Qingqing asked curiously. Chen Nan shook his head and then answered the phone. Hello, Sister Yixuan. Before Chen Nan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Yixuan's urgent voice. Chen Nan, where are you? Yunfei and I are in trouble. There is a killer in our house who wants to kill us. Chen Nan frowned. Killer? Yes, concubine Yun couldn't win and is now seriously injured. Su Yixuan said anxiously. Where are you? Come back soon. Tell her to hold on for a while. I'll be there soon. Chen Nan hung up the phone, carried Su Qingqing on his back and hurriedly ran towards home. Silly boy, do you think my sister will be okay? Su Qingqing asked anxiously, lying on his back. She was right next to Chen Nan's ear just now, and she heard everything Su Yixuan said. Don't worry, we'll be home soon, she'll be fine. Chen Nan consoled her and used his qinggong to increase his speed to the fastest. He was like a flash of lightning, speeding across the horizon. At the same time, he looked back at Su Qingqing and said, Hold me tight, don't let the wind blow you away. Due to their high speed, Su Qingqing's face was hurt by the wind and she had difficulty breathing. She couldn't speak at all. She quickly buried her head behind Chen Nan, and it felt a little better. However, she still didn't dare to open her mouth to speak. She just said, softly. Since the distance was not far, Chen Nan used his extreme speed and returned to his doorstep in less than a minute. From a distance, Chen Nan saw the scene inside through the iron fence. Next to the swimming pool, Shangguan Yunfei was fighting with a masked man with blood on her lips and a pale face. She was about to collapse. Su Yixuan was holding a wooden stick and standing by, looking anxiously. She wanted to help but couldn't do anything. She couldn't see the speed of the two people's actions clearly. Silly, hurry up. Su Qingqing's face was full of anxiety, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the airflow from the scrutiny poured into her mouth, making it difficult for her to breathe. She was so scared that she quickly shut her mouth and dared not say another word. After rushing out of the iron fence, Chen Nan lightly tapped the ground with his toes, jumped more than 3 meters high with Su Qingqing on his back, and landed next to the swimming pool the next moment. How dare you come and act wild in my territory? You are courting death. Chen Nan put Su Qingqing back on the ground, then quickly rushed between the masked man and Dongfang Yunfei and blocked a palm for Dongfang Yunfei. Seeing Chen Nan appear, Dongfang Yunfei also breathed a sigh of relief. Handsome boy, you came just in time, puff. Before she could finish her sentence, blood spurted out of her mouth, and she fell to the ground, fainted. Concubine Yun. Concubine. Su Yixuan and Su Qingqing were both startled. They rushed towards Dongfang Yunfei and quickly helped her up. Seeing Chen Nan suddenly appear, the masked man was startled, knowing that he had met his match, and said coldly, Who are you? You'd better stay out of my business, or I will kill you. Who am I? I am your uncle. Chen Nan suddenly took action and slapped the masked man in the face. Par. Before the masked man could react, Chen Nan slapped him in the face. He was thrown for 5 meters away and fell heavily to the ground, looking very miserable. You have such poor martial arts skills, yet you dare to threaten me. Do you know how to write the word death? Chen Nan looked at the masked man who fell to the ground, then rushed over and kicked him in the chest like a football, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. The blood flowed down along the black cloth covering his face, and the whole person flew out diagonally again, a veritable human kite. Thump. The masked man fell to the ground and rolled over several times, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He then supported himself with his hands and stood up shakily. He looked at Chen Nan with horror on his face. I didn't expect that at such a young age, your cultivation had reached the Qi Dao realm. External Kung Fu focuses on training the body and developing muscle strength to improve strength. As for internal martial arts, the emphasis is on refining Qi, which is also commonly known as internal strength. Internal strength can be divided into 3 major realms. The primary realm is entering the Dao, and the subsequent realms are Qi Dao and Yu Dao. Within these 3 realms, each realm can be divided into 10 small realms, from the 1st to the 10th heaven. Chen Nan's current internal strength cultivation has reached the 7th level of Qi Dao, while the masked man in front of him has just stepped into the 2nd level of Dao. The disparity in strength between the two has exceeded 1 major realm and is an insurmountable gap. Looking at the masked man in front of him, Chen Nan walked over and stepped on his chest, and asked coldly, It's a bit late to know now. Tell me, who sent you here? The masked man smiled coldly. You may be a strong martial artist, but don't even think about getting any word out of me. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his teeth, then rolled his eyes and stopped breathing. Chen Nan hurriedly bent down and tore off the black cloth covering his face. He saw that his tongue had been bitten off by his teeth and dark blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. He had obviously died of poisoning. Chen Nan, what's wrong? Su Yixuan asked from a distance. Chen Nan stood up with a bitter smile and said, there is a kind of poison called soul-breaking powder in his teeth. This poison kills the throat immediately after it comes into contact with blood. He has bitten off his tongue and has died of poisoning. How is Sister Yunfei? As Chen Nan spoke, he walked towards them. Her face has turned black. We need to send her to the hospital immediately. Su Yixuan said anxiously while supporting Dongfang Yunfei. Face turns dark. Chen Nan frowned. This is a sign of poisoning. Let me see it. Chen Nan hurried over, grabbed Dongfang Yunfei's hand and took her pulse. His face changed drastically in an instant. Highly poisonous. Without time to think, Chen Nan hurriedly reached out and pressed twice on Dongfang Yunfei's chest to seal her acupoints to prevent the poison from spreading and invading her heart meridians. Looking at Chen Nan's actions, Su Qingqing pouted her lips. You stupid idiot, you are still attacking her breasts at this time, how shameless. Chapter 40 Detoxification. Hearing Su Qingqing's words, Chen Nan felt helpless. He was saving people, so why did it sound so different when she said it? He turned his head to look at Su Yixuan beside him, only to see that she was also staring at him with strange eyes. At this point, Chen Nan had to admit that he was not a good person, otherwise why did the two sisters think that he had ulterior motives? It's terrible to be ignorant. Chen Nan shook his head helplessly and said, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Isn't it? Su Qingqing pouted. She has been poisoned. I am sealing her acupuncture points to prevent the poison from spreading. Seal the acupoint. The two sisters were stunned for a moment. Isn't this kind of method only found in martial arts novels? How can it also exist in reality? However, the situation was urgent and they didn't have time to think too much. Su Yixuan said quickly, you guys hold her, I'll drive the car over. Let's go to the hospital first. The killer's internal energy is poisonous. Now the poison has begun to spread in her body. Going to the hospital can't save her. While Chen Nan was speaking, he picked up Dongfang Yunfei and walked into the villa. Is there no hope for her? Su Yixuan chased after him anxiously. Hey, why are you carrying her inside? Regardless of whether there is hope or not, let's go to the hospital first. Medical technology is so advanced nowadays, maybe there is a way. Chen Nan did not stop and continued to walk inside. In her current condition, she can't even make it to the hospital. She'll die on the way. Looking at Su Yixuan, Chen Nan said, I'll use my inner strength to force the poison out of her body. You guys go call the police and let them deal with the killer. So you can save her. The two sisters looked at Chen Nan with surprise and anticipation. She can be saved now, but if you keep pulling me, it will waste time and even gods won't be able to save her. As Chen Nan spoke, he glanced at the Su sisters who were pulling his arms. When the two sisters heard this, they quickly let go and asked, do you need our help? Help? It's good enough that you don't make things worse. Chen Nan shook his head and said, no need, just don't disturb me later. Okay, we promise not to make any noise and just watch from the sidelines. The two sisters looked anxious and followed Chen Nan inside. After walking in, Chen Nan sat down directly on the spot, behind Dongfang Yunfei, and used his internal energy to transfer it into her body to help her force out the poison. Time passed by minute, and the Su sisters were like ants on a hot pan, looking at the two people sitting on the ground anxiously, especially Su Yixuan, who paced back and forth beside them, restless. Sister, don't leave. You will disturb Silly. Su Qingqing said, pulling Su Yixuan to sit next to her. After about 5 minutes, heat gradually began to emerge from Dongfang Yunfei's head, and her face turned from purple to black to a little rosy. Okay, there's help. Su Yixuan's face was full of excitement, and she grabbed Su Qingqing's hand and said, Sister, please be gentle, you're hurting me. Su Qingqing pouted and said helplessly. At this time, Chen Nan gathered all his strength and slapped Dongfang Yunfei hard on the back. Puff. A large amount of purple-black blood instantly spurted out of Dongfang Yunfei's mouth and spilled on the ground like ink. Helping Dongfang Yunfei lie down, Chen Nan looked at Su Yishuan and said, "It's almost done. She should be able to survive." Chapter 41. I'm not done with you. She is a little weak now. She will wake up in an hour or two. You can carry her back to the room and let her lie down. Chen Nan said. You want us to hold you? The two sisters said in unison, staring at Chen Nan, and said, "You are a grown man, sitting here doing nothing, and asking us to do the hard labor. How dare you ask for help?" This. Chen Nan scratched his head. Then, let me hold you. Of course you should hold me, Su Qingqing said with a pout. Chen Nan was helpless and had to pick up Dongfang Yunfei and send her back to the room. After finishing Dongfang Yunfei's matter, Su Yishuan remembered the killer's dead body still lying outside the villa, and hurriedly called the police. 10 minutes later, not only the police arrived, but also the forensic doctor. After the autopsy, it was determined that the deceased committed suicide, and the police took the body away. As for Chen Nan and the Su sisters, as parties involved, they had to make a statement. After finishing all this, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Chen Nan and the two beauties found a place to have dinner before returning home. Because he had consumed too much internal energy when forcing the poison out of Dongfang Yunfei, Chen Nan was too lazy to even take a shower after returning to his room. He took off his clothes and lay down on the bed ready to sleep. Because he was really tired, Chen Nan fell asleep soon after lying down. In his dream, he was holding his junior sister in his arms, riding a tall and mighty alpaca, galloping across the vast male Gobi Desert. However, at this moment, bang! The door was pushed open. "Little junior sister, don't leave." Chen Nan screamed and woke up from his dream, then quickly turned over and jumped up. Eastern demon concubine. Chen Nan frowned when he saw someone knocking on the door. No one interrupted his sweet dream, and he felt very unhappy. "You woman are sick, you didn't even knock before coming in. Handsome boy, I didn't realize you have such a good figure. Come here, let me take a closer look." After hearing this, Chen Nan had the urge to curse. Is this woman even a human being? Subconsciously, Chen Nan took a step back. "You, don't come over here, what do you want to do?" As soon as he said this, Chen Nan felt so embarrassed. Seeing Chen Nan's somewhat alert look, Dongfang Yunfei laughed triumphantly. "Actually, I just want to say thank you to you. Of course, if you are willing, I want you even more." As she spoke, Dongfang Yunfei looked at him greedily and licked her tongue. Chen Nan. He struggled in his heart for a while, his smile gradually became perverted, and he waved at her and said, "Then come here." Bar. "You little pig, I have something to do, I'll find you next time." Concubine Dongfang Yun rolled her eyes charmingly, giggled, twisted her waist, turned around and walked out the door. At another point in Ningjiang City, in a magnificent villa, Zhao Dongshan, the head of the Zhao family, was sitting on a dragon head chair. In front of him stood a middle-aged man with a bruised face and nose. It was Jiang Sai, who had been taught a lesson by Chen Nan on the road before. Staring at Jiang Sai in front of him, the anger in Zhao Dongshan's eyes kept surging, and finally, bang! He slammed his palm hard on the table, causing the teacup on the table to jump half a foot high. Zhao Dongshan cursed angrily, "What a bunch of losers." 11 people went to do their work, but a middle school student knocked down 8 of them with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. The other 3 were scared away. "What use do I have for you losers as bodyguards?" Jiang Sai was so frightened that he trembled all over. He didn't dare to look directly into Zhao Dongshan's eyes. He said tremblingly, "Boss, calm down. I have already investigated. This Chen Nan, he is not an ordinary person." Zhao Dongshan frowned, he also felt that something was not right. In the morning, his nephew Zhao Ming called and said that he was beaten at school and asked him to help him get revenge. Zhao Dongshan was furious when he heard it. Beating his nephew was simply lawless. So Zhao Dongshan found Jiang Sai and asked him to take people to teach Chen Nan a lesson. However, what Zhao Dongshan did not expect was that Jiang Sai not only failed to teach Chen Nan a lesson, but instead returned with bruises on their faces. 3 of the bodyguards were even scared away and have not dared to come back until now. This kind of thing is a shame for the Zhao family, a great shame. "Tell me, what's so special about him?" Zhao Dongshan said, staring at Jiang Sai. Jiang Sai didn't dare to neglect it, and hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Boss, do you remember that last night, our people were chasing Su Yixuan on the road, but they were all solved by a master beside her?" Zhao Dongshan nodded. "Of course I remember. Is there any connection between them?" Seeing Zhao Dongshan's interest, Jiang Sai said hurriedly, "I did some research and found that the expert next to Su Yixuan is this ignorant Chen Nan." "What?" Zhao Dongshan was shocked and glanced at Jiang Sidao. "Are you sure you have investigated it thoroughly?" 100% sure. Zhao Dongshan's face gradually showed a trace of viciousness. He clenched his fists, veins popped on his face, and said in a cold tone, "He didn't take the road to heaven, but chose to go to hell. This time, it's just the right time to settle the old and new accounts together." "Jiang Sai, do you know which way he came from?" "I'm sorry, boss. I'm incompetent and couldn't find out anything. I could only find out that he came to Ningjiang City a few days ago, and I don't know where he came from." Jiang Sai bowed and said, "No matter where he comes from, if anyone dares to touch my people in Ningjiang City, I will make sure they die without a burial place." Zhao Dongshan's face was gloomy. He crushed a porcelain teacup in his hand with a snap sound and said coldly, "You go down and recover first." "Yes, boss." Jiang Sai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, bowed and took a few steps back before he dared to turn around and leave. "Chen Nan, you are just courting death." Zhao Dongshan muttered to himself, and his palm gradually loosened. The crushed teacup immediately turned into a pile of debris and scattered on the ground. He looked outside the door and shouted, "Come here, get me the bodyguard Captain Lin Hailong." "Yes." The next morning, Chen Nan was still playing chess with Zhu Gong in his dream when he was awakened by a series of bang 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 knocks on the door. Then, Su Qingqing's voice came from outside. "Silly boy, get up and go to school." Chen Nan was very depressed when he was woken up when he was sleeping soundly. "You go first, I will come later." "But we're almost late." "I'm not afraid of being late, go ahead." After Chen Nan finished speaking, he turned over and continued to sleep, but Su Qingqing was a little unwilling to give in. She slammed the door and said angrily, "Stupid, get up quickly, if you don't get up, who will carry me to school?" "Back?" Hearing this word, Chen Nan really wanted to curse, "Fuck you." This damn girl was really getting too far. Although he was very unhappy, Su Qingqing kept knocking on the door outside and Chen Nan couldn't sleep anymore. He had no choice but to get up. After breakfast, the two went out together. Just after walking less than 10 meters away, Su Qingqing threw herself on Chen Nan's back with open arms, and said pitifully, "Silly boy, my feet are sore, you carry me." "Your feet are sore just after going out?" Chen Nan wanted to scold her but felt at a loss for words. This excuse was too fake. "Can you be even lazier?" He, who told you to be comfortable on your back?" Su Qingqing, in contrast to her previous pitiful attitude, said with a smile, "By the way, silly boy, you didn't answer me yesterday. Why did Teacher Lan look for you after school yesterday?" Chen Nan, who was already depressed, suddenly felt a headache when he thought of Lan Yuqin. Yesterday, Lan Yuqin asked him to stay and copy the school rules, but he ran away. When he goes to school later, the witch will probably not let him go. Chapter 42, Runaway Jiang Xiaomi. Seeing that Chen Nan didn't say anything for a long time, Su Qingqing pouted and said, "Silly boy, say something. Why did she keep you here yesterday? Why did she let you go so soon?" "Let me go? Bullshit. If I had escaped, you would have kept me here until dark." Chen Nan shook his head and smiled, "Nothing, just asked me about my academic performance and then let me go home." "Really?" Chen Nan nodded firmly. "Do I look like someone who would lie?" "Very similar. Not only similar, but also very similar." Su Qingqing's words forced Chen Nan to admit that his character was not very good. Even this damn girl didn't believe him, let alone Huaxinyar. He, "I'm just teasing you." Su Qingqing stuck out her tongue and smiled mischievously. Chen Nan was a little speechless. He looked ahead and saw that they would soon reach the school, so he stopped and said, "We are almost entering the school, come down." "No, I'm going to ride you." Su Qingqing lay on his back, hugging his neck tightly, as if she was afraid that Chen Nan would throw her down. Hearing the word ride again, Chen Nan really wanted to give her a few slaps on the butt to teach her a lesson. But after hesitating for a while, he finally didn't have the heart to do it. This girl is actually quite cute. As if she could see Chen Nan's depression, Su Qingqing smiled smugly and said, "Silly boy, are you upset? Since you know, why don't you come down quickly?" When Su Qingqing heard this, she not only didn't come down, but instead grabbed Chen Nan's ears and rubbed them a few times, laughing, "Har har, seeing you unhappy makes me feel particularly happy. Silly boy, I feel that you are becoming more and more interesting, much more interesting than my sister." "I'm kidding you." Chen Nan had the urge to throw her to the ground and scold her. Looking back at Su Qingqing, who was full of pride, Chen Nan raised his brows and said, "Do you believe that I will throw you down right now? Your butt will be bruised." But what made Chen Nan collapse was that Su Qingqing was not afraid at all. Instead, she stretched out her hand and pinched his nose a few times, and said with a smile, "Silly boy, your acting is too bad. You don't look fierce at all like this." Chen Nan was speechless and simply stopped talking, carrying her on his back and walking towards the school. As soon as he walked into the school gate, Chen Nan was immediately met with hostile gazes from countless boys. They all stared at him with ferocious looks, as if they wanted to kill him with their eyes. No wonder, because he was carrying a top-notch school beauty. If he had carried Sister Phone, the effect would have been different. Facing hostility along the way, Chen Nan finally arrived at the senior high school teaching building. "Okay, you don't have to carry me up the stairs. Put me down." Su Qingqing smiled happily. "You have some conscience." Chen Nan slowly loosened his hands, put her down, and then walked upstairs together. Su Qingqing stuck out her tongue and suddenly asked with a smile, "By the way, silly, when you find your junior sister, will you leave us?" "I?" Chen Nan opened his mouth and was about to speak, but at this moment, he suddenly saw a familiar figure rushing towards him. She was waving her fists with a murderous look on her face. "Wasn't that Jiang Xiaomi? You pervert, you fucking pervert, I finally caught you." Chen Nan was startled and had no time to answer Su Qingqing's question. He turned around and ran away. "Stop right there. Stop right there if you dare." Jiang Xiaomi shouted loudly and took big strides to chase after him. Chen Nan was extremely depressed. There were too many nosy people in this school. He just went into the women's restroom, but Jiang Xiaomi treated him as an enemy and hunted him down. As soon as they met, they showed a desperate attitude. If he was not worried that the fact that he went into the women's restroom would be leaked, Chen Nan really wanted to spank Jiang Xiaomi to vent his anger. Su Qingqing was stunned when she saw Chen Nan suddenly run away, and then she shouted excitedly, "Come on, Xiaomi, come on, if you kill him, you will be Superwoman, you will be Ultraman, you will be the greatest heroine." Chen Nan, who was already depressed, felt like vomiting blood after hearing what Su Qingqing said. He was so good to this damn girl, but at the critical moment, she actually took advantage of him and instigated Jiang Xiaomi to hunt him down. Although he was depressed, Chen Nan was not idle. He quickened his pace and ran away. "You pervert, if you're a man, don't run." Jiang Xiaomi chased for a while and found that she couldn't outrun Chen Nan at all. She suddenly had an idea and shouted, "Classmates, brothers and sisters, help me catch the pervert, don't let him run away." Although Jiang Xiaomi was a bit violent, she was very pretty and was also a school beauty at Yuten Middle School. Her shouting at this moment had a huge impact. All the boys on campus rushed forward like chicken blood, surrounding Chen Nan from all directions. "Fuck, this woman is a pervert." Looking at the boys rushing towards him, Chen Nan cursed loudly, feeling that he had no way to go up to heaven and no way to enter the earth. Although he knows Qinggong, if he performs it in front of so many people, it will inevitably be shocking and he will definitely be regarded as a monster. Chen Nan would not reveal his true abilities unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, in this day and age, ancient martial artists are already very rare. Once he performs Qinggong, it will probably take less than 10 minutes for a large number of reporters to rush into the school and interview him. Seeing that there were more and more boys surrounding her, at least 80 of them, Chen Nan gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, "Mimi, stop chasing me. We are really not suitable to be together." "What?" The boys who helped to surround Chen Nan were immediately disappointed after hearing this. Did Jiang Xiaomi chase him because she liked him? Jiang Xiaomi, who was standing behind him, was also stunned for a moment, and then she became even more angry. "You pervert, what nonsense are you talking about? Who wants to be with you? You have no shame. Mimi, although we were in love before, we have broken up now, so don't chase me anymore." Chen Nan saw that the previous words had taken effect, and hurriedly said, I know you still love me in your heart, but it is really impossible for us. Shut up, asshole. Jiang Shami was so angry that she was screaming in the back. She wished she could catch up with Chen Nan and tear his mouth apart. Mimi, I know you can't let go of this relationship, but you should believe that there are plenty of good men in the world, such as these brothers who are helping you to block me now. They all truly love you. Don't give up the entire forest for me. It's not worth it. Chen Nan became more and more excited as he spoke, and he didn't even blush when he lied. Oh. Shut up, you bastard. Shut up. Jiang Shami was so angry that she just kept shouting at him to shut up, but forgot to explain why she was pursuing Chen Nan. As a result, most of the boys who had been trying to surround Chen Nan dispersed after hearing these words. In their opinion, Jiang Shami was chasing Chen Nan because she couldn't forget their old love and wanted to reconcile with Chen Nan. As Jiang Shami's admirers, how could they help Jiang Shami chase other boys? Only a fool would do such a thing. Chapter 43. Let us go and fight. Seeing that the boys who surrounded him gradually dispersed, Chen Nan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this trick was quite effective. Looking back at Jiang Shami who was still pursuing him, Chen Nan shouted in an extremely helpless tone, "Stop chasing me and let me go. We have different personalities and horoscopes. Being together will only bring pain and will not lead to any results." You farted. Jiang Shami screamed, her eyes almost spitting fire. She simply couldn't believe that there were such shameless people in the world. Mimi, since we have broken up, you should let go of this relationship. Although we had a beautiful past, people should look forward to the future. Don't be so persistent. Look at these brothers who helped you to block me. They are the ones who are truly worthy of your love. Gradually, the boys who helped to block their way dispersed and let Chen Nan pass. They even hoped that Chen Nan could run faster and not be caught by Jiang Shami. Jiang Shami was so angry that her chest was heaving violently and her teeth were almost broken. She simply stopped talking, clenched her fists and chased after Chen Nan desperately. She secretly swore in her heart that she must cut off the tongue of this pervert and feed it to the dogs. Without the help of the boys, Chen Nan quickly ran into the grove behind the playground, hid behind the trees, and after avoiding everyone's sight, he used his lightness skills to run away. Come out, you pervert! Jiang Shami ran into the woods but couldn't find Chen Nan. She stamped her feet on the ground in anger. Finally, she had no choice but to leave dejectedly and ran towards the senior high school building. She saw Chen Nan with Zhu Barji and Su Qingqing. Now she was almost certain that Chen Nan was a student in class 9 of senior 3, so she planned to wait in the classroom of class 9. You pervert, when I catch you, I will knock out your teeth and see if you dare to talk nonsense again. Jiang Shami clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. At this moment, Chen Nan had come to the lawn of the school green square, sitting on the ground alone and smoking. He felt helpless. Although he got away this time, he completely offended Jiang Shami, and it would be difficult to explain in the future. Chen Nan could almost conclude that Jiang Shami had definitely gone to class 9, waiting for him to come to her. Just wait in the classroom. Wait till you die. Throwing the cigarette butt on the ground, Chen Nan took out his cell phone and wanted to call Su Qingqing to ask about the situation. But then he felt that the girl was unreliable. After all, she was cheering for Jiang Shami just now. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Nan dialed Zhu Barji's number. Master, I was just about to call you. Don't come to the classroom. Jiang Shami is waiting for you here. Zhu Barji's voice came from inside. I know. Chen Nan said, when that girl leaves, give me a call and let me know. She has already sat down in the empty seat. I don't think she will leave for a while. Zhu Barji spoke in a very low voice, probably because he was afraid of being heard. By the way, where are you now? In. Chen Nan hesitated. You won't betray me, will you? I swear, I won't tell you even if you kill me. On the grass in the green square, under an osmunthus tree. As soon as he said this, Chen Nan felt so ashamed. A tall and strong man, but he was chased by a woman and had no time to go home. He could only hide under a tree and smoke. It was so embarrassing, so fucking embarrassing. After hanging up the phone, Chen Nan leaned against the tree, ready to take a nap here first. However, just when he was feeling a little sleepy, he heard a voice from behind. Master, I'm here to accompany you. Zhu Barji ran over with a bag in his hand, laughing, and sat down next to Chen Nan. Chen Nan was a little speechless, glanced at him and said, What's the point of having two grown men accompany you? You might as well get 2 bottles of wine and have a few drinks. Zhu Barji grinned, opened the bag in his hand, and took out 2 cans of beer and 2 bottles of Daohuaxiang. I knew you would say that, so I just ran off campus to buy some. Good fellow. Chen Nan immediately perked up and grabbed a bottle of Daohuaxiang, saying, come on, let's finish this bottle first. 1 bottle at a time. Zhu Barji was startled and shook his head like a rattle, saying in surprise, 1 bottle. Are you sure? Chen Nan glanced at him and asked, are you a man? Yes, it must be. Zhu Barji patted his chest and said, he is definitely a real man of iron and blood. In that case, why are you still talking so much? Chen Nan raised the bottle, clinked it with Zhu Barji, and said, come on, if you're a man, drink it up in 1 gulp. After their voice fell, Chen Nan raised his head and shouted. Gurgle gurgle. I saw waves rolling in the bottle and the water level dropping. In less than 5 seconds, Chen Nan had finished the whole bottle of wine. Zhu Barji next to him was stunned. Is this drinking? Why does it look like drinking a beverage? Master, you are awesome. Zhu Barji gave a thumbs up, then grabbed the bottle and poured it into his mouth. He also wanted to finish it in 1 gulp, but when he was halfway through, he couldn't drink any more and had to stop. He said with a depressed look on his face, Master, how did you develop such a high alcohol tolerance? I'll get used to it after drinking it for a while. Chen Nan said with a smile, if we're brothers, don't keep calling me master. It sounds awkward. Since you treat me as a brother, I'll call you big brother. Zhu Barji said, and suddenly smiled obscenely, hey, I just heard Jiang Shami say in class that you ran into the women's restroom the day before yesterday. Is this true? Chen Nan was shocked. Jiang Shami, that bitch, actually told this to others. Seeing Chen Nan's depressed look, Zhu Barji immediately said with admiration, brother, you are awesome. You even dare to go to the women's restroom. If you go again next time, remember to call me. I also want to go in and take a look. Look at your sister. Chen Nan cursed angrily, feeling the urge to rush into the classroom and give Jiang Shami a good beating. He had been avoiding Jiang Shami for some time, fearing that Jiang Shami would tell others about this matter when a conflict arose, but he did not expect that she would tell others about it in the end. Brother, don't be so depressed. What is inside the women's restroom like? Tell me about it. Zhu Barji grinned slyly, looking extremely obscene. Say, your uncle. Chen Nan opened a can of beer and took a few gulps. Let's go back to the classroom. But Jiang Shami is still waiting for you in the classroom. Zhu Barji said hurriedly. Chen Nan finished the last sip of his beer, threw the beer can into the trash can, turned around and walked towards the teaching building. I'm just afraid that she's not here. I've put up with her for a long time. This time I'm going to give her a swollen butt. The fact that he entered the women's restroom had been exposed, and Jiang Shami no longer posed any threat to him. Zhu Barji was stunned for a moment, still not quite understanding what was going on. He quickly threw their bottle away and quickly chased after Chen Nan. Brother, you finally stood up. Give her a spanking. Chapter 44 Don't Cry. With high spirits and confidence, Chen Nan and Zhu Barji rushed to the 4th floor one after the other and went straight to the classroom of Class 9 of Grade 3. However, things don't always go as planned. Just as they passed by the teacher's office. Chen Nan, stop right there. Lan Yuqin's voice suddenly came, and Chen Nan was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He wanted to run, but he felt that he had nowhere to escape. After all, she was the class teacher. Even if he could escape for a while, he couldn't escape forever. Chen Nan smiled awkwardly and turned around. Lan. Teacher Lan, good morning. Lan Yuqin stared at him, snorted coldly and said, don't give me that. Come with me to the office. Then she turned and went into the office. Brother, how did you offend her? I won't accompany you anymore. I wish you good luck. Zhu Barji laughed and hurried to the classroom, while Chen Nan walked into the office helplessly. He wanted to spank Jiang Shami, but he was caught by Lan Yuqin halfway. I told you to copy the school rules, but you didn't. I kept you after school and you ran away. Tell me, what should I do? Lan Yuqin stood in front of the desk, playing with a pointer in her hand, looking at Chen Nan with a smile. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment. She should be angry now, why was she still smiling? Although he was puzzled, Chen Nan did not think much about it. He looked out the window and sighed, "What a beautiful view outside." "Teacher, you are enjoying life sitting here working." Lan Yuqin was not angry after hearing this. Instead, she smiled and said, "Chen Nan, based on your performance over the past 2 days, if I tell the principal about your situation, what do you think will be the consequences?" "Threaten me." Chen Nan was delighted and asked, "What will happen?" Even if he is not expelled, he should still be given a serious warning. Chen Nan narrowed his eyes and looked at Lan Yuqin and said, "Teacher, are you threatening me?" "How could that be? I'm your teacher. How could I threaten my own students?" Lan Yuqin threw the teaching stick on the desk, approached Chen Nan and said with a smile, "If you delete the recording from yesterday, I can forgive you for what happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for telling the principal about you." Chen Nan glanced at her and said, "You mean, as long as I delete the recording, everything will be fine?" "Yes, as long as you delete the recording, I will pretend that nothing happened," Lan Yuqin said with a smile. She looked so smug, not like a teacher at all, but just like a little woman who would take revenge if she had a grudge. "Teacher, I'm so scared when you say that." Lan Yuqin was overjoyed, and her face looked even more proud. She said, "Then just delete it." Chen Nan chuckled and showed her a bright smile. He looked so friendly. Just when Lan Yuqin thought he would give in, he turned his head and said with disdain, "If you dare to tell the principal, I will post the recording of you scolding students on the internet and let the majority of netizens listen to your beautiful voice." "If that's the case, teacher, I think you will be famous this year." "You?" Lan Yuqin pointed at Chen Nan, the smile on her face disappeared in an instant, her fingers trembled with anger, and she roared, "Asshole, how dare you? See if I dare. You are shameless. I have teeth, how can I be toothless?" Chen Nan said, baring his teeth. "You're obscene. I am noble. You. Lan Yuqin didn't know what to scold him for. This guy was simply not a normal human being. "Alas, I told you last time that anger is harmful to your health, but you didn't listen." Chen Nan sighed and said, "Teacher, this is actually nothing. Maybe once the recording is posted online, you'll become a star right away, and someone might even ask you to make a movie. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'll slap you on the head." Lan Yuqin was so angry that her teeth were itching. She really didn't know what sin she had committed in her previous life to have met such an unscrupulous student. Staring at Chen Nan, Lan Yuqin gritted her teeth and tried hard to suppress the anger in her heart. "Teacher, why are you silent?" Lan Yuqin clenched her fists and warned herself in her heart, "Ignore this beast, I will endure it." "Teacher, why are you looking at me? I'm so shy. I can bear it any longer." Lan Yuqin's teeth were almost broken. "Teacher, you have such a cute expression right now. Can I take a picture of you as a souvenir?" Chen Nan said, taking out his cell phone and taking a picture of Lan Yuqin with a click. Then with a click, another picture was taken. Then there were 2 clicks, and 2 more pictures were taken. Then there were 3 clicks. Damn it, the author just filled up the word count. Lan Yuqin stared at Chen Nan, unable to bear it any longer. She pointed at the door and roared, "Get out. Get out now." Chen Nan was waiting for this sentence, grinned and said, "Thank you, teacher." Then he turned and ran towards the door. However, when he reached the door, Chen Nan stopped again because he heard a sobbing sound from behind, as if someone was crying. "Lan Yuqin is crying?" Chen Nan frowned, turned around, and saw her lying on the desk, sobbing softly. Suddenly, Chen Nan felt an endless sense of guilt, feeling that he was really guilty and had made her cry. For a moment, Chen Nan didn't know what to do. He was really not good at comforting people. Walking to the desk, Chen Nan scratched his head and said, "Teacher, you don't cry." Lan Yuqin lay on the table and ignored him. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Chen Nan felt even more embarrassed. What should he do? "I'll delete the recording, okay? Don't cry. People who don't know would think I bullied you." Chen Nan looked at Lan Yuqin, then took out his phone, deleted the recording, and said, "Look, I deleted it, really deleted it, don't cry, okay?" Lan Yuqin lay there. Although she had stopped sobbing, she still did not raise her head. Chen Nan was very depressed. He was not afraid of anything except women crying, especially beautiful women. As long as they cried in front of him, even the hardest heart would soften in an instant. Is it not enough that I was wrong? I apologize to you and I will never go against you again. As soon as Chen Nan said this, Lan Yuqin immediately raised her head. She looked excited, laughed and pointed at Chen Nan and said, "You said it, don't cheat in the future." Chen Nan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized that he had been cheated. This girl is not crying at all, there is not even a trace of tears on her face, it's obvious that she is just pretending. Damn it, this is such a bummer. Chen Nan couldn't help but curse. Lan Yuqin immediately glared, "Who are you scolding?" "I?" Chen Nan was about to speak, but suddenly remembered that he had just promised not to contradict her again, so he shook his head helplessly and said, I'm not scolding you anyway." Chapter 45 Discipline. Who are you scolding, then? Lan Yuqin stared at Chen Nan, and seemed to be trying to get more than she deserved. Chen Nan was depressed, secretly cursing himself for being a bad mouth. If she cried, let her cry. Why should I apologize to her? Now, he was trapped in his own trap. I didn't curse anyone. Lan Yuqin glared and stepped forward to ask, "There are only two of us in this office. Are you scolding me?" Chen Nan took a step back and said with a wry smile, "You are my great head teacher, highly respected, a model of excellent teachers, and an eternal monument in the hearts of all my classmates. I admire you so much that I dare not scold you." Lan Yuqin nodded in satisfaction, "That's pretty good. Do you dare to go against me again in the future?" "I dare not, never again." "You're smart. Go back to the classroom," Lan Yuqin said, shaking her hands. Chen Nan had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. He said goodbye, turned around and ran out of the office. Looking at Chen Nan, who was fleeing in panic, Lan Yuqin couldn't help laughing. This little bastard is quite interesting. Then she turned around and sat back in her office chair. After Chen Nan ran out of the office, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally escaping from danger. He felt that Lan Yuqin was simply a monster, a witch, too cunning. As a teacher, she actually pretended to be pitiful in front of her students and was not afraid of losing face at all. Shaking his head, Chen Nan turned and walked towards the classroom. As soon as he entered the door, all the classmates looked at him with strange eyes. Some were admiring, some were contemptuous, and some were gloating, like Su Qingqing. It is not shameful for a grown man to enter the women's restroom. What is shameful is that he is discovered after entering. Since the truth had been revealed, Chen Nan didn't want to explain anything. He smiled helplessly and walked towards his seat. "Chen Nan, you pervert, I've been waiting for you for a long time." A loud shout was heard, and Jiang Xiaomi, who was hiding at the back of the classroom, suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Chen Nan with his fists waved. Chen Nan was feeling depressed. When he saw Jiang Xiaomi rushing towards him, he immediately flew into a rage and walked towards her. "Fuck you, I've tolerated you for a long time. I wouldn't have bothered with you once or twice, but you're still pushing me too far. If I don't discipline you today, do you really think I'm afraid of you? You shameless bastard, how dare you not run away? I'll punch you to death." Jiang Xiaomi moved as fast as a rabbit, rushed forward and punched Chen Nan in the nose. Chen Nan dodged slightly to the side, stretched out his hand and grabbed Jiang Xiaomi's arm and pulled her over. Then he pushed her back with his other hand and pressed her directly onto a desk next to him, unable to move. Jiang Xiaomi laid her upper body on the desk, struggling hard, but she helplessly discovered that Chen Nan's hand seemed to have a tremendous weight, and no matter how hard she tried she couldn't move it at all. "You damn beast, let me go." Jiang Xiaomi pounded the desk with her hands and kicked around with her legs, but she couldn't kick Chen Nan. "I've tolerated you 3 times, but you keep pushing it. If I don't beat your butt this time, I'll write the word Chen backwards." As Chen Nan spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Jiang Xiaomi on the butt. Par. The crisp sound spread throughout the classroom. The whole class was dumbfounded. This Chen Nan was too arrogant. He actually dared to hit this barbaric and violent girl. Was he tired of living? "Chen Nan, you bastard, you dare to hit me, I will never let you go." Jiang Xiaomi yelled, punched and kicked, struggling hard, but couldn't get free. The crazy look scared the students next to him. Chen Nan glanced at her and said, "You still don't admit your mistake, right? Then I'll beat you until you admit your mistake." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Nan raised his hand and slapped him again. There was a snap sound, and Jiang Xiaomi screamed in pain. She turned around and glared at Chen Nan, yelling, "You bastard, let me go." Chen Nan simply ignored her and continued to slap her. Wow wow wow. Jiang Shami grimaced in pain, screaming and struggling desperately, tears streaming down her face. Asshole, if you hit me again, I'll fight you. Then you fight for it. Chen Nan said this indifferently, and then slapped her on the butt twice. Their whole class looked at Chen Nan stupidly, feeling that it was all so unreal, as if they were in a dream they had been studying in school for so long, but had never heard of any boy daring to hit Jiang Shami's buttocks. This was simply courting death. Stop hitting me, you damn beast. Jiang Shami's tone was finally not as strong as before. She never dreamed that this pervert was so strong that she couldn't even struggle. Chen Nan glanced at her and said, "You said to be gentle. How much face do you think you have? I tolerated you everywhere, but you took my tolerance as your capital for shamelessness. If you don't apologize to me today, admit your mistakes and beg for mercy, I will beat you. Don't even think about it. You're dreaming. I'll never apologize to you even if I die." Par. Before Jiang Shami could finish, Chen Nan slapped her in the face. "Then I'll beat you until you apologize and let you know why the flowers are so red. Then see if you dare to be so arrogant in the future." Jiang Shami finally couldn't bear it anymore, tears welled up in her eyes, and she begged, "I won't dare to do it again, please stop hitting me, it really hurts. You have ruined all my wisdom in this life, and now you want to let it go with just a word of 'I don't dare.' Can you be a little more naive? R. Stop hitting me, it really hurts. I admit my mistake. Isn't that enough?" Chen Nan seemed to be addicted to beating him, and slapped him a few more times before saying, "Just admit your mistake. You haven't even apologized or begged for mercy yet. You bastard, don't push your luck." Jiang Shami roared. Chen Nan stopped talking and kept slapping her on the buttocks one after another. "It hurts. Asshole, if you hit me again I'll fight you to the death. If you don't stop, I'll really fight you to the death. It hurts so much, please stop. Brother, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I won't do it again. Please stop hitting me." Jiang Shami's voice became weaker and weaker. Finally, she couldn't stand the pain anymore and apologized and begged for mercy. Chen Nan let her go and said, "Don't chase me anymore." Jiang Shami stared at him fiercely, gritting her teeth. She wanted to rush over and beat Chen Nan up. However, she was no match for Chen Nan. This guy was not only skilled, but also ruthless and cruel. He was a bad person and had no sympathy for women. He was simply a super bastard.